A massive welcome to Killarney International Raceway and round one of the Extreme Festival. It's round two of some of the national categories that are here this weekend. And of course, this weekend's racing is powered by the city of Cape Town. And it's fantastic to have the man alongside me to just welcome us to another fantastic race day here at Killarney.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome to everybody. The event is powered by the city of Cape Town. I like that tag. And what a beautiful weather. It's really geared to allow the race to continue. This event makes Cape Town as one of the especially in Africa, motorsport destination. So I really welcome and applaud and embrace the strategy behind the organizers of the event. It has a strong tourism impact within Cape Town because of the crews, because of the coaches, the technical committee members that are coming down. Booking of hotels, hiring of trailers, you name it, hiring of cars. They are here in Cape Town in restaurants. They are eating our food. They are enjoying the beauty between the land and the sea. So we are the real mother city of Africa. But over and above that, Killarney itself. Killarney is giving life and is giving payment and salaries to about 750 people on a regular basis. So you can imagine that impact, what it does to households around Cape Town. So really, we are so pleased as the city of Cape Town for events to continue coming to Killarney because there is that economic footprint that is stemming out of these events, and we are very excited. There is more than 120 crews that are coming down here, teams that are coming down. In each team, there is 5 crew members.
Oh, there you go. It's right on time.
Absolutely.
There's some of the meals that we're getting, yeah?
That's some of the meals. Look at this.
That little fat cook there.
I warned you about the mother city.
Cheers,
this
brother.
is my cheers. We are in a mother city in Cape Town. Hence, we are even privy to be fed during the interview. You will never get this anywhere in the world.
Exactly.
So only it's unique in Cape Town. So
Listen, I've got to say something though. This morning the weather looked a little bit dodgy, but I've been here for the last 6 weeks in a row, starting with Formula E, coming back here for Ultimate X, and events that are happening here in Cape Town. It looks like the mother city is shining every single time we want to go and do an event.
Absolutely. I was saying to the organizers, maybe their weather person here was busy in the meeting early at 3 o'clock. The guy woke up at 8 o'clock, then all of a sudden you switched the remote. We were back to the normal weather that we wanted for the race.
It's kind of like load shedding. They don't have it here in Cape Town. They can turn the weather on and off as we need it. So we're going to go racing with the dry weather all day long and have a fantastic day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's enjoy the game. Let's enjoy. This is a sport that we want to promote in Cape Town because it provides safety on our roads. Guys will come here, amateur guys are looking forward to these professional drivers here. It's an amazing event for us.
The cool thing about it is you've just signed a 30-year contract with the circuit. They're going to be putting in massive infrastructure once again into the track now that they've got the backing from the city. So it means that you're going to just extend this relationship for the next 30 years and more, hopefully.
Absolutely. That opens up our events calendar now. That opens up for organizers across the world to come and be here. Everyone will want to come down in Africa. And then we are ready. As a city, we are ready. We say, just come to us. Tell us what you want to do. We'll lay the red carpet for you. Just roll out your event. We'll support you, safety and security, disaster management volunteers. Our events officials will treat you professionally. We'll ensure that pre and post event you are welcome here. You stay nice with your crew, with your visitors. Let's do this. Let's drive the economy.
I can't wait, sir. I've got to tell you something. This is exciting times for Killarney, for Cape event here this weekend. We've got another event later on this year as well. We come back down here for another Extreme Festival. And don't forget, we've got World Rallycross coming here as well. So it's going to be an absolutely amazing, action-packed year. And we'll see you in a few minutes' time back on track with action from SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup.
That waiting for the gun, the nerves are just too much, thinking about what is about to go down.
There goes the horn to start the race.
No, I think it's really amazing. And now the whole setup and people are dressed up.
We're giving something, I think, to the people that's just fantastic.
The support on the side of the road is second to none, and that gives you the extra oomph.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. The scenery is beyond what I could imagine. I seriously enjoyed it. I met so many wonderful people on the way.
Really enjoying Cape Town. People seem to really appreciate artwork here, which is really nice.
come and visit Cape Town. We are waiting for you with open arms. We welcome you here. It will remain a city of hope and opportunity for everyone, not just in Cape Town, but around the country and the world.
And he takes the tape.
Cape Town is open, safe and ready to host you.
So from down on the grid, we make our way here up into the commentary booth, and massive welcome to everybody here on the live stream. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. Much appreciated. It's the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup that have made their way onto the track now for their first heat of the day, and looking forward to another big battle here at what is always a home track favourite circuit, with the likes of Ronald Slammett there on pole position, the man to catch in the Vault Market, and looks like he's definitely up for a chance to be at the front end and possibly the man to be beaten today in ZX10R Masters Cup. But of course he is right alongside his arch rival and fellow Cape Townian Trevor the Killer Westman. Good to see that man on the grid as well, and fantastic to have the likes of some international competitors joining us here and being part and parcel of this event. It's the first time that we're going to see the likes of that number 13 machine on track, and looking for a chance now to be up front there with Eskil Suter. He's right behind Ronald Slamet with Jason Lamb alongside him, and Dave Enticott, that's the man we just see in shot right now. Then we go to Clint Munton, Peter de Vos and Brian Bontekoning. They line up there on the third row of the grid, I beg your pardon, just ahead of Hein McMahon, Michael Smith and Matthew Dees. Great to see also. In fact, Matthew Dees won't be there. Matthew Dees, of course, had a big crash yesterday, and we wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery after he had a crash in one of the practice sessions yesterday. He has been all sorted out, and of course we're now under starters orders with 1 lap to go for the warm-up as we get into the thick of it now for the first day. A bit of action. Nice field of Phillips out there, about to go to battle all the way down to 25th place there. Steve Galgocci coming down to Cape Town for only the second time, and he of course being helped out by a whole bunch of new sponsors. We actually catch up with them just between the heats. We didn't get a chance now to do the post-race, pre-race interviews, I beg your pardon. So we'll get to those guys just before race number 2 later on this morning. And we'll hope you're getting all the action here from Killarney International Raceway. We did pick up on the action earlier on, and you caught the interview with the councillor. Fantastic news that Killarney International Raceway have signed a 50-year lease with the City of Cape Town, which means that now investment can be put into the circuit, and they will know that investment is going to be well spent for the next 30 years and give opportunities like this to the Extreme Festival and the likes thereof to go and enjoy what is absolutely amazing race action at the City of Cape Town circuit here at Killarney International Raceway. So it's the Red Baron alongside the Killer Westman and GBBD on the front row. Graham Van Bedar with that number 1 plate after winning the championship again in 2022 on the Stefanuti Stockson motor-powered Kawasaki ZX-10R. He's got Jason Lamb just behind him, Dave Enticott as well, pushing as hard as he can to try and get through there on those first 3. But having a look at the way things went this morning, 13.2, 13.8 and a 14.5. They're not on qualifying times, they're based on their championship. They're down towards turn 1, they go, the lights go out. As MGK Sparkler is now firing everything they've got down towards turn number 1. And it's Ronald Slamet who hits the front. Suter up in a second. Wow, Eskil Suter diving through from the second row and making his way through into second place just ahead of Graham Van Bedar as they came out of turn 1. Brilliant start there from Eskil Suter. He leads things out as they head towards turn 2. And that's who we're going to be looking for, an opportunity now as they get up there. And all of a sudden it's Eskil Suter. We kind of expected him to be in the mix, but not this early on. Mid-pack battle starting to rage as well. You can see there, Slacky having a little bit of fun and games there. Hein McMahon dropped back slightly off the grid position he was on. Look at Clint Munton. Munton's up as well. He's just ahead now and got ahead actually of Dave Enticott. Jason Lamb's dropped back slightly. So Lamb and Enticott, the worst starters. The best starters definitely coming out of Ronald Slamet and Eskil Suter. Westman into 3rd place, tucked in behind there. That Project 16 machine on the back end of Eskil Suter's Kawasaki as they head down that back straightaway on the brand new tarmac here at Killarney International Raceway. Hard braking down into turn number 5, Fostron corner, and Westman looking on the inside, trying to find a way to get up there. He can see his Ronald Slamet is disappearing at the front end. He definitely doesn't want that to happen. He does not want to let Ronald Slamet get away too far up the road. They come to complete the first lap in anger. Look at the gap that Ronald Slamet has pulled out there over Westman. Westman from Suter, Suter from Van Bedar. And that's how they start this first race and the first lap. First lap ending up with Suter now into 3rd. Westman is through. He's finding a way past me to Cape Town corner and up into 1 position higher. Same thing from Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb slots up the inside of Dave Enticott and finds a way into turn 2, bringing him into what is now the 5th place on track. Van Bedar now looking to try and find a way through on Eskil Suter. Enticott trying to come back at Jason Lamb. right on that side of the Munson looking for a chance to be in the pack at the front end of the field, fighting for what is now going to be third place on track. They get onto that back straight away through the Sarl Fanamava sweep. They head down onto that back straight, and it's close to 280 k's an hour that they get onto before they climb on the brakes. There's no longer the braking markers of the big bumps that used to be down that back straight away. Those have all been removed with the new tarmac that's been laid there. And Bambadar just gets up the inside of Eskil Suter, dropping him down one place. So Suter into fourth, Bambadar up into third as they complete lap number 2. Great start here from Eskil Suter. What a way to kick his career off in the ZX10R Masters Cup. Jason Lamb now diving on his inside into turn 1. A man from the Eastern Cape just finding a little position higher up than Eskil Suter. Not a bad start there from Lamb. He's starting to come back, and then comes Munton and Entercott. Suter comes back at Lamb though. Oh, great line into turn 2 there. Finds a good line and up the inside, gets it back ahead of Jason Lamb. Through the left-hand flick and then into what is turn 3 down a gap strip. Right on that one, they put the power down and it's up the short straight towards Sarl Fanamava. The Fanamava sweep now as they go through there. So in the great honour of that track corner being named after him. At the front end, no one's even seeing Ronald Slammett or Trevor Westman. It's a battle starting to rage there for 4th place, and there's 4 bikes in. It could be 5 if they catch onto the back end of Bambadar. Further back, we pick up some action as well as they come flying down that back straight away. You can see Brian Bontekoning in the mix there. As you can see, Abadan Machine, that's 44 versus 4. So Johan LaRue finding a way through there on Hein McMahon. Looks like just behind that might be Dave Baringa, so nice start from that mid-pack as well. Starting to mix it up there a little bit. Dieter Hazeman in there as well. Watch out for the big man. He'll be looking to try and push as hard as he can to get up as high as possible. And the fight that rages there, as you can see, starting to pick up there amongst these guys too. That's Peter de Vos all on his own sim. So de Vos just pulled slightly away here from Bontekoning. And as you can see there, also some manoeuvring coming out of, I think that was the 49 of Michael Smith. So Smitty in there too. Michael Smith, Bontekoning. This is Peter de Vos, as I said, all on his own sim. Second pack now starting to just pick up the pace ever so slightly. Second pack now opened up ever so slightly between them. They're a little bit closer on the last pass, but now kind of equidistant apart there. You can see giving each other just enough room to play at the moment, but probably going to concertina up as we get into the closing stages. The big Sarl Fanamava sweep there, nice little manoeuvring to see Libabato Usana. Libabalo and Sana at one stage. In fact, on Friday, at one point, Libabalo was actually quickest. So he's got some pace down here as well. So that's good to see him stepping up his pace here at the Killarney International Raceway. There is your leader. Haven't seen much of him. No one has really, other than Trevor Westman and a small whiff just up the road of the remnants of that Voltmart Kawasaki. He certainly had his Mike Oxy today, has Ronald Slammett, and he's getting away now. So looks like he's going to be a tough man to beat at his home circuit. They didn't go out for their qualifying session, so they literally started. They chatted with Slammett and Westman, and Eskil Suter, the first 4. Then it's that battle there, Jason Lamb with Dave Entercott and Munton on his tail. And Munton just losing a little bit of ground there, as you can see. Peter de Vos is all on his own sim, and then it's Bontekoning, Smith, Johan LaRue, Dave Baringa, and Hein McMahon. Bambadar under a bit of pressure there from Lamb. Jason Lamb closes down onto the back end of the champion, looking for a way past. Eskil Suter now dropping into the clutches of both Entercott and Munton. Top 2 start another lap. So far so good for ZX10R Masters Cup here at the Killarney International Raceway. Big welcome to Chris McRae in Cyprus. Luke Selby's watching us along with Hein from Mark. Stotey's in the house, enjoying all the two-wheeled action as we get into turn 2 with Munton closing down. It's Westman. Project 60 Kawasaki getting away now from Bambadar. Bambadar trying to do the same thing, give himself a little bit of breathing room ahead of Jason Lamb. Estelle Suter. Hard charging Dave Entercott on his tail. Entercott looks good for Sorrel Sweep. Can't get up the inside there just yet though, but might carry the corner speed and the drive onto the back straight away. And look for that slipstream effect as they get onto that back straight. Let's see if Entercott can find a way past now as they come down onto the braking point for turn 5, Fostron corner. There's no longer a big bump on the circuit there that they used to use as their brake marker. So they have to try and find something else to use as that brake marker, and Entercott's timed it to perfection to find a way through. ZX10's led out by Ronald Slamet, by Miles. Slamet disappearing in the front end of the field and showing a clean pair of wheels to basically everybody else on track. No one seems to have an answer there to the power and to the man out front in terms of his ability around this track. We've just got to the halfway stage, 6 of the 12 laps completed. So we've still got some race action to come your way there, and of course then into Gazoo Racing Cup. That'll be the next bit of race action on track here at round 1 of the Extreme Festival. Powered by the City of Cape Town and in association with Smile 90.4 FM here in Cape Town. Smitty under attack now. Here comes Johan Leroux on the Avidan Kawasaki. Michael Smith watching behind him, 49 versus 40. The 4 bikes in there as well, so is the 16 bike leading things out at the moment with Bonte Koenig on board. This is the second pack of riders. 117, Dave Waringa. Fighting hard there with Hein McMahon. And I think just in the background joining that pack, if I'm not mistaken, is the 53, yes it is, 53 bike there. And there's some manoeuvring happening coming from the 5-3 of Lubabalo Nsana. Lub's now looking for a way around the outside of Hein McMahon. He finds it. An inside line from Johan Leroux. Didn't quite get there though, because Hein McMahon saw him coming and shut the door. Graham Van Bedar opening up a bit of a margin now over Lamb. Lamb doing the same thing on Entercott. Dave Entercott now all on his own, some down in about 5th place. They come through the left-hand sweep and down towards Damstip. Suter trying to stay in touch, not quite getting there. As you can see, Entercott about a couple of tenths of a second up the road on Eskiel Suter. Van Bedar down the back straight now. Stefanuti stocks Motor Kawasaki. Jason Lamb closing him down rapidly there on the time-out bike. He gets a little closer to the back end of the champion. Man, he basically fought with all of 2022 for a championship. Lamb and Van Bedar, Slamet and Westman kind of were the class of the field. Entercott did have his day, a couple of days in the sun. I'm sure Entercott's definitely looking forward to more of the same here in 2023. So we're over the halfway stage now, coming into about lap 8 of 12. Still some work to do here for this second pack of riders. No one having an answer whatsoever to Ronald Slamet's pace up front. A difficult man to beat if that's the kind of pace he's on. And he's found something special there, working with AJ Fenter from Lacquer Racing to get that Kawasaki of his absolutely tuned in and dialed into the circuit. Van Bedar, Lamb, Entercott starting to close. He's definitely come a little bit closer to the back end of Jason Lamb on the last 2 laps. Second pack go through Damstip. Still the Avidan Kawasaki trying to find a way through there on Michael Smith. Behind that they're starting to line up as in fact that's not Michael Smith. Smitty's actually up the road. Smitty's now leading this pack. He's got through there on Brian Bonte Koenig. So it's Bonte Koenig who loses 1 place there to Michael Smith. There's that Dave Waringa. No, it's not. It's the 5-3. Lubabalo Nsana. Lubabalo Nsana now up ahead of this man. There's Waringa, side by side with Hein McMahon. Back markers becoming a factor now. Going through there on Sifiso Temba. And the IM63 man. Giving a little bit of room to play. Is that going to help Trevor Westman? Will Westman be able to use this traffic to his advantage? Is he going to slow Ronald Slamet up? Or are there going to be opportunities there for him to maybe close that gap down a bit now that they're into the back markers? Mordy Suter there, because the wife to Eskil, fighting with Sifiso Temba as Westman comes to get through on the two of them. Nice to see that the fight continues nonetheless. The front end. 67 there, Jonathan Sherwin having a fantastic run. Or is it Jonathan Schwerin? We're not quite sure. But so far so good there for Schwerin on the 6-7. Actually chatted to him yesterday about the fact that he's running Greg Albertain's old motocross number. So maybe that's a bit of luck on his side there for Jono. Back markers to contend with now for the second pack. They're going to find it very difficult when they're fighting so hard for position to try and find a way through on those back markers. They should catch them probably about halfway through this lap. Right now, Lubabala and Sana makes his way up and gets through on Brian Bontekoning. Bontekoning now into the clutches, as you can see there, of the Abadan Kawasaki of Johan LaRue. Blue flags waving to the back markers, warning them that the quicker bikes are coming. There's the big man, Dieter Hazeman, being overtaken there by Trevor Westman down into turn number 5, Fosteron corner. Slamet starts another lap. No problem, somebody pulling to the sideline in the background there as Slamet heads down towards turn 1. So Ronald Slamet continuing on his merry way here, untroubled whatsoever. Entercott into turn 1. Schwerin closing down on Hazeman. A fight between the two of them as well. Here we go. Trevor Westman has used the traffic to his advantage slightly, and he's closed that gap down now on Ronald Slamet. But I think Slamet might have rolled off ever so slightly. He knows he's got that extra pace available to him. Coming up on the back end there, looks like a Byron Rothwell, the Magic Man. They probably have gone through there on Stephen Golgocci a bit earlier on. Down towards turn 5 once again here for Slamet, hanging on, 68 versus 60. The Red Baron versus the Killer Westman. The Killer's on a hunt. I don't think he's got enough time though. He may be in trouble here to try and stay in the hunt for the front. Checkered flag is out. Slamet gets it. Ronald Slamet takes race 1 victory relatively easily done there. And the Killer Westman comes up alongside him to congratulate him as they head to the line. The rest of the pack making their way across the line there to wrap up the first heat of SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup, powered by Red Square. And of course with Bridgestone tyres and NGK spark plugs behind this incredible championship. Great effort there from that man, Steve Golgocci as well, finishing up his only 3rd attempt at the Cape Town circuit. There's Westman, there's Ronald Slamet. He's happy he's got some fans down at turn 2 that he's going to say thanks to, I'm sure. Are we going to get a burnout? Not yet. Maybe on the second hit. Thanks to the big man upstairs, he knows that he's worked hard there. And that Vine and Voltmark Kawasaki wins out over Trevor Westman on the Project 60 Kawasaki. Entercott into 3rd, so it's Cape Town 1, 2, 3. Wrapping up the podium. Entercott getting through on Graham Van Bedal right in the closing stages and making it a Cape Town lockout of the podium. Van Bedal in 4th beats out Jason Lamb, and then you can see Eskil Suter and Clint Munton and Peter DeFoss were fighting for the extreme veteran class down in 6, 7 and 8th place overall. So Masters was taken by Slamet and Westman, Entercott in 3rd, so your top 3 are also your top 3 in the Masters. In the veterans it was Van Bedal ahead of Jason Lamb, and then all the way down in 10th place was 3rd place in the veterans there for Michael Smith. So that's how we wrap things up there for SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup. Up next we will be heading into some 4-wheeled action coming out of the Gazoo Racing Cup, powered by Netstar.
Drive away, you must drive. The schools teach you. Shoes are loose.
Gazoo Racing Cup making their way onto the circuit right now. The Toyota 86s and the Yaris's. The media challenge in those Toyota 86s, and of course the young guns in the bucketless racing Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris's out front. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers yesterday in the pre-race interview. Let's go and find out what their plans are here today at Killarney International Raceway. Nicky Vastanis, great to be in Cape Town, and I'm sure you're looking forward to getting out on the circuit tomorrow and doing an incredible job in those Toyota Yaris's.
Yeah, it's a nice learning curve. It's great to be out here in Cape Town for my first time, and it's lots of fun. I can't wait until tomorrow. So far it's looking good, and yeah, slowly getting there.
Bjorn, from your side, how's things gone so far?
I mean, I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I think it's going well. It's a new track, nice new challenge. I love challenges, so we'll see how that goes.
Two men alongside you, Sarah, are looking to come and take that mantle away from you. Fantastic outing at SupaCup's, untouched and basically unbeatable. We're going to try and do the same thing here this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully we can just do the same. Get in front and pull away. That's the goal.
Not always easy when you've got these two behind you, eh?
Yeah, it won't be easy. They're going to put up a good challenge.
They certainly are. Saad Variawa on pole position, and right on his tail is Nicky Vastanis. So Vastanis and Variawa will be fight it hard at the front end in the Gazoo Yaris side of this Gazoo Racing Cup. It's Cara Hill and Bjorn Berthold who are on the second row, so a nice start there from her, just to outgun the man we just chatted to. As he said, a new challenge and a new circuit for him to learn. Cara has been here on a few occasions, so she might have a slight advantage over the rest of that pack who haven't been here before, but she's got to try and find a little bit of time, about 2.4 seconds to be in the same second as both Variawa and Vastanis. Tariq Adam had a big one yesterday, had a crash, but they managed to get that car sorted out, and he lines up alongside the first of the 86s by the looks of things. Yes, it is. First of the 86s there is Chad Luckoff. So Luckoff ahead of Mark Jones, Brendan Staniforth, I beg your pardon, Ruben van Niekerk, and then it's Sechaba Mashigo. And a big welcome to Dennis Dropper for his first outing in the Gazoo Racing Cup 86s. Nice initiative here from Toyota starting last year with just the Yaris option and giving those to the media guys to get a little bit of time on track and fight hard for a championship that literally went down to the last round, and a big fight between the top contenders in that one in 2022, expecting more of the same here in 2023 amongst the young guns. And of course Bucket List Racing are behind the younger competitors that are coming out of that Gazoo Racing development program that they run in the karting fraternity. Karting National, of course, next weekend in PE, but now it's up to these young karters to go at it in these purpose-built race cars from Toyota Gazoo Racing. Amazing setup on these cars. Really, really awesome to see them in full flight as well here, of course, in Cape Town. And if you look at the setup of these cars, it is spectacular to see the Yaris GR. It's a 3-cylinder, 1.6 turbo. It has 200 kilowatts of power and 4-wheel drive with a paddle shift. The 86s behind that are a 4-cylinder box engine, and of course 2.4 naturally aspirated, an auto box with paddle shift, and 180 kilowatts. So slightly down on power compared to the Yaris's out front. It'll take nothing away from the action that they'll be expected to bring amongst our media competitors and our young guns in the Gazoo Racing Cup. Saad Variawa as opposed to Saud, and we'll see Saud later on in his Toyota Gazoo Racing GDC machine. They had some problems with that car yesterday, which they've been working frantically overnight to sort out, and I'm sure they've got it all sorted. And if that's the case, expect a big battle between the top contenders, mainly in Toyota branded vehicles at the front of the GDC field. But first we've got to sort out Gazoo Racing Cup SA. Driven by Netstar, shod by Dunlop, because Dunlop are here supporting not only this category but also GDC SupaCup and the Polo Cup, and a couple of cars that also participate on the Dunlop rubber in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars as well. Saad Warrior there with the turquoise wing mirrors. The lime green ones are Nick Vastanis. Yellow ones, of course, will be Cara Hill. And alongside here will be none other than Bjorn Berthold. It's the first four. Fifth placed Yaris there will be Tariq Adam. And then it's Lakoff alongside Mark Jones, Staniforth and Ruben van Niekerk as they get going now to get into race formation for this first race of the day. Actually, to get on the drop. Big welcome to Wazzy Tamlin, Dave Hammer, Hein for Marcus joined us again, and so is Peter Slavitt. We get ready to go now. Lights out and we're racing. Looks like it's a good start there from Saad Variawa. Vastanis trying to go alongside with him and get into the back end, but he's got to watch from behind as the attack comes down into turn one. They all form up and eventually slot through there, just getting through in tough. And then Berthold tucks in behind Hill. Hill having some little bit of trouble there to try and find a way through there on Vastanis. Nicky Vastanis was very defensive into turn one and hangs on to second place right now as he watches Saad Variawa get away. In the background, Lakoff looks like he's got the start in terms of the 86 Cup. So that's how things will start things for this first heat of action from the Gazoo Racing Cup. Heading down into Damps for the first time as well. Fantastic start here from all of our competitors. As they head up towards Sorrel Sweep. Variawa trying to pull away now from Vastanis. Vastanis trying to do the same thing there to Hill. Hill's got a little bit of breathing room over Berthold, and then Adam behind that. Nice to see that guys all around the country are watching us from various maneuvers there. Working but not missing the show. That's the only way to do it there, Mr. Boyson. Love your work, mate. Love your work. Thanks for the message. Appreciate it. As we get into the mix here for the first time for the Gazoo Racing Cup. Dave Morrison, I am indeed at Killarney International Raceway. As we head down there, oh, he has a move. Hill on the inside, looking for a way to just get through on Vastanis. Nick Vastanis on the wrong side of turn one. Makes it a very long way around. Turn 1 and Hill up to second. Cara Hill moves away up into second place now ahead of Nicky Vastanis. Oh, here we go. It's on. 86 is there. 4x4 out of turn 2. Out of turn 1, I beg your pardon. Side by side action. Luckhoff and Jones looks like they're getting away ever so slightly. So they'll be looking to try and do here at the front end. The boys in the back are not holding anything back there. A couple of guys running wide out of turn 2. That's not quite the line you want to be on there. Needless to say, it all gets sorted out by the time they come through and start their attempt to get to the front end. The top 2 getting away though ever so slightly, so looks like the battle's going to continue there. Times Live machine tucked in, trying to find a way through there, but I can tell you it's not going to be easy. Ruben van Niekerk, Sitsaba Mashigo, Dennis Dropper and Brennan Staniforth all fighting hard. Mashigo in the 777 car, they're just pushing slightly away from that second pack of 86s. They'll find a way to get through and possibly catch the back end of Jones and Luckhoff. Ruben van Niekerk just up ahead, also in the mix, looking for a podium. Top 3 in the Yaris Cup, no problems at all there. Hill just maintaining the gap now that she was able to pull once getting through there on Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis there in the 3 spot. Big gap down to Berthold in 4. Don't worry about the hazard lights coming on those cars. It's basically the safety mechanisms of the road going version of those cars that they've left in the cars, telling you that the ABS system is working when they go down to the brakes into the corners. That's why the hazards come on. Run here from these youngsters that have just got into these cars only 2 race meetings ago. Debuted these cars in this format of racing without the media in the front end at the SupaCup International Raceway, and now this is their 2nd round of the championship that they're participating down here. Round 1 of Extreme Festival's National Championship, round 2 for a couple of these categories in terms of their national championships for the year. Gazoo Racing Cup kicked off at the regional side of Extreme Festival at SupaCup. That was Investchem Formula 1600s, Global Touring Cars and Polo Cup all started their first round at the Killarney 9 hour. Into turn 1, no worries at all for Saad Variawa, getting away from Hill. Hill doesn't seem to have an answer there to Variawa. Vastanis also looking pretty good at this point in time. Thank you, Paulie. A little bit of a timing monitor for us as well. This is going to help things out here. Our lives a bit easier in terms of race times. And looking at the race times at this point in time, 1:25.242 there from Saad Variawa to beat out Cara Hill. Vastanis on the 1:26s. So it looks like both Hill and Variawa are the class of the field there for the bucket list racing side of things. Looks like things starting to heat up a little bit as well in the battle for the 86s. So it's Chaba Mashigo, Ruben van Niekerk and Dennis Dropper starting to mix it up a little bit. Staniforth just behind that. Looks like Luckhoff has dropped right to the back of the pack there. Something must have gone wrong with Chad Luckhoff. He dropped right to the back of that pack. So it's actually Mark Jones who leads things out at the moment. Looking for that number 23 car there, Marky Jones. Man from the Citizen is definitely looking for a chance to be at the front end if he can. That's how it stands at this point in time. So Saad Variawa beating his 4th lap. You can see in the background and watching on the timing monitor, ticking over to 4 laps completed. Halfway stage reached, and it looks like the 86 Brigade are starting to get a little bit more racy. Jonesy under big pressure there from Ruben van Niekerk. Van Niekerk looking to dive on the inside of Mark Jones. Can he find a way through? No, not just yet. So 777 getting in the mix there as well. So Saba Mashigo starting to play around with the front end of the 86 side of this Gazoo Racing Cup. Nice run here from Cara Hill, hanging on for 2nd place at the moment. Big gap down to third, and she's got a big gap, even a bigger gap to try and close down to first. I don't think she's got the pace there to match Saad Variawa, but she certainly has got through on Niki Vastanis and left him in her wake. Vastanis doing the same thing there to maintain the gap between himself and Bjorn Berthold. And then it's Tariq Adam just managing to stay up ahead there of the lead car in the 86s of Mark Jones. Hill into turn 1. Not really anything to worry about as she goes through there. Great to see the initiative being put together here by Toyota Gazoo Racing, and now including Bucket List Racing into their program. It's Fast Freddy from Fast Developments and Chris Budnick bringing through the young karters and letting them hang on to those Yaris seats for the 2023 season. That is your leader in the 86 side, Mark Jones. That's the big gap he's got over second place in the background. Here they come. Ruben Fredeka, Dennis Dropper, and Sachaba Mashigo, all fighting hard. Mashigo now all over the back. Looks like Dropper's up into third. Dropper's made up one position and got up into third place there, and putting the pressure onto Ruben Fredeka. Yes, Fredeka now feeling the pressure from Dennis Dropper. He was saying yesterday, we'll actually get to hear him later on in the interview, chatting about the fact that he's not quite up to the pace and has been a bit rusty, having not been at the first round. He was supposed to be. Oh, and he gets a little tag. How's that? There you go. Drops back into fifth place. But Dropper getting a little tag there, and it got real there between himself and Ruben Fredeka as he was trying to find a way through. Fredeka just kept coming across and didn't give him any room. So Ruben Fredeka going defensive at every single opportunity, fending off the attack coming from the outside of the 3 car. And all of a sudden now Brennan Staniforth is back into it as well. Staniforth runs wide, up onto the dirty stuff and out of Fostron. And with the rain this morning, that's definitely not a place you want to be. So Staniforth now drops right to the back of the pack. Brennan Staniforth just being forced high and wide onto Fostron corner and made a small mistake. Here comes a charge. Van Niekerk hanging on. Mashigo looking for a way through on the inside. Can he find a spot to get through? Droppers back into it as well there for third place. Third place in that battle, of course, it's fourth place on the road. 2, 3 and 4 into turn 2. A little bit wide there from Ruben Fredeka. He tries to come back and the back end steps out on the 86. Catches it, but he loses 2 positions, might lose 3. Oh, inside line from Mashigo. Mashigo hanging on to that inside line over the grass. And Dennis Dropper had to come out of that one ever so slightly. So it looks like Dropper's actually come out of it the best. Dennis Dropper stayed out of harm's way, and Mashigo's back onto the dirty stuff. Oh, it's getting real. It is getting real out there, that's for sure. Ruben Van Niekerk starting the attack and starting the antics there. Running off circuit. Then Mashigo went off, and he went off twice. It's now Dropper who's moved up into second place behind Mark Jones. Jones has disappeared at the front end. He realizes that he's going to be in the mix here with these guys. So Dropper tucks in behind. It's then the 7.5 of Ruben Van Niekerk. Back to the front end of the Yaris category. We're on the last lap there. That is second place Cara Hill we're watching. Sawad Variawa onto the straight up towards Sarl Sweep. And he's just got it all clean and clear at the front end. 6.5 seconds up the road there from Hill in second. So really not any issues there for him. He heads down towards Cape Town corner. Fostron for the last time in race 1. Certainly following suit in both Dad and his brother's way of racing. It's at the front end because he's definitely been the man to beat, and he's not going to be better here today as he comes to the line and takes the first race victory there for the 86 Yaris Cup. He finishes up the Yaris side of things at the front end with Hill in second. Here she comes to the line. Let's hopefully go back to see what's happening there with those 86s. Mark Jones will be the first of the 86s we'll be looking for there as well. Here is the man from the Citizen, who is looking to come through Cape Town corner for the last time and searching for that checkered flag, as he has been all race long, to take the first victory here on the 86 side of this really, really awesome battle. In the background you can see side-by-side action coming to the line. Here they come. Second place is going to be Dennis Dropper. Who's going to get third? Is it going to be Mashigo? It is. Mashigo hangs on. Mashigo hangs on. Looks like he's beaten Brendan Sanaforth to the line there for third place. And into fourth. Yes, indeed. There it is. Confirmation. Mashigo. Actually, Chad Luckoff. Oh, coming through there. Chad Luckoff coming out of nowhere. And getting back from a small mistake earlier on. He was the man on pole. He dropped right out of it. And he eventually finishes up in fourth place behind Sechaba Mashigo. So it's Saad Variawa from Cara Hill and Nicky Vistanis, first of the Yaris cars. Top three there for them. And then behind that, it is Bjorn Berthold and Tariq Adam. Mark Jones wins out the 86s, beating out Dennis Dropper and Sechaba Mashigo. It's Chad Luckoff and Ruben Finikirk that make up the top 10 there for GR Cup. From GR Cup, going into the cars that are on our side of the track. Just on the right hand side of your screen, you will see the pit entrance for the new pit building, and on this side of the circuit, of course, it is all about G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, and they are up next with a really action-packed field about to go to battle, and of course an array of vehicles that second to none in terms of supercars around the country and around the world.
karre gaan nou ry.
Oh yeah. That's completely cool.
That waiting for the gun, the nerves are just too much, thinking about what is about to go down.
There goes the horn to start the race.
No, I think it's really amazing. And now the whole setup and people are dressed up.
We're giving something, I think, to the people that's just fantastic.
The support on the side of the road is second to none, and that gives you the extra oomph.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. The scenery is beyond what I could imagine. I seriously enjoyed it. I met so many wonderful people on the way.
Really enjoying Cape Town. People seem to really appreciate artwork here, which is really nice.
Come and visit Cape Town. We are waiting for you with open arms. We welcome you here. This will remain a city of hope and opportunity for everyone, not just in Cape Town, but around the country and the world.
And he takes the tape.
Cape Town is open, safe and ready to host you.
Powered by the City of Cape Town, it's Extreme Festival Round 1 here at the Killarney International Raceway. And this is how things look for the rest of the day. We're about 22 degrees Celsius at the moment. There was about 10% chance of rain, but I think that's going to be even less now. The rain has definitely disappeared. As you can see, Table Mountain starting to shine in the background. We've got about 15 kilometers an hour. Let's go and catch up with some of our G&H Transport Extreme Supercar competitors before their first race of the day. Arguably the fastest cars here this weekend is G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Roy Aubrey, are you looking forward to the challenge of fighting with those fast cars?
Absolutely. I mean, Cape Town's always a wonderful place to go for us Transvaalers. You know, the thick air gives us a nice ride here, and especially on days today where there's a bit of moisture around because, you know, the naturally aspirated cars really go nicely. The Cape Town guys this year have done a lot of work on their track, so a lot less bumpy, and I think it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. You know, I've been out of the series for a little while, so I'm still rusty, and the guys have all stepped up. There's I upgraded my car, but I obviously upgraded a bit slow because everybody else has got a hell of a lot more faster machinery than there was a year and a bit ago. But I think it's going to be a great day tomorrow.
Chris, what's that V10 like?
It's fantastic. It likes the altitude for sure. I'm just not keeping up with it, so I've got a bit of work to do, but fantastic circuit and very intimidating, I must say. To be fast here, it's not just enough to have a fast car, you also need to be a fast driver.
I think that's the case. Jay, you know exactly what it takes here. Yep. Take us through what the plans are to get to the front end.
Buy another car. Yeah, look, you know, they've resurfaced a lot of the back straight, which has thrown my braking marker going into 5. It was a bump and then brake. Now it's just nothing, so that's thrown me out, but it's good. But everyone's very quick, and it's getting a bit. You don't just walk into your home track and sit on the podium. It doesn't work that way anymore.
Got to work for it.
You've got to work.
Boris, yes. What kind of work do you need to do to get onto that podium?
I'm driving my GT4 this weekend. My GT3, I'm still waiting for spare parts, but getting back into the GT4, it's something to get used to again. You can't brake where you brake with a GT3 car. And obviously it's a little bit slower in the corners, coming out and going in. But yeah, we're getting the times back where I need to be. So me and Joe is pushing for 1:15, because I think that's a really good time for a GT4 car. And we're about a second and a half off the pace. So yeah, I think between us, we will have a good job this weekend.
Speaking of lap times, I did get a query from one of our fans out there. A 1:12.6 was Franco Scrivanti's time, but that was only quick enough for third place. So a little bit of work to do there for the Scuderia Scrivanti car, the Porsche. But it was Charles Arangi's and his teammate Jonathan du Toit who link up to lock out that front row. Arangi's in the Audi R8, and of course a magnificent effort there from him to be at the front end of this field. That LMS GT3 Evo just ahead of his fellow stablemate out of Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, Jonathan du Toit. Those two were both on the 110s, so 110.1 and a 110.5 for the Audi and the Lambo. A 1:12.6 for the Porsche. Gianni Giannaccaro did a 14.2 to get into 4th place overall and 2nd in the GT3 class. And then it is Marcel Angel in the Autohaus Angel Ferrari 488 GT3 who lines up there in 5th place. Mo Mia, good effort there from him in the Toys R Us Porsche, first of the 911s. He is, of course, moving into 6th place on the grid there for Toys R Us. And he lines up just ahead of Ant Blunden and Jason Ibbotson, who we just chatted to in the Ferrari. So that's how things go for the first heats of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Ricky Jonacaro just ahead of Roy Aubrey. Darby Joubert in his Porsche is just ahead of Gianni Jonacaro. And then it's, in fact, the Jimbo Jonacaro, beg your pardon. Gianni a bit further up, as I said, in that Nissan R35. Joe Ellerine and Marius Jackson sharing the honours there. And in fact, Joe Ellerine outgunning his boss man with Daniel Kutsia and Nicky Dix just ahead of Niels Modak and Imad Modak at the back of the pack. So that's how they'll be lining up now for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So they're coming down the back straight away now behind the CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup official safety car, doubling its duties here this weekend as the official safety car there as well for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So we got R8, Audi, Lamborghini Huracan, Porsche 997 alongside that R35, and that's how things are going to go here. Now up to Charles Oranges to dictate the pace. He knows exactly what it does and what it takes here in Cape Town to lead from the front of a GD3 field like this. Let's see what happens now as the lights go out and we go racing. Jonathan Detroit trying to catch his teammate out as they head towards turn 1. Look at Franco Scabanti also looking dangerous as they get into turn 1. Around the outside goes Detroit. Detroit takes the lead. Whole shotting into turn 1 on the outside line. Roy Aubrey on the outside there of Niels Modak. Niels Modak in the second of those GD3 Trofeo Lamborghinis. Already pressure coming from Franco Scabanti as they went into turn 2 there. Can you believe that pressure? Huge amounts as they came through there. Ricky Jonacaro side by side by the looks of things and fighting hard with Niels Modak as they came into turn 2. Out of turn 2 it's the two Porsches. Right now looks like it might be Ant Blunden just ahead of Nicky Dix. It is. In fact, no, Mo Mir tucked in behind Ant Blunden as they went right hand corner down at Camp Dip. Top 5 got away slightly. Then it's Porsches and Ferraris fighting with Lamborghinis on their tail. Modak just on the back end by the looks of it of the third Porsche. Two Porsches battling hard there. Speaking of Porsches battling hard, this one's fighting for huge honours. Oh, and run wide and high onto the banking at Postron. Scabanti with a big problem there coming out of Postron corner. Nearly put a wheel over the side of that exit point. Now gets the drive onto the straightaway. We're going to get on the inside of Charles Oranges as they go down towards turn 1. A little bit extra squirt from that Porsche gets him through. He's up in a second place now. Oranges in the pageant racing. Strudale Audi drops down 1 place. Comes back at the Porsche now as they go onto the Joubert straight towards turn 2. So we've got Lambo versus Porsche versus Audi for the first 3. Further back, Jimbo Jonacaro now getting into the mix as well. Fighting hard there with Budnick and Joseph Ellerine. Fights all the way through that pack. Marius Jackson, I beg your pardon, in that blue and pink machine. Ellerine, of course, slightly higher up there in the white-coloured Audi R8 GD4. How's this fight? Darby on the inside. Joubert finds a way through there on Modak. Modak opens up the door. A Wild Rose Gin Porsche now tucks in behind the leading Porsche in that battle. And looks like that's still, if I'm not mistaken, Ant Blunden. So Blunden at this point in time looking for that second spot in terms of Porsche honours. That's the lead one coming out of Postron. He heads down towards turn 1 again, trying to close the gap down on Jonathan Detoy. Oranges now being left behind. Marcel Angel behind that in the Auto House Angel 488. That Ferrari trying to close the gap down here to these very fast cars out front. We heard from Jason Ibbotson, Angel's teammate. You can't just come to your home circuit and expect to be the fastest car. That doesn't happen anymore. Unless you want to be the fastest Porsche out there in the second battle, because it's now moving up into second place there in the Porsche side of things for Darby Joubert. He's ahead of Mo Mir in 8th place. Modak behind that. So first of the Trofeo Lamborghinis there is Modak. Oh, a little wide run there from the 7.7. And Blunden opens up the door. Modak's going to try and make him pay for it. He gets forced wide out of the kink, and now into turn 3, slots up. Oh, John Okora had a look as well. Ricky wanted to go with him, but Nick in that big V10. Dodge Viper now all over the back of this fight between the Lamborghinis and the Porsche. We've seen a stable of cars out of Bucket List Racing on track with the GR Cup, and now it's the boss man there from Bucket List Racing looking for a chance to squeeze through, get in amongst this battle between the two Lamborghinis and the Porsche of London. Change up for the lead. Scribanti hits the front. Scribanti hits the front, and as he does so, goes into the 108s. A 108.284 there from Franco Scribanti. One of the fastest laps we've ever seen around here in a saloon car, that is for sure. 108.248, or 284, beg your pardon, from Franco Scribanti. Jonathan Toys into the 109. So Scribanti now looking to light the circuit up and get away from Jatoy. Peter Savage, you want to know what kind of lap times that Porsche can do? There you have it. Possible new outright lap record there for the Porsche as he heads down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. Oh, Fostron, there go. The Porsche getting great lines and good drive out of that bank turn at turn 5. And now onto the main straightaway to complete another lap. What a start here to this one. We've got 4 laps completed, 6 to go in this first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, and it's Franco Scribanti who leads out over Jonathan Dutoy. Outgoing champion is the man to beat here in this one. He looked like he had what it takes to stay at the front end and was disappearing at one stage, and then they turned the wick up slightly on the Porsche and they've closed that gap down and now lead things out heading into the second half of the race. Ibbotson coming under pressure now from Derby Jabir, the Wild Rose Gin Porsche closing down on the back end of that Autohaus Angel Ferrari. Jay, of course, piloting the 458 option of the Ferrari stable out of Autohaus Angel. The 488 up the road in the hands of Marcel Angel. Right now he sits in 4th place. Amazing to see how things have changed around in the world of G&H Transport Supercars. You've got 18 cars on the grid, and if you do the maths, you can work out that there's a small amount of money racing here at Killarney International for round 1 of Extreme Supercars. It's not the official opening round of this championship. Remember, they had their first round at the Passion for Speed Festival at SupaCup at the end of January. But of course, the official round of Extreme Festival kicks off this weekend in Cape Town. And round 2 of this championship now in full effect. Now we're getting side by side down towards turn number 1. Looks like Nicky Dix has pulled away ever so slightly from them. Yes, he has. There's a move on the inside from Butler. Follows John Okora into turn 1. Puts Nias Modak behind him. So the Bucket List Racing Dodge Viper now becomes the meat in the sandwich between the two Lamborghinis. John Okora, of course, piloting that Lamborghini Gallardo. He's in the Hurricane. And this is where things could change up ever so slightly. As a bit of pressure comes from that Bucket List Racing V10. John Okora in the Hurricane. Behind that it's the Trofeo machine of Nias Modak. Using some ground now to those two cars as they get away. They're trying to close down there, of course, on the Porsche just up the road there of Momia. That Modak doing a fantastic run, I've got to tell you, in that Lamborghini. Now, just a little bit of ground to John Okora and to Matic. That's only just because he's finding it a bit more difficult, not having the same amount of experience as these two drivers in this category. Take nothing away from Modak. He is definitely in with a chance here of being the man up front and could possibly be a contender in the category, of course, for GT3 honours. He races in Class A at the moment, but certainly looking at wants to change that around. Here's a nice little battle as well. Roy Overy fighting with Jimbo Jonakaro. Jimbo around the outside. On the inside comes Jackson as the leaders start to close in on them. So back markers now for Scribanti. Here they come into the dam step. Porsche on a flyer. You see those flags waving high. The sheriff is looking to get through. Not the sheriff, I beg your pardon, the general. It's the general there that's in full flight. The sheriff will be at the hill climb later on this year. They'll come through there. Look at this, absolutely amazing stuff. Watch that Porsche. Watch the additional power getting past on Overy. Slots through between Overy and Jonakaro. Jimbo now gives way to Jonathan DeToy. Overy does the same thing under braking for Foster on corner. Coming to start the penultimate lap. 2 laps to go for these two as they come through and complete another one in anger. So Scribanti's lost a little bit of ground though with that traffic. Toy definitely capitalising on that traffic. It was a lot easier for him to get through there than the general. And now Scribanti runs wide in turn 1. Just maybe going in there a little bit too hot on the brakes. Next car up the road there looks like it's going to be close to Bellarine. He's going to close down on. Or Marius Jackson. No, Joseph Bellarine. Looks like the pressure's coming from DeToy. DeToy once by. Watching those ring mirrors, see both Scribanti and DeToy. DeToy, oh, Scribanti using that back marker, cleverly placing the Porsche alongside the Audi, making DeToy have to come off the accelerator ever so slightly, just keeping that advantage. Good race tactics there from Franco Scribanti. Placement of the car there was crucial and it was perfect. Just allowing him to get the drive down that back straight and just making sure that DeToy had to come off the loud pedal just slightly. That might be enough as they start their last lap. On the last lap now, Scribanti from DeToy. These two pulled a massive margin over Charles Laurent. He's there for third. Scribanti might be able to hang on here for his first victory. And as I said, a possible new outright lap record for a saloon car around this track. 108.284, I'd have to get confirmation on that, but from our side I don't think I've seen a saloon car go quicker than that. It might be the sports car of Stuart White that could potentially still hang on to the outright overall lap record in that Ginetta G57 that him and Craig piloted in the Endurance Series. Craig Jarvis, of course, the owner of that car. And Stuart White got into that car and set an outright lap record here at Killarney International Raceway. And one of the Southern Endurance Series races. But here we are at, of course, round 1 of the Extreme Festival. Checkered flag is out, and it is Franco Scribanti for Scuderia Scribanti who takes the victory. Franco Scribanti Racing taking the win there into the General, the Porsche 997. Wins out of Jonathan DeToy. A+ on 1 and 2 across the line. Here comes the fight between Jackson, Jonakaro and Overy. Overy wins that one out. Of Marcel Angel will have to close in on the slower cars. So Angel will eventually finish up in 4th place, 2nd in the GT3 class. Gianni Jonakaro across the line as well. GG to just wrap things up there, and he comes through for 7th overall. Looks like 4th in the GT3 class. Jason Everton has crossed the line there. I'm not quite sure why he was behind Gianni, because on the timing monitor he's actually ahead of him. We'll get confirmation of that now that they've completed the first heat of anger and the first heat of racing here for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Up next, we're going to CompCare Polo Cup. Scribanti takes Class A+ and the overall, beating out Jonathan DeToy, as you can see there. That's 1 and 2 Class A+. Charles Laurent gets 3rd overall, but wins the GT3 battle ahead of Marcel Angel and Gianni Jonakaro. Class A goes to Darby Jabir ahead of Ricky Jonakaro and Chris Budnick. And a good run there from Jason Everton. He'll be finishing 4th in GT3s. And Imad Modak looks like he's won out his class as well. Good effort there from him. In fact, no, he comes through for third in Class A. Ricky Jonakara in fourth. Mo Mia in the Porsche will get the win for Class B, so ahead of Mia's Modak. And then Class D goes to Joseph Ellerine. Roy Aubrey will win out Class C for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. We'll be back shortly with action from CompCare Polo Cup. CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup now making way onto the circuit now to kick off the second round of their championship, even though we're on the first round of Extreme Festivals. Remember, they were one of the curtain raisers at the Killarney 9 hour. We managed to catch up with some of the top contenders before they go to race today. see what's going to be happening down at the Mother City. And so he's going to have what it takes to be at the front end of CompCare Polo Cup. CompCare Polo Cup in Cape Town. 2 Cape Town drivers looking forward to the weekend, I'm sure. Mr. Victor, what's your plans?
Honestly, I just want a top 3. I'm still learning a lot, even though it's my home track. Practice has been good, so hopefully we can have to put a better lap in for quali and Super Bowl.
Tyler, we saw a bit of a decision made in between Kyle Army and coming to Killarney. You were umming and ahhing whether to go single-seaters in Polo Cup. What was the reason to come Polo Cup?
I think it was mainly just the safety. My dad and especially my mom felt that the Formula 1600, because it doesn't have a halo yet, that it was a bit unsafe. And also a lot of complications in between, like practices and stuff. That's what really influenced our decision. And we just thought that there was a better route for us going forward, going into the Polo Cup series. And it was also less expensive to go the Polo Cup route.
And so far? From the weekend, how's it gone?
It's been alright. We're still looking for quite a bit of pace, but we're improving every time, and that's what's really important.
So Charlotte, you're going to give us some pace, mate, because you seem to have the pace at the front end, but it's going to be tight, because you've got a lot of the Cape Town young guns, and of course Darby on your tail, ex-teammate.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be war tomorrow. We're going to try and see if we can maximize qualifying by getting the best position, which is pole, obviously. But it's definitely close. My friend here must just play nice tomorrow, but I think we're going to have a good race tomorrow, which is insanely close. So at this case, I don't even know who's going to qualify pole. Usually we can more or less see, but now we're all like in the same 0.1, so it's going to be a good race tomorrow.
CompCare Polo Cup now lined up on the grid, ready to go for their first heat of 2 here today. And the Cape Town boys certainly came out firing yesterday. A man who wasn't even supposed to be here has put it onto pole position. Looks like whatever Michele Lupini did to go and take some of those Torcraft tools and sell them in time to go racing for Gio definitely worked out, as Giordano Lupini puts his Torcraft and a Bullion IT car onto the front row of a very competitive CompCare Polo Cup 27th season. Can you believe that? 27 times we've gone racing with Volkswagen in the Polo Cup category. Just getting information in as well before we go racing with CompCare Polo Cup. For those of you that were watching the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars just before this, and I'll reiterate it later on when we get into the second heat. But I would say, having a look at the information that I've got in my file, and also going straight to Stuart White on international duties this weekend overseas, asking what his lap record was. He said that he set the lap record here on a 106.4 in that Ginetta G57. So that is the outright lap record here, of course, at the Killarney International Raceway. But I think that 108.824 from Franco Scribanti may be the fastest overall saloon car lap ever at the Killarney International Raceway. But that, of course, stands to be verified by all of our timekeepers in the background. That banking there as well, quite awesome to see the Magoo grass banking there in full effect, and also getting a big screen provided by our live stream team to ensure that they don't miss any of the action out there on the big grass banking there. The Magoo grass banking, of course, which will be in full effect later on this year for World Rallycross. Looks like also getting information there from Shu. 107s apparently from some of the GT3 cars, so it might not quite be the outright lap record there, but we'll get confirmation on that one as we get into CompCare Polo Cup now. Making their way around the circuit for their first heat, and of course it is Giordano Lupini and Anthony Pretorius who will be on that front row with the revision of qualifying. But if we look at the way the grid is going to line up, of course, it'll be slightly different to that. So let's get down into the nitty-gritty of Polo Cup. Let's see how we're going to race this first race in terms of the grid for Polo Cup. Shod by Dunlop, remember? So we've got Giordano Lupini on the front row. He is alongside Davy van der Merwe. And then second row is Charles Visser and Nathan Victor. So it is Tourcraft and Bullion IT ahead of Volkswagen Motorsport and Nathan's Motorsports, Davy van der Merwe. Team Red Racing, Charles Visser, championship leader coming out of the Killarney round. Nathan Victor for Summit Racing, Anthony Pretorius for Bucketless Racing, and Jason Loosemore gifted a 6th place overall on the grid due to the fact that Dean Fenter was found to be in infringement of one of the rules, and he's been dropped back down into 10th place behind Faran Basha and Chevy Bassoon. Jagger Robertson will line up alongside Dean Fenter, and then you've got Cora Hill and Buxy Kamani for the 10th anniversary of the Squadra Course team. He is piloting that car. Ethan Kutsia for JRT ahead of Bryce Pillay. Then it's Mo Karodia and Rasley Harris for Bucketless Racing. I beg your pardon, for Angry Racing. And then it's Tyler Robinson and Jean-Andre Marais just ahead of Roshan Goodman as they get up into the mix here for the very first time in Polo Cup. There we go, also getting information. Thanks, Wayne. That's awesome, bud. So into Africa, and Amanda car got down into the 107. So 107.758 is the outright fastest lap for a saloon car. So Franco's got to find about a second if he wants that outright lap record. Maybe later on, might be slightly better conditions. So much appreciated there for the guys feeding us information from all around the world. It's also part and parcel of how we do things here, to ensure that we can bring you all the information that is required, and of course the right information. And that's why we like this interactive commentary, because it gives us opportunities to get that information to you from the people that be. So when you throw things out there on a live stream commentary about lap records, of course everybody's going to check in their 10 cents worth, which is fantastic. But it brings you the right information, as I said. Looks like the whole of the Eastern Cape have just woken up as well. And Jody Udenveld has just sent out a shout out to everybody to come and join us for this CompCare Polo Cup race action, race number 1. 30-second board is out. The fastest 30 seconds of your life, because it'll change to 5 seconds pretty rapidly. And now they are under starters orders for this first race. This is going to be Giordano Lupini who's going to be able to outgun Don. Getting caught on the back there ever so slightly, and I think Roshan Goodman might be the man who didn't quite get off the line as well as what he wanted. But side by side between Davy van der Merwe as they go into turn number 1. Around the outside of Giordano Lupini, and the inside was Charles Visser. Visser looking to try and squeeze out his arch rival and ex-teammate from last year, and he's late on the brakes into turn 1. Davy gets it sideways and just manages to hang on to that second spot as they go through there. A little bit of lift of the curb there. That I think might have been Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia putting a wheel onto the dirt. Jean-Andre Marais running high and wide out of turn 2 and completely off the circuit almost in the orange machine in the background. Look at Hill all over the back end of Dean Fenter as they come into... Oh, and a touch! Cora Hill getting sent into the wall there as she turned in. Bryce Pillay had nowhere to go, just tagged the back end of the Calyx car, and it ends up in the wall. So Pillay and Hill coming together. I'm sure that happened at Kyalami if I'm not mistaken, but we'll keep an eye on that one as they go now onto that back straightaway. Dunlop's now starting to get into full temperature for race action here. Giordano Lupini leads things out over Van der Merwe. The Calyx car is back on track and got going again. Oh, bits and pieces of a car coming off there. I'm not quite sure which car that was, but certainly some debris coming off one of the cars as they went onto the braking point down into Fostron corner. Jagger Robertson has got ahead there by the looks of it of Nathan Victor as they head over the line to complete this first lap in anger. Overall. That's how they cross the line. Foreign Busher's behind that. So it's Victor and Robertson fighting hard. Busher behind that, looking to try and find a way through there, and you can see Anthony Pretorius lining up just behind him. Here comes Fisser on the inside of Fanamava, looking for a chance into turn 2. Jagger Robertson using the high and wide line into Cape Town that all the Cape Town drivers will tell you about as they come in there. Kutsia out of shape again. Ethan Kutsia opens up the door, and just going through there, Shivi Bassoon. So Shivesh Bassoon just makes his way through, side by side, once again down towards Deb's Dip. And on his tail, looks like it's Rasley Harris and Bryce Pillay. Kutsia runs wide. Let's just open up the door there, Bassoon. Here comes Rasley Harris in the angry car, trying to squeeze through as well as they go through Sorrel Fanamava sweep. Onto that back straight now. Slipstream City for a couple of the cars. You can see Darby Fanamava has lost out there to Fisser. Charles Fisser up in a second place now. Looking to close that gap down on his fellow Cape Townian. Jason Loosemore. A bit of manoeuvring there to keep out Nathan Victor, the Summit Racing man, taking on Team Red Racing. Jason Loosemore, highest position he's ever been in a Polo Cup race there. Up into nice. And what a start there. What a start. I think they might have got those two cars slightly mixed up in terms of Team Red Racing. Just want to double check it though. Because I think it's Loosemore ahead of Jagger Robertson. I don't think it's Robertson ahead of Loosemore, but I might be wrong. Timing Monitor saying it's the other way around. Mo Karodia now in the mix as well with Buxy Kamani. Let's have a look, see there. Charles Fisser. Is that the Renegade bonnet? It is. It's Loosemore and Victor. Timing Monitor slightly wrong there. So Loosemore and Victor fighting hard. Don Lapini though leads things out comfortably at the moment, and he has got a little bit of pressure coming from behind there as those second and third cars start to close him down, trying to get the job done at the front end and have the perfect weekend. So far it's gone his way. He was quickest in qualifying, he was quickest in Super Pole, and now looking for the first victory. Certainly going to bring him back into the championship contention right from the word go at his opening round of the Extreme Festival and second round of the CompCare Polo Cup. Straight they come again. Victor once again now moves up one position, slotting through ahead of Jagger Robertson. Slotting ahead of Jason Loosemore as well. Onto the brakes. Rasley Harris, Dean Fenter. Could see around the outside of Shivi Bassoon, continuing that battle with Bryce Pillay tucked in behind them, looking for a chance to pounce on any mistakes from those two. Fenter looks to try and find a way past on Harris. Harris hangs on for now. The Angry Racing squad will be happy with the performance there of their second man. Of course, with Tate Bishop stepping up into the GDC Super Cup now, that car became available, and Rasley Harris has jumped in and is definitely looking forward to being part and parcel of the 2023 27th running of Polo Cup. To the Sorrel sweep. Loosemore is just up the road there. Jagger Robertson is trying to find a way through on him. Jagger's now closed onto the back of his teammate, wants a way past if he can get it. Darby Fanamava's opened up a small margin over Charles Fisser as well. Here comes the battle between the two Team Red Racing boys. Loosemore at the moment hangs on. Jagger dives on the inside into Cape Town. Loosemore going to give him a little bit of room to play, but only just enough for the two of them to go side by side. Ooh, nearly touching between the two of them. Team Red absolutely locked together as they come onto the main straightaway. Oh man, the oval track champion is taking on the multiple NX Legend champion, and they are not holding back. Good friends, very good friends off track. Arch rivals, but teammates, and they are wing mirror to wing mirror down towards turn 1. This time it's Loosemore on the inside, Jagger Robertson on the outside. Foreign Busher there looking for a chance to pounce if something goes wrong between the two of them. Loosemore's inside line forces Jagger into mistake, and Busher gets up the inside of him. So Jagger Robertson loses out 2 positions there. Here comes a move on the inside as well. Diving through from behind. Watch out for the big move coming there from Bucketless Racing's Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius wants in. He's looking for a way past. He goes side by side with Jagger. Busher loses out as Jagger Robertson comes back at him. Jagger Robertson now looking for a chance, but on the inside. Oh, what a move. Great positioning there from Anthony Pretorius. Forces Jagger onto the dirty stuff. He has to slot in behind that. Basha's on his inside. He'll probably have to slot behind Farhan Basha into Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. He gets through. So what a move there from Basha. Eventually makes it stick, but now slipstream time. Remember, you've also got to take into account that these guys have got push-to-pass mechanisms that give them a little bit of extra power. Somebody's run off in the background. It's Venter. Dean Venter running off out of Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. He gets back up and back on track, but he's dropped down right to the back of the pack. Basha now, side by side with Robertson. Robertson, a little tag there between him and Farhan Basha as they come through. Little touch again, and the two of them lock up coming out of the Fastron Cape Town corner. Another lap completed. Halfway stage reach, 5 out of 10. 5 to go. And once again, it's Jagger Robertson that is absolutely wing mirror to wing mirror with Farhan Basha in the background. Giordano Lupini coming up on the back end of Hill. The Ailing Hill has stayed out there after an off-track excursion on lap number 1. This is Visser diving on the inside, looking for a chance to pounce now on Darby van der Merwe, his arch rival from 2022. They were teammates last year. It's now Team Red Racing versus Nathan's Motorsport. It looks like it's going to be a big fight between the two of them. Nathan Victor just behind that, waiting to pick up any of the pieces there between those two cars. Behind them, big move here from Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius is closed down on the back of Jason Loosemore. Loosemore looking for a top 5. Be the highest finish he's ever got out of Polo Cup, that is for sure. Great manoeuvring here as they go flying through the Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. Jagger Robertson now pulling away from Farhan Basha, trying to leave him behind. Then it's Rasley Harris, Ethan Kutsia, Bryce Pillay, Shivi Bassoon, Mo Karodia. Looks like that might be Tyler Robertson just behind Karodia, so a good run there from our second lady driver out on track, part and parcel of the Team Red Racing stable. Jagger Robertson now forces a high line there, and Basha follows him through. Here's Bassoon on the inside of Karodia. Karodia tries to cut back at him. Great driving there from Mo Karodia. Saw that Bassoon went in too hard. He just backed out of it and then slotted through there on the cutback. And here comes Kamani along for the ride as well. Unbelievably close racing, as always, in Polo Cup. Killarney International Raceway. Great Polo Cup action, and it's more of the same here in the 27th season of this category. In the background, someone running wide. I think that may have been Chris Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius, I beg your pardon. No, Pretorius, yeah, front. Wasn't. It was actually Farhan Basha, and he's lost a wing mirror in the process. So Basha's wing mirror went flying off the car as he had to go off track slightly in his attempt to get past on Jagger Robertson. Pretorius looking for a way past here on Loosemore. Two-time oval track champion for South Africa is Jason Loosemore. Over the last couple of seasons, he's turned his attentions to also being a top pilot here in Polo Cup. And he's been a top contender, no doubt about it, in the Team Red Racing stable. Sideways stuff there from the Angry Racing man. And you can see just how hard that man is pushing. Brilliant bit of race action all the way through that. Watching the likes of that angry car. Rasley Harris. There they come. Another lap completed. Now by the lead car of Giordano Lupini. Second place battle is up for grabs, and it's really hard. Brilliant stuff here from Polo Cup. And now into the thick of this race with about 3 laps to go. Charles Visser losing ground slightly to Darby van der Merwe. Can he make that ground up over this next 3 laps? Is Darby van der Merwe going to try and hang on for second place? They're not going to catch Giordano Lupini by the looks of things. Gio's got something special, and he really is loving life, reveling in the support of his home track and home fans. Shivi Bassoon runs wide out of turn 1, puts a wheel over that rumble strip and onto the dirt, giving a chance now to the 22 car of Buxy Kamani to have a go at him. Squadron Course, of course, celebrating 10 years of their association with the Volkswagen brand as the development team in this category. Buxy Kamani is the pilot of their top runner. Bassoon just ahead of him, trying to close things down there on Kutsia. Kutsia also looking to try and bridge the gap there to Rasley Harris just up the road there from Team Angry Racing. Leaders are onto the back straightaway, down towards Cape Town corner, the top 3. Background, somebody running onto the dirt there. Looks like somebody may have gone off at turn 5. Yellow flags waving in the background. As we see a big move here and an attempt to get through on Loosemore once again from Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius hangs on for now. But it is Jason Loosemore.
not an easy run. Laps, and we're on to the second last lap. Now Giordano Lupini eventually gets through there. Talkcraft and Bullion IT, Paybar helping him out as well. Volkswagen Challenge boys helping out Giordano Lupini get that car onto track. They're certainly going to have their money's worth, considering the fact that he wasn't even supposed to race this weekend. Gio's gone and betted everybody at almost every single occasion here. Qualifying fastest, Super Pole fastest, and now leading comfortably by almost a second and a half up the road. In fact, it's come down slightly there, maybe just under a second to himself in second place, Darby van der Merwe. Half a second back to Charles Visser from Team Red Racing. He's the man in third. He'll find a way to close down on Darby van der Merwe in these last 1.5 laps. To the back straight away they go. This is where push-to-pass mechanisms are going to be needed. Has Charles got a couple more left? Can he use that push-to-pass to get onto the back end and find a way through? Change of surface flag down into turn 5. Something must have gone wrong there, or maybe it's just debris on the sideline. I think it's just a bit of debris on the side of the track there, requiring that change of surface flag to be put out. Shaw runs wide. Look how hard Sharpus is pushing. Running wide out of turn 5 past one corner to try and close the gap down on second place, Darby van der Merwe. Victor hangs on for fourth. No change there from Nathan Victor's point of view. He hangs on to fourth place at the moment. But it's Giordano Lupini controlling things here on this last lap. Magnificent run here from Lupini. He's going to cement it with the first victory of the day. No one can have an answer here. Oh, as I say that, he puts himself under a bit of pressure. Running way too hot into turn 2, so it's not done yet. Got to keep it all together for a little bit longer there, Gio. Darby van der Merwe would have seen that. He's now going to try and maybe push a little harder for this last lap to stay ahead of Charles Visser. Maybe put a bit more pressure onto the leader. See if he can succumb to that pressure. Maybe make a mistake all on his own. He flies out of Sorrel Sweep and heads down onto that back straightaway for the last time. I don't think there's going to be any issues here. Darby van der Merwe is not going to be caught by Charles Visser. He's just too far back, unless Visser's got to push the pass here on this last lap to use. As they come down onto braking. As I said, debris seems to have been removed from the circuit, and it's Giordano Lupini. Talkcraft, Bullion IT and Paybar are going to be very, very happy with the performance of their man. I know one man on the side of the circuit is going to lose his mind. That'll be Giordano Lupini's dad, Michele. So it's Giordano Lupini who wins out the CompCare Polo Cup ahead of Darby van der Merwe. Team Red Racing, Charles Visser, SunBet Racing with Victor behind the wheel. And it's Jason Newsball with his best finish ever in Polo Cup. He's fifth place overall, ahead of Farin Basha and Anthony Pretorius. I think a couple of the cars there were not being picked up correctly by the live timing, so we'll correct that slightly. There it is. Giordano Lupini, Darby van der Merwe, Charles Visser, Nathan Victor, Jason Looseball, top 5, Anthony Pretorius in 6th. Jagger Robertson comes through there ahead of Farin Basha and Ethan Kutsia, and Rasley Harris make up the top 10 for Angry Racing. Brilliant stuff from CompCare Polo Cup. That's how we wrap things up here. Now we move on to our single-seaters, the Investchem Formula 1600s. Investchem Formula 1600s making their way onto the circuit now for their first heat, along with the Formula 4 Kent category. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers there before we went to race action here at Killarney International Raceway. Investchem Formula 1600s and some young guns that are certainly showing some prowess in this class. Going to kick things off with Casey. Casey, new challenge for you coming out of karting into a single-seater. It looks like you've definitely stepped up to the plate though.
It's a lot different to karting. It's a completely different experience, but it's a lot better than karting, I can say that.
And what's the track like in terms of the new tarmac that's down there?
It's a different track. I'm not used to it, but I'm finding it very nice. It's a really fun track.
Karabo, what's your plans, buddy? Are you going to try and get into that top 3 hunt for the podium?
Definitely. I think that's everyone's goal here, and we're just trying to improve as much as we can.
Improvements have been coming big, and I'm sure that you're looking forward to doing more and more today and tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Storm, from your side, it's not the first time you've been here, but certainly looking forward to an opportunity that may give these guys a run for their money.
Yeah, so into my second year, and I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Times look really close, so it's going to be a great weekend.
So catching up some of the young guns in this category, and certainly a couple of guys who've got what it takes to be at the front end. But of course we've got some work to do to get to the front end now. They didn't quite get the qualifying right. It's tricky conditions this morning for qualifying. We did have a little bit of early morning rain. As you can see, it's now dried up completely. So it changed things up in terms of the strategy that these drivers were looking for. Antoine Calvination put it on pole position. It's the man we're looking at as he rolls up to that pole position spot. He'll be looking to take on his brother who's right behind him. But alongside him is the birthday boy, Jason Kutsia. Now Jay had some little antics during qualifying that he had to be reprimanded for by the COC, so he's under a bit of scrutiny from the COC for the rest of this round of the championship. Coach and the birthday boy, happy birthday, but Kutsia, 21 today. Looking maybe to give himself a birthday present of his first race victory. Alex Fox is alongside Gerard Calvination in that second row. Looking for a chance for the race driver SA Cup. He's starting our wrap away right now. Just challenge the case behind that. I think that he'll be back and slugging with a bit of ailment over the weekend. Hopefully his luck's turned around here for race day itself, where he can be a little bit closer and maybe up close and personal with the race action. We didn't even get to mention the guys in the Kent category. Rick Morris all the way from the UK out ahead of Duncan Foss as they head down towards turn 1. start there by the looks of things, and it looks like it may be the man in second place who leads things out. Jason Kutsia has hit the front, hole shot it, so there's birthday present number 1, the whole shot done. Can he keep out the pack for the rest of this 10 laps of action? So Bonga Mukwana and Karaba going at it there in that mid-pack, fighting hard by the looks of things with Srin Naidu, and it looks like Storm Lanfear has joined the party as well. So there's a bit of mid-pack action already in the Formula 1600s, exactly what we expected as they come onto that short straight up towards Sarwell Street for the first time. It is the man out front, Jason Kutsia, who leads things. He was in second place on the start line, and he managed to outgun his pole position rival and hangs on for now. Hugging that inside line down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. Antoine Caldenes is going to try and go around the outside on the banking. He runs high and wide and off the circuit. Oh, Caldenes, big mistake there, just too hot into turn 5, and it's going to drop him right to the back of the pack there. So Antoine Caldenes going a little bit too hot into turn 5. That's given a little bit of breathing room now to Kutsia. He's ahead of Gerard Caldenes now. Gerard Caldenes locks up into turn 1. So both of the Caldenes boys making mistakes there. One at the end of lap number 1 and one at the start of lap number 2. That is now Nick Van Wheelie up in the second place. Voss under pressure. Dolenchek looking for a way through there on Nick Van Wheelie. Well, it was Van Wheelie, it's now Voss. So Van Wheelie up in the second. Gerard Caldenes is into third. Good move there from Troy Dolenchek, trying to find a way through there. And Alex Voss right on his tail is Karabo. Karabo looking fantastic at the moment. And Siamonga Mongkwana into the mix as well. That's how we see things going at the moment for Formula 1600s. 1600 battle starting to rage here. It's kind of what we expected to see with these Formula 1600s, as they are fighting hard, spreading out in the background as well, trying to find ways through. Dolenchek around the outside, brilliant bit of driving there from Troy Dolenchek. Makes up one position and gets up ahead by the looks of it. Let's see at this point in time, hangs on ahead of Gerard Caldenes with another lap completed. 2 down, 8 to go. Voss behind Dolenchek, Casey Ensel Smith ahead of Monkonkwana. Coming in there, this is a super run there. Sujan Car of Dolenchek starting to put a bit of pressure now. And they're going to close that gap down on Nick Van Wheelie. He's got through on Caldenes. Further back, Rick Morris fighting hard, as you can see. Duncan Voss in the mix there, but it is Schofield who leads out. And Schofield at the moment running at the top end of the Kent category. His good friend all the way from the UK. Great to have Rick Morris back in the house here this weekend. And Duncan Voss is there as well. Graham Hepburn not quite on the pace of those top 3. He's down in 4th place, but still looking to try and hang on to that 4th spot, just ahead of Ron Van Wheelie. So Ron Van Wheelie and Hepburn for 4 and 5 as they complete another lap there for the Kent class. Back to the front, Kutsia hangs on. Van Wheelie, Nicholas that is, closing him down. Nick Van Wheelie actually going quickest on that last pass, a 1:16.6 for Nicholas Van Wheelie. Fastest man on track is in second place at the moment. We're going to close that gap down and spoil the birthday boy's chances of a win on his birthday. I'll tell you, Jason Kutsia is going to make that Formula 1600 exceptionally wide if Van Wheelie gets up close and personal with him to ensure that he maintains the lead and hopefully hangs on for the win. What a birthday present for the 21-year-old if he can get that right. Storm Lanfear dives up the inside, looking for a chance there just to get ahead. And that was Srin Naidu, I think he's just made his way through on, yes. Srin Naidu losing out 1 place there to Lanfear. Naidu tries to come back. Didn't have a lot of seat time yesterday, he was still at college. Lots of lectures. That is Ron Van Wheelie, Magnificent Paint and Hardware, Formula Ford Kent. He's sitting in 5th place, I think, if I'm not mistaken. No, he's in 4th place behind Voss. Meyer and Hepburn have dropped right to the back. Hepburn, I think, has had a problem somewhere on track, and he's dropped right out of it. One car that we don't see out there, of course, and you'll see it now, just in the background of the shot as we sweep through into Cape Town corner, Fostron. If you get a wide-angled shot, you'll just pick up the pink, blue and white car of Andrew Schofield, the Fly Saturday car parked there just in the foreground of that shot after a big crash in qualifying. Andrew Schofield unfortunately didn't get that car fixed in time And it would take too much to get that car fixed for him to be back on track. So it's a big pity we've lost Captain Andrew Schofield. Ooh, locking up wheels, boys. You don't want to be doing that. That is not the way to be doing it here. We've seen some big crashes. One at SupaCup between the Formula V boys. We saw a massive one last year at East London Grand Prix circuit. Next driver SA Investchem car, Siabonga Mongakwana, looking for a way through there on Foss, and it looks like a change up between Foss and KC Ensor Smith. Ensor Smith has moved up one place. Karabo Malamela starting to close things down there in the background as well. He's coming along for the ride. Srinadu, he might have just broken away ever so slightly and has lost the toe to the back end of Storm Lanfia's car. Yeah, Lanfia pulling away now from him. So it looks like there's going to be a fight on at the back of the pack, never mind at the front as well. We've got 3 cars fighting for the lead, and Dolinchek has moved up to second. Dolinchek now up ahead of Van Wheelie. Is he going to spoil the birthday boys' chances here of a victory? Troy Dolinchek is very fast around this track. Chatted to both these boys on Friday, and they were very, very fired up about what their chances were here on the weekend in the Investchem Formula 1600, fighting, of course, for the biggest prize purse in South African motorsport. Not only do they get a chance of winning that money, they get an incredible opportunity to test in a big single-seater, as well as a chance to run in global touring cars. And that's exactly what we're going to see a bit later on. There's an outside manoeuvre from Dolinchek, trying to get the cut back there on Jason Kutsia. Listen to those tyres squealing out of turn 2. Pressure is on Jason Kutsia. Across the line. Back down to 2/10 of a second. You can see how close it is visibly as they head through Sarah van der Merwe sweep. Coming up on the back end now of the Formula Ford Kent category. Kent cars about to be caught and passed by the leading pack of Formula 1600s. That actually might be Alan Mayer who's been caught now by this pack. Jason Kutsia goes defensive on Dolinchek, who's trying to drive around. He's outside on the banking. The two of them could lock wheels. It was very close there between the two of them. Is there going to be a new leader as they come across the line? It is. Dolinchek's in the front. Jason Kutsia in a second. Van Wheelie looking to pick up any of the pieces as they go side by side down towards turn 1. Kutsia with Dolinchek on his inside, keeping him honest. Trying to drive side by side as they go out of turn 1, keeping that inside line for turn 2. He's cut back nicely. He's got good drive up towards turn 2. Watch for the return here from Jason Kutsia. Kutsia going to try the same line as we saw earlier on there from Dolinchek. Trying to get that inside line and cut on the inside of that Formula 1600 out front. Sujan Property Machine beating out the Mint Works and Fuchs Lubricants car at this stage, with magnificent paint and hardware behind that. Abacus Divisions Racing right on their tail. And all of a sudden, Gerard Caldenace is back into the mix. Ron Van Wheelie on the side there, just on the left-hand side of that shot. So here we go. Up and through Sarah van der Merwe sweep one more time. This is how things could change up here. The latter part of this race starting to heat up big time between these top 4. Late braking from Van Wheelie, later braking even from Caldenace. He's now closed onto the gearbox there of the third car. Magnificent paint and hardware. Nicholas Van Wheelie looking for a podium, possibly second on that podium as well if he gets a good drive here onto the main straight. Looks like he did. The drive is on, and can he get up the inside of Jason Kutsia? He's late on the brakes. Multiple champion in single seaters, and Van Wheelie forces Kutsia wide. He's going to look for a chance, but Kutsia kept him honest, kept it relatively steady through the outside line of turn 1. There is enough room to play there, and Kutsia hangs on for now. Here comes Caldenace, diving on the inside of Van Wheelie, catching him out. Nicholas Van Wheelie was on the attack, didn't see the rearview mirrors, and it's Caldenace now up the third. Gerard Caldenace, opportunistic as ever, diving on the inside of Nicholas Van Wheelie and catching him out ever so slightly as they went into turn 2. He was on the attack and was not watching his rearview mirrors. Really going to return the favour. Let's see if he gets good drive now onto that back straightaway, heading down towards Cape Town corner, sponsored by Fostron. Dolinchek getting away there big time, pulling almost 0.7 of a second on that last lap. Probably opening up to almost a second now between these 3. Oh, Caldenace locks up in almost the exact same place as his brother, but he hangs on. He was able to turn it in there. Only just turned it in to stay ahead of Van Wheelie. And And now problems for Siyabonga Mungagwana. Mungagwana spins out at turn 5, Fostron corner. He's in the kiddie litter. Siyabonga Mungagwana was trying to find a way through to get up onto the back end of Alex Voss. And alongside him was Casey Ensor-Smith, so they were really fighting hard for what was 5th place on track. Ensor-Smith now all on his own sim. Caldenace ahead of Kutsia. Kutsia down to 3rd. Kutsia might have to settle just for a podium for his birthday right now, because he doesn't seem to have an answer to both cars out front of him. Troy Dolanchik is just making hay while the sun shines here, and we can hope that it continues to shine all race day long, because it's been absolutely magnificent Extreme Festival action as always. Through the Sorrel Funamova sweep they go. Top 4 now opening up slightly between each other. A little bit of a smaller gap there between 3rd and 4th place, and I think Van Wheelie would love to get back onto the podium. Yellow flags down into turn 5. That's because Mungagwana's car is on the outside. So Van Wheelie had a look, but he'll have to back out of that one. You cannot overtake under yellow. They're about to start their final lap. Antoine Caldenace, pole man. Literally gone from hero to 0 there. Dropped right to the back of the field, and I don't think he's going to make up any more ground than that. Dolanchik having an absolute blast here in this first heat. Amazing start there from Troy Dolanchik. Didn't expect to see him come through as rapidly as what he did. He certainly has done an amazing job. Remember, he started all the way down, if I'm not mistaken, in 11th place on the grid. Dolanchik coming from 11th to 1st, making up those 10 positions, and really didn't seem troubled at all. He just ticked them off one by one. Get the front there for the Sujan Property Investments car. It's Abacus Divisions Racing in 2nd place now with Gerard Caldenace at the wheel. Ooh, Dolanchik nearly making a big mistake out of Sorrel Funamova sweep. Going down that back straight away they go. Jason Kutsia, Nicholas Van Wheelie, that'll be your 2nd, 3 and 4. No overtaking into turn 5, so there's not an opportunity there for Nick Van Wheelie to get up onto the podium unless he gets good drive out of turn 5 and can drag race Jason Kutsia to the line. Troy Dolanchik, what a drive. 11th place to 1st place in the space of 10 laps, winning things out. We'll see Rick Morris fighting here as they go into turn 1. Morris sideways. He's there with Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer. And there come the pack of Formula 1600s. So it's Dolanchik with the victory. Didn't quite get that checkered flag, but there it is in the background. Dolanchik coming through for the win ahead of Gerard Caldenace. Caldenace hangs on for 2nd. Jason Kutsia will get the podium for his birthday. 3rd place on the podium there for the man going through shot first in the Mint Wrap Works and Fuchs Lubricants car. Here comes Schofield to the finish. Foss in 2nd, and I think Rick Morris must have gone off somewhere. We saw him slightly further back there. And the Investchem Formula 1600 man, and the man behind Investchem himself, Ian Schofield, to wrap up the Kent category. And he'll win out over Duncan Foss. Hepburn, I think, will come through for 3rd place as they cross the line there for the 1 and 2. It's Schofield from Foss for the Kent class. Troy Dolanchik wins out over Gerard Caldenace and Jason Kutsia, birthday boy. They're in 3rd place, beating out Nick Van Wheelie and Casey Ensor-Smith, Alex Foss and Karabo Malamela, Storm Lanfia and Srin Naidu, and Antoine Caldenace making up the top 10. Antoine Caldenace, remember, coming from 1st place to 10th place. It was literally the reverse there for Troy Dolanchik, who came from 11th place to 1st in race 1. Up next, we're going to Global Touring Cars, the GDC SupaCup.
I think the just threw you away. Let's see if you want to do something or whatever. Just got a wide course. Now the cameras are off.
guys can go and walk and have a look and talk to the drivers.
think you better put your flat feet on the ground. Come on. Come on, baby, look around, Sally. Right, Sally. Oh, everybody now, all you want to do is ride around, Sally. Right, Sally. Oh, all you want to do is ride around, Sally. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. All you want to do is ride around. Well, you've been riding all over town. Ooh, I think you better put your flat feet on the ground. Come on. I said I thought you were cracky already, said it was 1923. Still you come around like, oh, you won't let me ride home on my stairs. Oh, I think you better slow that Ferrari down. Oh, that Audi now, that Polo now. I think you've been racing all over the track. Ooh, think you better put your flat feet on the ground. Come on, shake it. All you wanna do is ride around. I don't want to hear you sing it. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Yeah, all you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Yeah, yeah, all you wanna do is ride, yeah, ride. Yeah, that Yaris, oh, baby, baby. Ooh, I think you better put your flat feet on the ground. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Oh, oh, all you wanna do is ride around.
I just told them, just look pretty. There's always a camera on you somewhere.
Not supposed to be either.
Every time he goes. Come on, everybody sing it!
This is not good. Ja, Hallo. En Turkie. Waar is jy? Ja, ek sit hier op draai 3. Die 1, 2, die derde stand van die begin af. Okay, onder. Lekker dag. Bye.
know this is Cape Town. One doesn't make predictions, but it looks like the rain might stay away.
It looks like it, yeah, for now.
For now. I guess it causes for some exciting racing, but it's not lack of need to work.
No, not, but it does. A lot of slipping and sliding and tank door banging.
All these bumper bashes, are you just responsible for your own damage? What?
What's that?
These bumper bashes and stuff.
Yeah,
you take it with the territory.
Yeah, otherwise if it's deliberate, you can protest it. But you still, it ends up, you know, that gives a penalty, but you still end up paying for your own damages.
Coming towards the end of the opportunity for you to meet up your favourite car driver combinations. Brilliant to see so many people down on the start finish line, and as Frankie was saying, around the Andrew Raxford car, numerous young ladies that are taking photos, and see that Mariana has also got lots of people around all of these guys. Martin Samangi, nice to have Martin with us here again as well. Lots of people making it day. So yeah, enjoy the time that you have on the road with your favourite drivers.
making your way away from the grid, so we can start to clear the grid and we can start off with the second half of the proceedings for today.
safety you can't.
So a big welcome back here to Killarney International Raceway for Extreme Festival round number 1, powered by the City of Cape Town in association with Smile 90.FM. So fantastic to have those two sponsors here for the day, and of course all our sponsors behind the categories here with us as Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup make their way around. Let's catch up with some of their top drivers before we get into race action. Global Touring Cars back at Killarney. It's something that is always spectacular, and of course the crowd are out there. Rackstraw, you're looking forward to entertaining your home crowd?
Obviously, I mean, having all my friends come and watch me tomorrow, family, it's going to be exciting. I want to put on a show for them. I think they want to as well. I think they'll be very drunk though, but I think they'll enjoy it, and we're really consistent, and I think we have the pace to bring it to the front tomorrow. So excited.
It's always a good one and a nice confident start there. Mr. Manga, you've now joined us in some new livery there. Take us through the transformation into Gazoo Racing.
It's been a good one. I got a call quite late in the beginning of the year, so getting seat time was a bit of a challenge, but the team has done an absolutely amazing job to make sure I'm comfortable, everything is good, physical glove, and yeah, been giving me a great car since day one. Every practice going faster and faster, so that's the only thing we need. So just gotta keep going faster, and hopefully tomorrow in quali put a good lap in, and in the race keep it good, keep it clean, and keep moving forward.
Rob, from your side, it's a completely different animal to what you'd normally be coming to Cape Town. You're on the back foot and having to try and find and make up some ground. I'm sure that you've got a plan to get you there.
Yeah, I mean, we had good race pace, so I think in terms of where we are race pace wise, we're strong. Last year we had 2 good rounds here, so yeah, looking forward to just have to put a good lap in quali together, and race 1 will be all to fight for. So yeah, I think we'll get there tomorrow. Bit of a difficult day today, but that's why we practice, I guess.
GDC Super Cup, what an incredible start to the season at Killarney, and now the official start of Extreme Festival at round 1. Dominic Dyes, I'm sure you're looking forward to it. It's your first time to Cape Town. Take us through how it's been so far.
It's been a bit challenging, but yeah, the track's awesome. Really excited, so hopefully I can find a couple seconds I needed. So yeah, we're excited. Hopefully it'll be a better day tomorrow.
Then you can try and hang on to that Dunlop cap, eh?
Something like that. I need to find something special, but yeah, we'll see. Having a good time so far, so we're happy.
Keegs, you had a spectacular start to the season, leading things coming to this round. Killarney went really well, although there was a lot of the stuff that happened on the sideline. The bottom line is, you're here as championship point leader. What are you going to do to keep it?
It's the first time I've been in that situation, Greg, so obviously different feeling to have a target on your back approaching the weekend. But all in all, take the pressure on, go out there, do your thing. You've got the local boys over here, they just know every little nit and granny on the track, so you can see it was quickest in practice 1. Head down, Greg, and even if I place top 3 for the weekend, it's still the right place for me to be. So I'll take that.
Nice accolade there, but I have to go maybe one back on what Keegan just said there. It's not the same circuit. They've done an incredible job putting new tarmac out there. Brake markers are gone, bumps are gone, so there's a whole new track to learn here, Tate. So what have you done to ensure you can be in that top 3 for the last 2 sessions?
Well, actually, I mean, throughout my whole racing career, I've never used a brake marker. It's just muscle memory, so it really didn't faze me at all. I mean, first session went out faster, second session just chilled out a bit, tested a new thing, testing for longevity instead of 1 lap pace. But yeah, no, we're really happy with how it turned out in session 2. But yeah, I'm hoping in session 3 I can maybe put a second between me and Keegan, and then just show him how it's actually done.
Getting ready to go now as they're lined up for race 1 of Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup. 2 heats of action. The first one is a 10-lapper. And as we saw there, Saud Variawa and Robert Volker on the front row. So it's Gazoo Racing versus the Chemical Logistics WCT team. And then it's Natian Samanga for his first time out in Cape Town. And he's on the second row ahead of Andrew Rackstraw. So Gazoo Racing there sitting currently at the moment in 1, 3 and 5th position, because Michael van Rooyen in the third of those Gazoo Racing machines is just alongside Josh LaRue for the third row of the grid and the top 6 in GDCs. Have a look at that. We got to 22 degrees Celsius. Still no chance of rain by the looks of it. Cape Town is showing off once again. Wind has picked up to about 15 kilometers an hour at the moment, so we get ideal conditions to go racing in. And a little bit of wind down that back straightaway is certainly going to help these cars out. They're onto their warm-up lap now. And moving into the GDC Super Cup class. Brad Liebenberg ahead of Keegan Campos for the front row. And Jonathan Mahotsi will be looking to push him and Tate Bishop a little bit higher up into the fight for the front end of the Super Cup class. the Volkswagen Motorsport man, alongside Angry Racing's Tate Bishop. Arnie Neveling from Stradale Motorsport. He's got Dominic Dyers alongside him with the chemical liquid energy car. Calvin Dyers, his brother, is right behind that with Tata Carella alongside him for Carella Auto. JP van der Walt for the Platinum Wheels team is down in the bottom end of the field with a little bit of work to do there. So his side of things. So 15 cars about to go to race action now as they come through down into Damstip, trying to get those Dunlop tyres up to race temperature. To that little short straight heading up toward the now famous Sarel van der Merwe Street, originally known as Malmesbury, and of course with Sarel retiring now from race action completely, they've decided to honour him with the corner name at the old Malmesbury sweep. A real nice accolade there from the WPMC and Killarney International Raceway. We managed to catch up with one of the councillors here from City of Cape Town, one of our sponsors for the day. And they're really excited about the fact that they've signed a 30-year lease here with Killarney International Raceway, which means motorsport will be here for the next 30 years at least at the Killarney International Raceway, and I'm sure they'll extend that one by the time that period ends up. So we've got GDCs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Variawa, Volt, Nsamanga, Rackstraw, Van Rooyen and LaRue. Come up into their race pace formation now. Variawa to dictate the pace down towards turn 1. Small gap to Keegan and Brad on the front row from Global Touring Car SupaCup. See Variawa holding them up nicely to try and catch Volker, maintain the lead, and an engine change overnight there for Gazoo Racing and Saud Variawa. Lights off, here we go. Drop the hammer time, and it's Saud Variawa side by side with Robert Volk as they head down towards turn number 1 for the first time in anger. Variawa getting the drop, and looks like Natim Samanka goes along for the ride. Late braking coming out of Nsamanga, runs wide slightly. Might open up the opportunity there for Michael Van Rooyen, and it does. Van Rooyen just squeezes through and gets up into 4th place and outguns the Golf there. And it looks like Rackstraw has to drop back into the clutches now of Josh LaRue. Turn 1 here for SupaCup, and it's Brad Liebenberg for Hype Energy leading things out and hole-shotting down into turn 1. Keegan Campos was on his outside, but it's Jonathan Machotzi who squeezes Campos out and gets up on the inside into 2nd place. So it's Machotzi going defensive. Keegan Campos tries to come straight back at him as they go towards turn 2. Behind that, Tate Bishop, Arnie Neveling, and then it's the two Diaz boys. The Diaz boys having a fantastic run there with Tata Carella. Down that back straightaway go the Global Touring Cars. 6 of them in full flight, heading down towards turn 5, Fostron corner, also known as Cape Town corner, but it's Variawa who hangs on ahead of Volk. Naitium Samanga applying the pressure onto the back end of his fellow Corolla mounted driver. They head onto that back straightaway now for SupaCup. Brad Liebenberg's open up a small margin as Machotzi is going defensive at almost every occasion to keep out the hard charge coming from Campos. Keegan Campos looking for a chance now as they go into Cape Town corner. Machotzi keeps him honest. Volk returns the favour, tries to get up on the inside there at the front end of Global Touring Cars. And the Gazoo Racing boys are giving the WCT team a bit of a run for its money. Whoa! Umsamanga getting a little bit out of shape there big time. As he came out of turn 1, he just put his wheels on the dirty stuff and it got him a little bit airborne. Managed to catch it, so great driving from Martin Samanga. It allowed an opportunity there for the Lee Thompson Racing machine to squeeze through. The Golf has gone up 1 place and makes its way up into what is now 4th place behind him, Samanga. So Michael Van Rooyen dropping behind that one ever so slightly. Chatting to Michael, he was saying that the Yaris bodies on these cars are a little bit different to what they had on the Corollas, and they're battling to find the straight line speed due to the hatchback on these cars. The Corollas are a little bit better, but I have to take that away because Saud Variawa is showing Michael Van Rooyen that that theory might not be 100% right because he leads out at the moment. Van Rooyen trying to come back and find a way through there. Rackstraw hanging on for 4th place at the moment for Lee Thompson Racing in the Golf. First 6 heading towards the line. GDC SupaCup are heading towards Cape Town corner. First 5 across the line there. And hanging on for dear life at the moment is Natim Samanga, because the pressure is being applied there, huge from Rackstraw. We've lost Josh LaRue. Josh LaRue's dropped right up the back there. Don't ever see him just coming through in the background there. No, there he is. I was going to say we lost Josh LaRue, that's why. He's in Cape Town corner and he's in the kiddie litter. So there'll be yellow flags down towards Cape Town corner as Mkhotsi goes on the inside and maintains that second space. So it looks like Keegan Campos is going to try and find some other way around Jonathan Mkhotsi for second. He's watching Brad Liebenberg disappear at the front end as Liebenberg controls things for the GDC Super Cup. Behind that, Tate Bishop and Neverland going at it. Goskourt Stradale Motorsport machine all over the back of that angry racing car of Tate Bishop's. Local knowledge there for Tate Bishop. You heard he's got muscle memory of where he needs to break around this track in his pre-race interview. Let's see if that muscle memory now comes into full effect to try and find a way past on Campos. Dominic Dyers there running wide. Actually was possibility of Tata Gorilla actually. Apologies on that one. Tata Gorilla running wide. Double yellows into turn 5. So Cape Town corner, Fostron sponsors that corner. And there's a fast Audi parked in the kiddie litter down into turn 5. Come down onto the brakes. Keegan Campos trying to squeeze up the inside of Mkhotsi. Mkhotsi keeps him at bay for now. Mkhotsi trying to hang on for second place. He's watching Brad Liebenberg get away at the front end of the Super Cup class. Tata Corella pulling away now from both Calvin and Dominic Dyers. Those two have had a fantastic baptism into this class. JP van der Walt unfortunately not able to run with the pace of those two a bit further back there. Turn 1 heading back towards turn 2. Let's see what's going to happen. There's going to be any change up here between those cars. Right now it's positions remaining the same in that first 5 cars on track. Global Touring cars once again being reminded that it's double yellows into turn 5. The stricken Audi on the outer side of the top part of this banked corner. So no overtaking down into turn 5. It's a steam train of cars coming out of that, led by Gazoo Racing, Sawad Variawa, the pole man. Volk hasn't had an answer. Problems. Is that Van Rooyen slowing? It is. Michael Van Rooyen slowing up dramatically. Taking a long time to cross that line. Something's gone wrong there with Michael Van Rooyen's car. So Volk will maintain his fight with the 2 Gazoo Racing boys there. Man who would have been champion last year had it not been for Robert Volk beating him in the last round, Sawad Variawa. This time Variawa going at it right from the word go and looking to try and maintain the lead of this championship. Michael Van Rooyen pulls to the sideline off the circuit. Natim Samanga looking for a podium here in Cape Town. Gazoo Racing 1 and 3 at the moment. Lee Thompson Racing Golf right on him, Samanga's tail. Look at how Rackstraw is making that car work. Absolutely loving life. That he's jumped across into the Golf right now, handing the duties to Audi's new pilot there in this class. And unfortunately Josh LaRue's day has not gone according to plan. Down that back straightaway they come once again. No overtaking. Line astern through Cape Town. As much as they're itching to dive out and have a go, they can't because of that Audi stuck in the middle of the kiddie litter. On the high side of the banking at turn 5, Fostron corner. Another lap completed. 5 down and 5 to go. Brad Liebenberg continues with 5.5 laps still to go in this one. Double waved yellows there as well. Keegan Campos, as you can see, is itching to get by. But there's just no way he can make that overtake into turn 5 with those double yellows waving frantically to warn him about the Audi. SupaCup crosses the line one more time and completes the halfway stage. Brad controlling things. He's pulled into about a 1.5 second gap now over Campos, who looked on the inside of Mkhotsi for second. Mkhotsi saw him coming, kept him honest. Campos has to try and find somewhere else to make that move stick. Mkhotsi goes defensive for turn 2. Hanging onto that inside line. Watch Campos try and get the cutback. He's bringing Arnie Neverling along for the ride. Arnold Neverling all over the back end now of Campos in the Goskourt and Stradale Motorsport machine. SupaCup in full flight here for second place. About to join the party is Tate Bishop. He's not too far behind as well. And Bishop line likes to get into the back end of Arnie Neverling's car and join the party in the fight for second. Corello continues on his way down in 6th place. Lonesome 6th place there for him. And then it's the two Dyers boys fighting on their own. That's Michael van Rooyen's Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris making its way all the way down that back straightaway. So have the yellow flags been pulled in there? I think they have. So it's overtaking manoeuvres that can happen down into turn 5 now. They've deemed it that the drivers know where that Audi is. So they maybe withdrawn those double yellows into turn 5. Giving opportunities maybe to Natim Samanga to have a go here at Robert Volk. Chatted to Nati yesterday, he was saying he's enjoying his debut in this car. Bigger tyres, the Dunlops that they run, slightly bigger wheels, and of course slightly more powerful car. And he says maybe a little bit easier to drive because he can drive it the way he wants to, as opposed to trying to be as precise as possible like he had to be in the Polo Cup Polo. So down towards turn 5. Yes, yellow flags have been withdrawn. Natim Samanga has a look on the inside. Volk just placing the car to perfection there to stop them. Samanga getting on the inside of him into Fastron corner. He's got good drive out of that corner though, and he's now going to try and use the slipstream towards turn 1. Right on their tail comes Rackstraw. Rackstraw looking to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong there with these GDC cars. Defensive driving coming once again from Volk. He just puts the two wheels over that centre line and not opening up the door at all there from Samanga to dive through. Nati might be waiting though. Nati could be waiting a little bit longer in the day to try and have a go at Robert Volk. He knows if he goes too soon, Volk can come back at him. So he's got to just time this to perfection if he can, with 2.5 laps still to go. In towards damn strip that is. Come down on the breaking point. This is GDC Super Cup. Campos is through. Campos has made his way past and got ahead of Machotsi. Machotsi to 3rd place, under attack now from Arnie Neveling. Tata Corello not too far behind that. That gap has come down relatively big compared to what it was. The Veloci machine now trying to pull away from the Volkswagen Motorsport squad team. Nathan's Motorsport, of course, the guys that prepped that car, are now looking to try and keep out the Stradale car. Arnie Neveling. Tate Bishop has joined the party. He's not too far behind Arnie Neveling as they come out of Damstip and onto the short straight towards Sarl Sweep. Sarl van der Merwe sweeps his Global Touring Car Super Cups. First 5 cars absolutely lit through there. But no one seems to have an answer, unfortunately, there to the pace. Oh, Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg getting down into the 18.7s. We've got an 18.6 out of Keegan Campos now that he's through on Machotsi. So will this be enough time? 2 laps still to go for Keegan Campos to try and close the gap down onto the back end of Brad Liebenberg. That gap might be just too far to get. Let's have a look and see what their lap time is across the line this time. This time we get an 18.7. We're going to take an 18.9 out of Brad Liebenberg and an 18.9 out of Campos. So they are on even times on lap times, which means that gap will be maintained unless something goes wrong there with the hype energy car of Brad Liebenberg. So Veloci, Campos Transport, Keegan Campos in 2nd. Let's go back to 2nd place now in Global Touring Cars. Looks like a bit of battle scars. Yeah, some battle scars on the back of Natim Samanga's car. The Toyota Corolla's back left fender flapping in the breeze. As they come down and start another lap. They start their final lap now. GDC is onto the last lap. And it is going to be Saud Variawa looking for a flag to flag here and a debut victory for this Gazoo Racing machine. The new body on that car. And Saud Variawa is looking forward to spoiling the Gazoo Racing squad with a victory. Chemical Logistics WCC team is in 2nd place. Volk, I don't think he's going to allow Natim Samanga through. He knows exactly where to place that car to stop the younger rookie driver coming through there for a chance to be in 2nd place and make it Gazoo Racing 1-2. Having said that though, look at the pace there from Samanga trying to come through and get into the slipstream of that Corolla in front of him. Has he got to push to pass? Maybe one left. Here they come. Down onto the brakes. And that's Saud Variawa controlling things as he has done all race long. Brilliant stuff here from our young driver from Gazoo Racing Stable. His brother won in in the Gazoo Racing PR Cup. He's going to take the first victory for GDCs and takes the win ahead of Robert Volk and his teammate Natim Samanga on the podium. Tom Samanga in the Corolla from Gazoo Racing, and Lee Thompson Racing in 4th place there, piloted by Andrew Rackstraw. So it's Liebenberg from Campos. No change up there. I don't think we're going to see any change up here for these first 5. If something goes dramatically wrong from Mahotsi down into turn 5, it should be Liebenberg from Campos, Mahotsi for 3rd. We should be able to keep out Arnie Neveling to the line. So it's the Hype Energy Polo GTI SupaCup car. It's going to take the first victory in Cape Town and beats out Keegan Campos to the line for the victory for the SupaCup category, winning over Arnie Neveling and Tate Bishop just behind that. Tata Carello comes through to wrap up the top 6 and beats out Dominic Dyers. And then behind that, Calvin Dyers will come through. Second flag is out. There is unofficial results. Saud Variawa beats out Robert Volk, Natim Samanga, Andrew Rackstraw and Brad Liebenberg wins out the GDC Super Cup class over Keegan Campos and Jonathan Mahotsi. Up next, a small circuit cleanup, and then we should be heading into the second heat of the SunBet and Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup.
When they first started the series, we used to call it. Money they spent on that whole track, but you know what? It's a nice track.
I haven't been to that one. We used to go to the old one, straight.
Bikers love it there. Except for when the wind blows, all that fucking mine dust.
Remember Ben Morgan, we did the 4 roads and had the, never forget Saturday.
Sorry.
Control, take a turn 5. Take turn 5. Control, can this car go long way from the apex into the scrutineering? Absolutely.
Fuck off. He wants to tell the bike patrol because it's the wrong way that we have to apply.
SunBet ZX Masters Cup making their way back onto the circuit now for their second heat of the day. We weren't able to catch up with them before the first race because we were talking to the councillor from the city of Cape Town. But let's catch up with some of our top contenders now before race 2. SunBet ZX Masters Cup, and we've got some seasoned campaigners and a couple of guys who are new to the circuit, starting things out. Byron, from your side, you've been here before, you know what it takes, but there's a couple of new little tarmac sections that have been thrown in. It might just affect those Bridgestones a little bit.
I think it's been okay. I've been riding, my lines are completely messed up, but we're getting there slowly but surely. But the track feels really good. I think it's really good since the last time I was here. So.
Trav, your side of things, I think it's going to be a turnaround of luck from last year. A luckless season, and I think your potential is there to be at the front end, we know.
Yeah, last season was terrible. I only raced a couple of times, so yeah, I'm keen to start a new season, start fresh, and get the confidence back, and try and push for some better results.
Stevie, from your side, it's lastminute.com to get you. A couple of new sponsors thrown in and a little bit of help from the club as well.
Yes, no, for sure. I've been actually truly blessed to be here. We weren't going to make it, Greg, to be honest, but we got detail ease that came in the last minute, so that helped us a little bit, exposure and a little bit of a sponsorship. And then as well as Peter DeVos, I must say a big thank you to him. He actually pulled his bike off the truck to give me the money to travel down here with my family. So without him, I wouldn't be here to start off with.
It's a great family affair amongst the riders, but boys, when that flag drops, that all disappears, doesn't it, Trav?
It does. We're all friends in the pits. As soon as those lights change, we change, and we're all trying to get the best results we can.
And by when the flag drops, it's left on the track, isn't it?
Sometimes.
Exactly that. Byron Rothwell saying, yeah, they try and leave everything on the track, and it happens sometimes. Alan John Fenter there in the shot, man who's helping out Ronald Slammett, and Ronald Slammett taking a victory, as well as an outright lap record for the ZX10R Masters Cup in that first heat. So brilliant stuff there from the Red Baron, and he looks like he's fired up for another round of ZX10R Masters Cup at his home circuit, and possibly the double on the day. He's going to be a tough man to beat there in the Vine and Voltmarket, I beg your pardon, Kawasaki. Project 66 is the killer Westman. There he is, up close and personal with Trevor. Alongside him will be Graham Van Bredar. He hasn't rolled up to the line just yet, but we go back to the second row here, and underneath that SunBet umbrella, doing some Brolly Babe duties there for Jason Lamb. He's a man who'll be looking definitely to go a little bit higher up on the grid if he can. And his Brolly Babe, of course, helping him out there to keep the sun off him for now. Also nice to see that we've got action coming from Dave Enticott. Definitely looking for an opportunity to be up there as well. Push the two Cape Town boys. It was Cape Town lockout of the podium. Clint Munton will be loving to join those boys as well, if he can. And the Sun Scam bike will definitely be looking to be up there if he has a chance with his usual contenders in this category. Enticott, no, it's not Enticott, beg your pardon. It's the 53 of Lubabalo Nsana, who's moving his bike back slightly on the grid, not quite on the position he was in. That's Hein McMahon. He'll be looking forward to another big battle, probably with that man there alongside him. Michael Smith, certainly a man who knows exactly what it takes to be at the front end of this bike as well, and has on numerous occasions been a top contender and a winner in the class as well. So hopefully we'll see some luck change up there for Michael Smith as the rest of the ZX10R Masters Cup riders make their way around to form up on the grid. We've still got the warm-up lap to go, of course, for these guys. A couple of guys down the back straight away, you can hear, late onto the circuit. So a couple of guys that are going to make their way onto the circuit. Now, we have run slightly out of the allotted times on the program, so it's probably caught a couple of riders out there with that change-up to enjoy the grid walk as well as the back straight walk for GDC and for the Extreme Supercars and Polo Cup competitors. Massive thanks to all those drivers that did get their cars onto the grid. Van Bredar is there, and Peter Lapscutney is alongside him as always, giving the final bit of advice there for GVBD.
Here it comes.
Running for Stefanuti Stocks and Motel. Eskiel Suter runs up at the front of the second row of the grid there. And he'll be looking forward to a really awesome battle again. Because the man who nearly hole shot it actually into turn 1. Had it not been for Ronald Slamet, this man would have actually gone through. And definitely going to have a chance now. See if he can get to the front end and hopefully be in the fight again there for Suter Racing. So it's Trevor Westman, Graham Van Bedar behind Ronald Slamet, race 1 winner and new lap record holder. Volt Market and Truvine, Kawasaki, Team Wayward, Project 60, SA, Kawasaki of Westman, Stefanuti Stocks Motul Bike of looks like they might have pulled Eskil Suter off the track there due to the fact that he ran out of pit lane through the red light. So he was too late to come onto the circuit, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why he was so late to get the start line. The back end there, IM63, is Safisa Temba with the man there from Detail Ease. Great to see them helping out and giving Stephen Golgocci a chance to get down here to Cape Town, along with, of course, as you heard from him in the interview there, Peter de Vos, giving him the extra bit of ammo he needed to get both his beautiful young daughters and his wife down here with him to come and race. Great camaraderie amongst these riders. It really is fantastic to see that they do, on most occasions, leave all the race action on the track and then enjoy that camaraderie again and friendships that have been born through this championship over the last couple of seasons. Long-standing relationship with the Kawasaki brand, as we know. Continuing that relationship with Bridgestone. NGK Sparkplugs have joined the party, and of course also a long-standing relationship with Red Square Reload. Over the last couple of seasons, SunBet have joined the party as the overall sponsors for this ZXNR Masters Cup. Slamet, Westman, Van Bedar, your front row. Eskil Suter, Jason Lamb and Dave Entercott should be the second row, but they've pulled Eskil Suter off the track due to him going through pit lane and not obeying the red light. It means that he was out too late to get onto the track. Let's see now as we under starters orders. Standing by for race 2 of SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup, powered by Red Square Reload. 5-second board. Lights about to go on. We're racing. Slamming with an amazing start again. Ronald Slamming off the line like a rocket ship, and the Red Baron leads down towards turn 1. This time it might be followed by Graham Van Bedar. He is. Jason Lamb outgunning Trevor Westman as they go into turn 1. And Pontekoning. Oh, big move there from Pontekoning, slamming up the inside of Peter de Vos. 16 and 17 coming together out of turn number 1. So Peter de Vos getting a welcome to Cape Town turn 1 by Brian Pontekoning as they went through there and slamming into the side of him. So it's an epic start as always in ZXNRs. This time Graham Van Bedar not going to let Ronald Slamet get away. So it's Slamet and Van Bedar fighting hard for honours at the front end. Comes Rob Craig, didn't see much of him in the first heat there. He's starting to make his way through. Luba Barlows and Kumsana just ahead of Byron Rothquell. There's some fights through the pack expected as always. As they come through there, they start to sort themselves out and get into those packs. Let's see what's going to happen in those front end fights. Right now, it is Ronald Slamet trying to get his head down and away from Graham Van Bedar. Entercott round the outside of Jason Lamb. Lamb holds onto the inside line into Cape Town corner and slots up into third place ahead of Entercott. Westman behind Entercott. The Cape Town massive fighting still in the top 5, but not where they want to be in terms of 1, 2 and 3, because they've got Jason Lamb from the Eastern Cape and Graham Van Bedar from Springs in the mix with them. Munson behind that, ahead of Brian Pontekoning, Peter de Vos and Hein McMahon. That's how they cross the line for the first time in anger. 11 laps of action still to come your way here in ZX10R Masters Cup. Rob Craig was behind Hein McMahon. Then it was Dave Varinga, Johan LaRue and Lubabalo Nsana ahead of Byron Rothwell. Front pack coming out of turn 2. Jason Lamb trying to get onto the back end there of what is the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Breda. Here comes Westman. Westman having a big look. He's found a way through there on Enticott. He now wants a way through on Lamb and on Van Breda. As they come onto the right-hander into that Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. The killer Westman on the hunt again. Hunting down two white motorcycles up the road from him. One is the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Breda. The Tyre Mart East London bike of Jason Lamb in third, and under huge pressure to get through and get away from Enticott and from Westman. Jason Lamb tries a slightly different line coming out of the kick onto that main straightaway now. Looking for a chance to squeeze up on the inside of Graham Van Breda, possibly under braking. Munton pulling slightly away now from the second pack of the Vos and Bontekoning. Smith and Craig on his tail. Graham Van Breda won't be worried about the riders behind him. They're starting to fight it out. Oh, what a move! Trevor Westman from 2 bikes back, up into second place. Outgunning not only Van Breda, but also Jason Lamb. What an amazing move there from the killer. Trevor Westman out of nowhere on that Project 60 bike, just diving through up into second place, and it's Team Wayward up into second now with Westman on board. Kazi got enough time to close down on the Red Baron. Ronald Slammin in the first heat set an outright lap record. He's certainly looking up for it again here in the second heat. It's Slammin on the True Vine Volt Market Kawasaki, helped out by Lacquer Racing's Alan John Fenter. And they've definitely done something right on that motorcycle this weekend, as no one seems to have an answer to the Red Baron. Come through the kicks now, complete another lap. One quarter distance done. 3 laps and 9 to go. This is where Graham Van Breda wants to try and stay there with Trevor Westman, maybe use Westman's pace to close the gap down on the Red Baron Ronald Slammet. Jason Lamb all over the back end there, also looking for a chance. Further back, that's Byron Rothwell. Rothwell trying to close onto the back end there by the looks of it of Lubabalo and Sana. And behind that, even more fights. Lubabalo and Sana and Rothwell coming into turn 2. And Magic Bike having a good run. That is now a fight here between Bontekun and Craig. And looks like Michael Smith in that one as well. And you've got Dave Varinga. Varinga's got Hein McMahon on his tail. Hein McMahon in a bit of a fight there as well. Fantastic run there from the K9 law enforcement bike of McMahon. He is pushing hard. So is Rob Craig. Craig on the Matrix Consulting and Mad Max Kawasaki. Side by side as they come down under braking. Cape Town man on the inside on the 46. 49 is Smith, and he loses out. Rob Craig gets on the inside and finds a way past. Smitty has to settle for that ladder position in the battle. Pontekoning now under pressure. 46 versus 16. Wayward Project 60 bike in second place. Being closed down now by Graham Van Breda and by Jason Lamb. They are leaving Enticott behind. Dave Enticott doesn't seem to have an answer at this stage there. Remember, he rides out of Motorwise and Siren Engineering with Iron Horse Projects on the side of that bike. Peter de Vos now putting pressure onto Clinton Munton as we watch a move up the inside from Craig. Craig is through. Rob Craig gets now ahead of Brian Bontekoning and leaves him to fight it out with Michael Smith. Clinton Munton, Peter de Vos, Craig, Bontekoning and Smith down towards Damstip. Jag Power Products Kawasaki there pushing hard to try and find a way through there from Bontekoning's point of view. Bonte trying to keep it all together, stay upright, stay out of harm's way now. Try and close the gap again on Robert Craig if he can. Another lap completed. And we're almost at the halfway stage. In fact, we've just gone into just coming up to that halfway stage. 7 laps still to be completed, 5 down. No pressure on Ronald Slammet whatsoever. Westman controlling things from second. Jason Lamb still looking for chances if he can. A nice little fight here as well, further back there. It looks like it's the 67 bike of Jonathan Schwerin fighting with Sifiso Temba. Morty Suter just behind that. Unfortunately, Eskil Suter was not allowed back on track after he digressed the rule of that red light at the end of pit lane. A move on the inside there from IM63 and Sifiso Temba trying to find a way through there on Schwerin. Schwerin fighting hard with the IM63 bike, and they're just behind that man, number 70, the big man, Dieter Hazeman. Dieter and Dave Varinga also being helped out there by Alan John Fenter from Lacquer Racing this weekend. So a lot of work being done there by AJ to try and help these riders out to find good pace, and it looks like that's all paying dividend. There's Marty Suter. Fantastic run here from one of our lady riders. And speaking of lady riders, I believe Landy Sinden and her youngster and Ben are all watching at home on the live stream. Looking forward to seeing her return to action here in the ZX10R Masters Cup in the very near future. So another lap completed and the halfway stage is now reached. Bontekoning coming back at Smitty. Michael Smith sits up into turn 1 as Bontekoning slams up his inside. Closing down on the back end of them is Dave Varinga. Dave Varinga, the juggernaut, not too far behind the back end of these boys. Slowly but surely getting onto the back end of Smith and Bontekoning as they come out of turn 2. Rob Craig pulling away, trying to close down on Clint Munton. These three now in a bit of a fight. Lining up behind that, Johan LaRue and Lubabalo and Sana. Varinga pushing hard, coming out of Dam Stip, running high and wide onto the exit point and running almost up to the line that designates the racing line here at Killarney International. Down the back straight they come. This is Michael Smith side by side with Bontekoning. Trying to get on the inside under braking, but Bonte's good enough on the brakes to keep Smith out. What you're finding though is Varinga is closing in rapidly there. The juggernaut's trying to come through there onto the back end and find a way through there on Brian Bontekoning. Jason Lamb's lost huge ground here, as you can see, to Graham Van Bredar, falling now into the clutches of the Sarum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki of Dave Entercott. Back markers are going to become a factor. Maybe not on this lap, but within the next couple of laps they're going to start to close down on those back markers. And that may once again give a chance to Westman if he's able to get through the traffic a little bit easier than Ronald Slammond was able to do. Next up, as you can see there, Gazoo Racing Cup. I'll be on standby for their second heat of the day. The Yaris's and Toyota 86s in the wings. Entercott certainly getting some wings of his own here and rapidly closing in on the back end of Jason Lamb. Hazeman now caught and passed by Jonathan Schwerin. Schwerin dives on the inside of the big man and finds a way through there. So teammate and stablemate to Trevor Westman makes up one position and gets ahead of the big man there, Peter Hazeman. Right there for 18th place on track. Just as good, if not better, than the fight at the front end. As Sifiso Temba and Mark. Peter DeFoss continues on his merry way there. Currently sitting in 6th for Jongan Josie Outsourcing. Long-time sponsor there for him. IM63 as he lost out to Marty. It looks like he might have. Marty Suter now moving up one place. Yes. And getting ahead of IM63 Sifiso Temba. Schwerin hangs on ahead of Hazeman though. Peter Hazeman and Jonathan Schwerin continue their fight, but it looks like Jono pulling away ever so slightly now. That's how it stands with about 2.5 laps to go. Make it probably 3 laps to go now. Slammett and them I think have crossed the line already. So there'll be 3 laps to go there for Slammett, Westman and Van Bredar. Jason Lamb all on his own, some in 4th. Don't think Entercott's going to have a final say here, although he is pushing hard to close that gap down between himself and Jason Lamb. Similar to what you're seeing here further back in the pack. Schwerin coming across the line. Hazeman behind him. Well, that's nice to see. First time we've seen Travis Nordia. Travis Nordia having his own little fight there with Gerard Frey. Frey and... Yep. 11 bike. It's down in 16th place there between Frey and Nordia. Remember Travis Nordia taking a double victory last year at the East London round of the championship. Good run here from the back markers to stay out of harm's way as the leaders start to come through. Slamet's got through on one of them. Coming up on the back end of Marty Suter there. How far back is Westman? He's a long way back. He was a lot closer when they started to get into the back markers, but he did have a slightly better start in heat number 1, so it's not going to be as easy for him to negotiate the traffic and maybe use it to his advantage as he did to close the gap down on Ronald Slamet by the time the checkered flag came out. So Dieter Hazeman about to be caught and passed now by his stablemate. They pit in the same pit building, of course. And yes, great move there. Voltmarker, Truvine and Maike Oxy Kawasaki of Ronald Slamet on his merry way with 2 laps to go. How far back is Westman? Look in the background. He's coming up on his teammate. There, just onto the back straight comes Westman as Slamet turns into the left-hander at turn 1. Hole's hook for Kawasaki's are really, really awesome. Schwerin now being shown the way into turn 2 by our leader. Slamet, Westman and Bamber are your top 3. No changes in that top 3. Just bigger gaps opening up between the 3 of them. So Slamet on his merry way with a lap and a half to go. As I said, not really having any answer to the pace that was set in that first heat. This is a really, really awesome effort from this man. He's a tough man to beat when he's in this kind of form, I can tell you. And the double victory is certainly on the cards here. As he comes to the line, checkered flag is on standby, and it's Ronald Slamet to take it. A double win on the day there for the Red Baron. He beats out Trevor Westman. Graham Van Badar is going to spoil the day for the Cape Town Massive. He's going to hang on and finish up in 3rd place, just ahead of Dave Enticott. Enticott was trying hard to get that final podium position again, but this time it was Graham Van Badar who was not going to let him have that. And then it was Jason Lamb, Peter De Vos and Rob Craig beating out Clint Munton. Munton still coming to the line in the background. You can see the red bike, the Sunscan Kawasaki. He wins out over Michael Smith. And behind Michael Smith to the line comes Hein McMahon. A good ride there from the K9 Law Enforcement and CPS Kawasaki of Slucky. So Masters category. Oh, okay. We got taken away there. Masters category. Thanks, Paul. Ronald Slamet, Trevor Westman ahead of Dave Enticott. Veterans is Graham Van Badar from Jason Lamb and Rob Craig, and the Extreme Veterans Peter De Vos ahead of Clint Munton. And then we need to go down to Johan LaRue in 11th place for 3rd place in the Extreme Masters. SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup wrapped up for the day. I hope you enjoyed all that 2-wheeled action. We're coming back in a few minutes time for GR Cup Race 2.
out on lunch yet? We left. Probably the same oak that let the GTCs out while the oaks were walking.
No, thank goodness not.
Oh, bless you.
You only get 2 chances here. You can't use both on the same day.
Good news.
Unfortunately, when your mind is on other things, you suffer.
Genius at work, by the sound of it.
Right, let's start with North here, turn 1.
Turn 1 is clear.
As you can see, up next is Gazoo Racing SA Cup, and they'll be on track, followed by the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. But as they start to roll out of pit lane, we caught up with the youngsters before the first heat. Let's catch up with some of our top media contenders in the Toyota 86s for the second pre-race interview for Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Speaking of friends, Mark Jones, you brought a couple of new friends to come play with you in this weekend's Gazoo Racing Cup. The 86s were good at SupaCup, so you're expecting to have even better here at Cape Town.
Yeah, it's great to be here with them. Naturally aspirated cars, they're enjoying the oxygen-rich air and rear-wheel drive on this old-school track. Lots of fun.
Dennis, it's been a while since you've been behind a race car, buddy. Are you looking forward to the challenge of being out there with these guys?
Definitely. It has been a while for me, as you can see by the grey hair, but hopefully the driving won't be too grey. So a little bit rusty at the moment, but getting there lap by lap.
Mr. M, what's happening, bud? So far so good in this little Toyota Gazoo Cup challenge. But the media side of things is starting to heat up. There's a bit of battles that are starting to rage there, huh?
Yeah, the guys are coming. Being the rookie in the season and just, doing well. There's a target on my back, and I feel like the guys here, these Otopis.
I like the way you put that.
I feel like they're sandbagging. I see them in my mirrors. They're coming.
No, they're coming. I think there's going to be a good battle. Of course, the entire series is going well, Mark, from a PR point of view for Toyota. Gazoo Racing has done phenomenal stuff all around the world in anything that they've basically put wheels onto. So it bodes well, and a couple of new drivers in the young guns side of things too.
Yeah, I think, if you look where we were a year ago, we were kind of who these guys, and we were some sort of exhibition, I call it clown class, and it's progressed. Toyota don't do things half, and look where it is today. 12 cars, the youngsters from karting coming through, the next generation, these young punks that play games all day instead of working for a living.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
It bodes well. Can you imagine what next year's going to be? They do nothing half.
Dennis, your experience so far?
No, it's been terrific. I'm glad to finally be in the mix. I missed the first race, unfortunately, but it's great to be here. It has been a long time, so I'm looking forward to racing against my colleagues here, and let's see how it goes.
Certainly looking forward to that battle being resumed here for race number 2. Dennis Dropper and Mashiga Staniforth and Chad Lukoff were having an epic battle into the closing stages of race number 1. But up front, of course, it's the Yaris Cup, and they are assisted by Bucket List Racing and Fast Developments as part of the GR Cup driven by Netstar. Saad Variawa and Cara Hill will be the front row. It's Nicky Vastanis and Bjorn Berthold ahead of Tariq Adam. And those are the first 5 coming out of that karting development program that runs in the National Championship karts. And Gazoo Racing, of course, behind that as well. Looking to get youngsters into their brand and make them champions of the future. Chaba Mashiga and Brendan Staniforth will make up the front row of the 86 Brigade. And the media attack will be led out by the 2 of them. Chad Lukoff and Mark Jones side by side for the second row, with Dennis Dropper and Ruben van Niekerk bringing up the rear end of the 86 side of this championship. So this is how it stands as they about to roll off for their rolling start. Gazoo Racing Cup. I'm looking forward to some more race action that we had in the first one. It got pretty real amongst the 86s in that first one as well. So stand by for more of the same now in this one. So Variawa looking for a back-to-back victory here. And possibly going to try and make it 4 out of 4 for the start of this championship. He won 2 at SupaCups. He's looking for 2 wins here in Killarney at the Cape Town International Raceway circuit. Extreme Festival, round 1 action. Proudly brought to us by the City of Cape Town in association with Smile 90.4 FM. New radio station down here in the Cape, backing the Killarney International Raceway. And of course a massive thanks to the 2 wheels and up to 60-second team. We're on track to bring you all of this action from the first round of the National Championship Extreme Festival in Cape Town. ...200-kilowatt cars out front, 180-kilowatt cars in the bottom 6 of the 12 cars. Well, there's only 11 of them out there. One of them unfortunately damaged yesterday with a crash. But needless to say, expect the 3-cylinder 1.6 turbos to be giving the youngsters a bit of a run. And a big fight expected amongst the young guns in the front here. It's a 4-wheel drive car, and it also works on a paddle shift system. And then those GR86s behind them, 2.4 litre, naturally aspirated. And the 4-cylinder box engine there is the one that our media contenders are going to fight with. The automatic box also with paddle shift to go and play with here in 86 Cup and the GR Yaris Cup. Time to get them into formation now for race start. Saad Variawa, Corrie Hill alongside each other on that front row. Saad will dictate the pace with the rolling start. Look to catch those yellow wing mirrors out slightly there of Corrie Hill. Alongside and looking to push through there, as you can see, Vastanis already applying pressure. Chaba Mashiga and Brennan Staniforth also looking to try and get some maneuvers off the line to try and hang on to the front end of the 86 side of this Yaris Cup. And that GR Cup heading into turn 1. The Yaris is leading things out, and Cara being forced wide there by Vastanis. Vastanis pushing pressure on and forcing a maneuver through there. Corrie Hill now drops back into the clutches of Bjorn Berthold. Berthold around the outside, looking for a chance to maybe just squeeze through. And here goes defensive on Tariq Adam. Tariq Adam just losing out there, coming out of turn 2. Drops back slightly with a little mistake out of turn 2 there, giving Berthold a little bit of breathing room. Looks like Saad Variawa getting the job done right from the word go, trying to open up a margin that he can control and leave the rest of the pack to fight it out for second, as he did in the first race. Down onto the braking hill. Here comes Hill. Hill looking for a chance to get around, maybe around the outside. High line into Cape Town corner. It is a bank turn, so he's got room to play out there. Just not getting that line right, which allows Nicky Vastanis to hang on for second. Lap 1 of 8 completed. There we go. Super run from Saad Variawa as he crosses the line and completes the first lap in anger. Vastanis hangs on for second. Hill in third. Oh, it's starting to heat up here. Have a look at the action in the background as the 3-car Brennan Staniforth goes at it with Dennis Dropper. Dropper into second place by the looks of things. Trying to close down there on Mashaba. Taba Mashaba into second, then comes the 777. That is actually Mashaba has dropped down to third, I beg your pardon. Just missed out on that front car. Front car said it was Mashaba, but it's actually not. So just waiting for our timing monitor to sort itself out there. Mark Jones actually leads out. So once again, Mark Jones showing the way around Cape Town for the rest of the pack of media competitors in those Toyota 86s. Jones from dropper, Sechaba into third. Chad Lockoff is in fourth place, trying to close the gap down now on Sechaba Mashigo. We're all trying to close down here on the man from the Citizen, who leads out. Dennis Dropper into what is now second place. And the Thames Live man, slightly better run here in race number 2, that's for sure. Another lap completed though for Saad Variawa, Nicky Vastanis and Cara Hill, no changes there. Hill looking dangerous into turn 1, had a little look on the inside of Nicky Vastanis, but tucked in behind there. And we'll wait a little bit longer before she attempts to get through. Maybe one more corner as she pulls out, going wide in towards turn 2. See what Cara can do now. Vastanis watching those rearview mirrors. Cara going to try and drive around the outside. That'll be impressive. All-wheel drive machines, so they've got the ability to hang on to that outside line. That's what Cara Hill was hoping to do. Vastanis keeps her at bay for now. Vastanis onto the back end there of Cara initially, but now ahead of Cara Hill in race number 2. So a change up there for positions on track between those two. Berthold trying to get that gap bridged slightly, but he's just not able to do it. Not always easy to be on your own. Some slipstream effect now from Cara Hill. Can she use it to her advantage? Yes, she can. Brilliant bit of slipstream driving there from Cara Hill, and takes second place. Runs a little bit high and wide onto the banking. Vastanis comes back at her. Nicky Vastanis going to try and force her wide and onto the dirty stuff. She manages to back out of it slightly and tuck in behind Nicky Vastanis. It was very close there between the two of them. So Vastanis hangs on ahead of Hill. Only just. Great battle there between the two of them. Once again, just a reminder about those hazard lights flashing. That's the ABS system kicking in those cars as the young drivers climb on the brakes. Safety factor in the cars that have been kept in the car on a similar vein to what the road going version has. 86 Brigade making their way up towards turn 2. Still with Jonesy out front of Dropper. The Dropper now under a bit more pressure coming from Mashigo. Sechaba Mashigo all over the back of Dennis Dropper from the Times Live. And now trying to squeeze him down into turn 3. Dennis Dropper now under a bit of pressure. A lot more than what we were having earlier on. Remember, those two had a bit of late race antics where the two of them went off track. Managed to stay back on once they'd gone off, but the fight was pretty exciting between those two for what is the latter part of the podium, and it continues here in race number 2. Late braking from Mashigo to try and get on the inside of Dropper. Dropper was even later on the brakes, in fact too late. He runs high and wide onto the banking, nearly lost out that position as he attempted to go even later than Sechaba Mashigo into Fostron corner. Nearly proved to be a bit of a problem. In the background as well, keep an eye out on Ruben Vernickuk and Brennan Staniforth. They are also side by side coming towards turn 1. Mashigo has a big look on Dennis Dropper, can't get there though. Sechaba Mashigo very, very anxious and wants by. Shows a lot of wheel there. Can't quite get up the inside and find a way through there on Dropper. Dropper using maybe a little bit more experience on track than Mashigo's got to keep the young gamer behind him. You heard it from Sechaba. He was up for the challenge to take on Jones and Dropper, and that's exactly what he's having to do here. It's going to be a change up here. Cara Hill once again using the slipstream coming out late, under braking into turn 5. Berthold waiting to pick up the pieces. This time she has a slightly better line through there, but it's still the high line out of Cape Town. Fostron corner. Berthold looking to capitalise. Berthold comes side by side with Cara Hill as they come across the line. Hill's got the inside line though for turn 1. Berthold will have to be very good on the brakes and still be able to maintain that outside line if he wants to go around the outside of Cara Hill into Hole's Hook. And he's not able to do that. Backs out, turns in, puts a wheel on the inside dirt. Hill's applying massive amounts of pressure onto Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis at this point in time soaking that pressure up. Not buckling just yet. There's a huge amount of pressure being applied now from Cara Hill to get by for second. Through the right-hander at Cyril van der Merwe sweep. And heading onto the back straight again. We've got 2 laps and 2 corners to go. No sign whatsoever of Saad Variawa. He's up the road, almost 10 seconds up the road over this battle for second. Nicky Vastanis now makes a mistake. Hill up the inside, finds a way past Vastanis, runs wide and loses position there to Cara Hill. So it's Hill now from Vastanis as they're going to come across the line with 2 laps to go. Cara Hill leads out over Vastanis. Vastanis into the clutches of Berthold. Bjorn Berthold would love to steal a podium there from Nicky Vastanis. He just missed out on 1 in race number 1. He's certainly in with a chance of 1 in race number 2 now. Here they come. The battle for 86 honours. Is there a change up there between second and third place? Just watching, there goes, yes it is. That's Jonesy. She goes up to second, drop her down to third, into the clutches of Luckhoff by the looks of it. Times live. Top man. Let's see what he can do now. Chad Luckhoff would love to get through on Dennis Dropper. Remember, Luckhoff was on pole position in the first heat. Didn't quite go according to plan for him. He certainly turned his luck around today. As he closes in on the back end there of Dennis Dropper, getting slightly better lines and a lot smoother from Chad Luckhoff in the closing stages here of race number 2. Of the GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Remember, this is round 1 of the Extreme Festival. Although a couple of these categories have all had their first rounds of their championships, the official start of 2023's Extreme Festival Championship started today in the Mother City. Saad Variawa started his last lap. Cara Hill, Nicky Vastanis still hanging on for second and third. But a long way back from this man. In turn 2. No worries at all here for this man. He's going to look to make it 4 wins out of 4 starts in the GR Cup. And in the Yaris Brigade, he is the man to beat. His brother Saud, of course, has already taken a victory for Gazoo Racing in the Global Touring Cars. So are we going to try and get a lockout here from both of the brothers? Certainly Saud looks like he's up for the challenge here. And we'll be looking to finish up way ahead. Almost 11 seconds up the road from Hill and Vastanis. Not a Fastron for the last time. Left-hand flick onto the main straightaway. Checkered flag on standby. And 2 wins out of 2 starts here for Saad Variawa in the GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Hill waiting for those yellow wing mirrors just to pop up in the horizon. But let's go back to the battle here between Mark Jones. Jonesy has been closed down by Mashigo, but it's too little too late, I think. Mark Jones is going to show the man to the line. And Sechaba Mashigo will have to settle for second place as the 86ers make their way to the line. Here comes Jonesy. Also 2 wins out of 2 starts there from the 86 side of things. Mashigo in second, Dropper in third, and Chad Luckhoff has to settle for 4th in his 86 from Auto Trader. So it's Variawa, Hill, Vastanis, Berthold and Adam, your top 5. And the top 5 also in the GR Cup Yaris. Young Guns. And then it's Mark Jones, Mashigo, Dropper, Lakoff, Ruben van der Kerk, and Staniforth. That'll finish up in the media challenge in the Toyota 86s. We'll be back shortly with action here from the Extreme Festival, round 1 at Killarney International Raceway. GNA's Transport Extreme Supercars onto the track once again for heat number 2 of 3 for them this weekend. And we're going to see a change up in that front guard. Franco Scribanti 108.824. He's about a second off lap record pace in the first heat. But it's now almost ideal conditions for them. Temperature's gone up ever so slightly in the ambient side of the track, which means the track temperature's also up slightly. Bit of a cool breeze, and it's blowing down that back straightaway, which is going to give him a little bit of extra pace down into turn 5 where they are right now. Come and line up. 15 kilometers an hour. He's certainly going to help out the chances of a lap record here this weekend. We've already seen it in the ZX10R Masters Cup with Ronald Snammett setting a new lap record for the ZX10R Masters Cup. We saw a valiant attempt at it in race number 1 from Franco Scribanti in the Porsche. The General was definitely up for the challenge. Let's see what Scribanti can do about it now in this part of today's proceedings. We've still got one more race to come for GNA's Transport Extreme Supercars. It'll be the last race of the day here. And great to see that not only is the entertainment being provided as good, with the clubhouse and tuck shop and beer garden set up. There's a 15-meter obstacle course and rocket parachute simulators. There's a snake show, there's a vehicle display, and there's stalls all around the track. Big action on the karting circuit just on the right-hand side of that shot that we're on right now. Up and down stairs in the Jabir pits on our side of the circuit. There's also lots of entertainment. And of course there were 2 fan walks earlier on today. And then live music being provided by Barbara and Take 2 throughout the day. So massive effort being put on by the Killarney International Raceway, and a free spectator shuttle that allows you to get from one part of the circuit to the other. Wish they'd had that at Formula E only a couple of weekends ago. That certainly would have helped out with some manoeuvring from one side of the track to the other. So Franco Scribanti and Jonathan du Toit in the front row, Charles Ranges and Marcel Angel. You've got Porsche 997. It's a LMS Evo 3 Lamborghini Huracan in second, LMS Evo 3 R8 Audi in third, and a 488 Ferrari in fourth. Behind that is Ibbotson in the 458 Ferrari. Then it's a Porsche 996 GT3 of Wild Rose Gin and Rembrandt Racing's Davi Jabir, ahead of the all-powerful R35 Nissan of Gianni Giannicara for Bisk Transport and Stradale Motorsport. Chris Budnick for Bucketless Racing is in a V10 powered Dodge Viper. Imad Modak in his BMW will be just ahead of Ricky Giannicara. Giannicara piloting his Lamborghini Gallardo. He's just ahead there of Niaz Modak. And then it is Joseph Ellerine and Roy Aubrey in an R8 Audi and a 997 Porsche. Marius Jackson, second of the Audis, also in GT4 spec, ahead of Jimbo Giannicara in a Lamborghini Trofeo. Bernal Kitsia in the BMW ahead of Nicky Dix in the Porsche. So that's how they'll line up now for Heat 2 of GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Charles Laranges, a man who can run with the front end. See what he can do now in the second heat. Jonathan du Toit may have turned the wick up slightly on the Lambo as well to ensure he can maybe give Franco Scribanti a run for his money. The straight line speed of that Porsche is very, very good from Franco Scribanti Racing's 997. Nicknamed the General. Army colours there. And looking to dominate once again at the front end as they come out to start his orders. Pace car moves out the way. It's now up to Scribanti to dictate the pace towards the lights going on and off. He'll hold that race pack, and now as the lights go out, he's going to try and drop the hammer and get away. Jonathan du Toit was great off the line in the first heat to try and outgun everybody, and he whole-shotted. This time it's Scribanti, followed by du Toit. Marcel Angel trying to get ahead of Charles Ranges into turn 1. Mid back there, Imad Modak fighting hard, trying to stay in contention with his usual contenders. Great start there coming out of Davy Jabir inside of Gianni Giannicaro, putting the Porsche just up the road from that Nissan R35. Roy Aubrey resumes his battle once again there with Jimbo Giannicaro. It was a good one in the first heat. And more of the same expected here in the second heat. And he's got Joseph Ellerine all over the back of him. Here's Modak in the Lambo trying to find a way past. And squeeze up the inside and get through there. Ahead of Van Blunden in the Porsche. Speaking of Porsches, here we go. Will Franco Scrivanti attempt to break the lap record here for saloon cars? The target is 1:07.7. That's what he has to try and get better than. So 1:07.6 will do the job. Let's see what his lap times are like as he completes the first lap of 12 in anger. Scrivanti leading things out over to Toy. Ranges and Angel. Ibbotson still in the 5 spot, just ahead of Gianni Giannicaro. So that might be Modak up into the 7th spot. Good move there from Momia. Toys R Us Porsche getting through there. Here's Modak. But Nick coming along for the ride just up the road from them. Looking to run with the BMW. Fantastic start here for the second heat of GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Little packs that were fighting in race number 1 have resumed those battles, like this one. The 2 Audis of Marius Jackson and Joseph Ellerine. A little bit of a fight there. Nicky Dixon, his old car, at the back end of the field. And Blunden and Momia resuming the fight here with the 2 Lamborghinis of Ricky Giannicaro and Niaz Modak. 1:09.1, fastest lap from Franco Scrivanti on that last pass. Needs to find at least 2 seconds if he wants that lap record to head into the Franco Scrivanti Racing Stables pits. Pulling away now from Jonathan Dutour, who's doing the same thing there to Paget Racing, Stradale Motorsports, Charles Ranges. Marcel Angel, Ibbotson 4 and 5 for Autohaus Angel. It's the 8.8 versus the 5.8. BM versus Dodge Viper versus Porsche. Further back from that, we have Modak hanging on ahead of Davy Jabir and Chris Budnick. Running from GG as well. The car trying to close down on the 2 Ferraris. David Jabir's got some plans to get through here on the BMW. MIM carriers BMW there of Imad Modak. Trying to defend off the attack there from the Wild Rose Gym Porsche. Marcel Angel hanging on for now for what is 4th place on the circuit. It's 2nd in the GT3 class behind Charles Ranges. Seen some epic battles between Angel and Ranges in the past. Don't think we're going to get more of the same here today. 1:09.1 is the fastest so far from Franco Scrivanti. He hasn't gone quicker. So I'm not sure if he's going to be looking to try and hunt that lap down. .107.7 would be the outright lap record if he can go quicker than that. He's pulling away nicely here from Jonathan Dutour in the Lambo. In the mess. Hurricane out of South Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. continuing in second place. Budnick putting a bit more pressure onto Davy Jabir now. Wild Rose Gin Machine trying to find a way through on the MIM Carriers BMW. Can't quite get there. In comes Ricky Giannaccaro for a bit of the action. Oh, good line there from Davy Jabir. Opens up the door into turn 3. Damn stiff, and the Porsche's through. Finds a way past and squeezes out the BMW into damn step. Great bit of manoeuvring there, further back from 2 corners back to set that up, and now gets through there on Imad Modak. So Modak had no answer there to the wily craftsman, knowing his way around this track and having spent a couple of times in lots of sports car races. Jabir knew exactly what to do to set that up, and Budnick's now going to try and capitalise as well. Bringing the big V10 Viper along for the ride and wants a bit of a snake bite at the BM. Squeezes him out down into turn 1 and forces him into a little manoeuvre and gets through. So the BM held him up slightly. You can see the Porsche's got away now. Imad Modak did a fantastic job to keep up the intentions there of both Jabir and of Chris Budnick. Mo Mia trying to stay there on the back end of the Lambo. Niaz Modak also looking to try and get up there into that battle with Budnick and Giannaccaro. Further back, Jackson, Aubrey and Giannaccaro. This is Jimbo Giannaccaro in the Lamborghini Trofeo. Trying to find a way through there on the Porsche. Someone's run wide. Ricky Giannaccaro's run wide. Ricky Giannaccaro running wide at turn 3. So Ricky Giannaccaro spoils his chances of another finish in the top end of Class A, unless he gets back on track, of course. It looked a little terminal when we went past him. Joseph Ellerine just in the foreground of the shot. His teammate Marius Jackson usually would be piloting an R8 GT3 spec Audi. This time out in his GT4 spec Audi, ahead of Roy Aubrey and Jimbo Giannaccaro. They continue to fight there. Mia's motor coming under a bit of pressure once again from Mo Mia. Toys R Us car. There you can see Giannaccaro's car just on the exit point there at turn 2. Mia definitely looking for a chance to get past that Lamborghini Trofeo in front of him. Coming to the closing stages, about 2.5 laps to go, depending on where our leaders are. No changes at the front end though between Stravanti, Detoya and Aranjis. They remain 1, 2 and 3. Angel and Ibbotson in 4 and 5, and now into the back markers. Will this help out Jonathan Detoya, or how far back is he? Blue flags waving here to warn Marius Jackson that the general's on his way. Stravanti should just squeeze past Jackson onto the main straight, and does so. The penultimate lap there for Franco Scribanti has been started. He's going to just control things now in between the traffic, I think. He's on a risk a double victory here, and Class A honours. A plus honours, a bigger one. From Detroit. Second place ahead of Aranji's stablemate in third. Autohaus Angel Ferrari boys are 4 and 5. That's how it stands as they get onto that back straightaway for the penultimate time. Detroit in second place. Trans-Africa Racing and for Franco Scribanti Racing. So Franco about to start his final lap. He crosses the line now and does so. Last lap of 12 to be started and completed now by the General if he wants it. Consistent 109s as he passes a stranded or ailing Nias Modak in the Lamborghini Trofeo. So 2 Lambos giving up the ghost here in the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. One of them from the G&H Transport stable, Ricky Giannicaro. Straight line speed of the General is pretty spectacular. Can't really see it in the live stream coverage, but when you're standing on the side of the track, or particularly down the back straightaway or on the front straight, and this thing comes past you, it is quite special. So he hits the line and the checkered flag, and a double win. So far, looking for the triple later on this afternoon, as the last race of the day comes from G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Dettori for second, and second in A+ as well there for Jonathan Dettori. Charles Laurangis heads to the line for third overall and the win in the GD3 class, beating out Marcel Angel, who's just crossed the line now. We're too far back before we see the second of those yellow and black machines out of Autohaus Angel with Jason Ibbotson. There he is. Johnny Giannicaro behind that, Darby Jabir ahead of Chris Budnick and Nias Modak. There you have unofficial results, of course, A+ and 1 and 2 overall for Scribanti and Jonathan Dettori respectively. Third place overall goes to Charles Laurangis, but he wins out GD3s ahead of Marcel Angel and Jason Ibbotson. Johnny Giannicaro was 4th in that class and 6th overall. Darby Jabir wins out Class A over Budnick and Modak, and Momia takes Class Bs. We'll be back shortly with action on track, coming out of Formula 1600s and the Investchem category.
Oh, there they are.
Ja, what do you need? Catching them.
People are sitting in the car watching it. It was so cool. They just kept walking. Is it? What? No, they're the front. What? This is measuring something.
Is it track with the number? There's like 100 people. My friend at
Dat was hij.
So staan hulle. Hulle spring weg daai kant.
Dis 'n kameraatjie, kykie.
Die weg van hier.
So dan gaan van een. Is wat is my daar? Ek gaan op by. Kan jy sien? So, dit gaan tot kan nie sien.
That waiting for the gun, the nerves are just too much, thinking about what is about to go down.
There goes the horn to start the race.
No, I think it's really amazing. And now the whole setup and people are dressed up.
We're giving something, I think, to the people is just fantastic.
The support on the side of the road is second to none, and that gives you the extra oomph.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. The scenery is beyond what I could imagine. I seriously enjoyed it. I met so many wonderful people on the way.
Really enjoying Cape Town. People seem to really appreciate artwork here, which is really nice.
come and visit Cape Town. We are waiting for you with open arms. We welcome you here. This will remain a city of hope and opportunity for everyone, not just in Cape Town, but around the country and the world.
And he takes the tape.
Cape Town is open, safe and ready to host you.
So we can hear whistles in the background, and Formula 1600 is about to roll out for their second heat of the day, proudly brought to you by Investchem, the Formula 1600s and the Formula 4 Kents all combined. Let's catch up with some of our top Kent drivers and see what their plans are, and the welcome return of Rick Morris to South Africa.
Investchem Formula 1600s, the Kent category, has always been a very, very competitive class. Fantastic to have you back, Rick. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting out there, mixing it up with Scof and with Fossey, who didn't make it yet, so maybe that's an omen for the weekend. Eh? You already beat him at one part of the weekend.
Well, we'll see. It's a long couple of races for an old man. My 50th year, gaining experience the whole time, and delighted to be back again.
It's fantastic to have you here, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Graham, I'm sure you're looking forward to mixing it up with those boys as well. It's been a good season so far in terms of how things have gone, because only had one round, but things looked like they ended up last year.
Yeah, we started off well at Killarney. Let me touch on the experience that I'm racing against. It's awesome to have Rick come and challenge us, and us have his experience, and Ian and all the old boys at the back. So it's really nice to have our cars on the track and giving it as much as we can.
What's the challenge for the weekend, buddy?
Look, I think it's going to be tight up the front. Duncan's quick. Ian and Rick are quicker, so we've got our work cut out for us, but I think once we get going, we'll have a good battle.
Let's see if that's going to be the case in the Kent category this time out for Graham Hepburn. Didn't quite work out according to plan for him in the first one, but let's see how he goes now in race number 2. Ian Schofield was the man to beat in that class. He beat out Duncan Foss to the line, with Hepburn in third place. But Rick Morris is on pole, ahead of Duncan Foss, Hepburn and Meyer. Schofield and Ron Van Wheelie will be coming from the back of the field. If Van Wheelie was able to get his car sorted out though. Gerard Caldenace, Antoine Caldenace lock out the front row. So it's Abacus Divisions Racing 1 and 2, or 19 and 7 as they like to run on their numbers, for the first part of this one at least. See how long they can hang on to those first two positions on the grid. Incredible to see Casey Ensel Smith up onto the second row ahead of Alex Foss for this second start. And looking forward to seeing what Karaba Malamela I should say, and Shrin Naidu can do from the third row. They've got Siobonga Monkakwano, who had a problem in the first one. Hopefully he got that car sorted out and fixed in time for race number 2. I'm looking to see if I can spot the red car of Siobonga Monkakwano out of the Investchem and race driver SA team. Nicholas Van Wheelie starting a lot further back than what he'd like to after a great outing in the first one. Jason Kutsia, the birthday boy, also with a lot more work to do there for the Mint Rap World and Coachworks team. Monkakwano on grid. You can see the red car just in the right of the shot there. Cameraman moves off the track. We come under starters orders, 5-second board, lights on, and then we go racing. Start for the entire pack. They head across the line there. Let's see what Anton Caldenace can do. Can he go around the outside of Gerard and maybe spoil his day? No, Gerard hangs on. Caldenace 1 and 2 as they go out of turn 1. Monkakwano putting the pressure onto the back end of Lanfear. Race 1 winner, Troy Dolenchek, having to come from the back of the pack again. He went from 11th to 1st in the first heat. He's going from 10th possibly to 1st in the second, if he can get through. He's already onto the back end and looking for a way past on Naidu. He's got Van Wheelie right on his tail. Tucked in behind that, you can see a battle royal between Storm Lanfear and, by the looks of things, Karabo Malamela. Malamela at the back end of the pack, just behind Nick Van Wheelie as they come through there for the first time out of turn 3, heading towards Sorrel Funamava sweep. It's Caldenace's 1 and 2 with Gerard leading things out over Antoine. That's Casey Ensel Smith been able to squeeze through there and hang on for third. No, he hasn't. He's under massive pressure from Jason Kutsia, who comes alongside him, under braking down towards Cape Town and Fostron corner. Late braking and up the inside, exactly what Jason Kutsia wanted to do. So he's up to third. He's got the two Caldenace boys and the Abacus Divisions racing cars to catch. If he's able to get through on them, there's a good possibility he could spoil himself. Hopefully with a victory here on his 21st birthday. Casey Ensel Smith is on his tail. Foss behind that as they come into braking down and towards turn 1, Holes Hook again. How far back is Dolenchek? He's up to 6th after the first race. So first race action. Oi! Big collision there, the 26 of Hepburn, with a bit of damage on the back right, as you can see. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there, but certainly the Alipak Johannesburg Ford unfortunately has had to give up the ghost there. Looking for another Ford that might have a bit of damage on the front left. There's a bit of a touch between those two Fords going down in towards turn 1. Pity that we didn't just missed out on it. But we were concentrating on the efforts that we've been put in here by Formula 1600. Alex Foss trying to close down on Casey Ensel Smith and Jason Kutsia. He's in no man's land there, and just behind him is Dolenchek. Dolenchek, we know, had great race pace in the first race. Can he do the same here in the second? Monkakwano keeping him honest. At the inside of Monkakwano comes Van Wheelie. Magnificent Painting Hardware, Formula 1600, looking for a chance to get ahead of the Investchem car of Monkakwano. Shrin Naidu just behind them, and hanging on just ahead there of Storm Lanfear. Hepburn was leading on the last pass across the line. It's now going to be Schofield. Possibly Rick Morris in second as we continue to watch out for Jason Kutsia's progress. Here he comes, inside of Antoine. Easily done. Into turn 2. Oh, Rick Morris locking up into turn 1. Into Holes Hook. Morris just hangs on. Schofield's on his tail. Battle's on there between Ian Schofield and Rick Morris now for Formula 4 Kents. Ron Van Wheelie currently in third in the background. Squealing out there as they went through turn 2. It looks like Morris trying to hang on to hopefully take a victory here on his return. 50 years of racing with Rick Morris, and we were chatting to him there before the race, as you heard. Graham Hepburn was intimating on the experience that Rick Morris has got. Let me just run through one of the names that Rick Morris has beaten in his illustrious career. The late great Ayrton Senna was outgunned by Rick Morris in a Formula Ford on numerous occasions in Europe in his career. So this man knows exactly how to place a car and possibly to win races. It was a big move on the inside coming from his teammate and of course his good friend Ian Schofield to hang on possibly for the win. Looks like Antoine Caldenace is losing some ground now to a whole pack lining up behind him, led out by Casey Ensor-Smith. And here comes Dolenchek. Dolenchek has a look, but Foss sees him coming and shuts the door. So keeping an eye on the progress there of Troy Dolenchek. Quickest on that last lap. 16.098 for Troy Dolenchek. Fastest of the top pack there. Only man into the 16.0s. Everybody else is in the 2s and 3s. In terms of the 1 minute 16s being done by the Formula 1600 Brigade out front. Gerard Caldenace, Jason Kutsia, Antoine Caldenace, Ensor-Smith and Foss. But as I said, in 6th place, Dolenchek, man on the move again. And he's got time. He's got lots of time still to play with here. There is Foss, one more done. Munkankwana tries to go with him. Alex Foss trying to shut the door there on Dolenchek. He's not going to get that one right, but he's definitely going to offend, and he defends big time to keep out Munkankwana. Here comes Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie trying to go around the outside of Munkankwana on the exit of that little kink down towards turn 1 they go. Holes hook. Could have big action here in the single seaters. Ensor-Smith hangs on, but Dolenchek eventually secures that place and moves that Sujan Property Investments car up into the top 5. Ahead of Casey Ensor-Smith. He wants by on Casey Ensor-Smith now, looking dangerous. Van Wheelie had a big look up the inside of Munkankwana as well. Couldn't quite get up the inside there for 7th place. Jason Kutsia has closed down rapidly on the back end of Gerard Caldenace. Is there still a chance here for the 21-year-old to gift himself the ultimate birthday present? A win in Investchem Formula 1600s, his 21st birthday. Gerard looks in the rearview mirrors. He can see just how hard Jason Kutsia is pushing. And he wants by. Has another look on the inside. Gerard sees him coming, shuts the door. Antoine does the same to Casey Ensor-Smith and to Dolenchek. Munkankwana under pressure again from Van Wheelie on the exit of Fostron. Side by side for the lead. Here we go. Could this be the change-up? Is this Jason Kutsia going to the front? Is this perfect timing from Kutsia? 5 laps to go. As he goes into turn 1. Oh, touch! Ensor-Smith and Antoine Caldenace. Little tag between the two of them. They both spin out. Looks like Caldenace will be able to get going again. He does. That's the second time that Antoine Caldenace has gone off at turn 1 today. This time he's helped out ever so slightly by Casey Ensor-Smith, who unfortunately seems to be still stuck in the kiddie litter. So Ensor-Smith out of this one, dropping right out of it. Let's see what's going to happen now, whether Jason Kutsia can find a way past. He was in the lead as they came across the line, but Antoine Caldenace returned the favour. Gerard Caldenace returned the favour as we see the replay here. A touch between Casey Ensor-Smith and Antoine. Antoine spins out, keeps it going through the kiddie litter. Fortunately gets it back in gear and he's able to exit the kiddie litter. Ensor-Smith was not able to do that. So Jason Kutsia led for about 3 or 4 seconds and then Gerard returned the favour and came back at him. Let's see now what happens between those two getting into the closing stages. 4 laps to go. Caldenace from Kutsia, Dolenchek from Foss. Munkankwana, Van Wheelie, Naidu, Lanfear, and Antoine Caldenace right down in 9th. Same place as he was in the first heat. That's definitely not where he wants to be. Still Schofield from Morris in the Kent category. Van Wheelie. Unfortunately, Graham Hepburn's day was done. The back right wheel broke. Here they come. Dolenchek trying to close down on the back end of Kutsia. He's still got enough time to possibly do that. Lapping in the 15.7s. Only man in the 15.7s at the moment is Troy Dolanchek, fastest man on track. It's 16.3s and 15.8s from the top two. So Gerard Gelderneys has turned the wick up slightly, realizing that there's a hungry man in second place. Monkongwana locking up. So front wheel lock up into that bank corner at turn 5, Fostron. This time he's actually recovered really nicely. Great drive out of the kink, and now looking for a chance on Foss. He pulls out of the slipstream and sneaks up the inside. Foss gives him some room, realizing he might have come in a bit hot. Didn't want to take the two cars out, so Alex Foss just giving him some breathing room to survive a potential collision between the two. He'll come back at him now towards turn 2. Nose to tail between those two. Gelderneys now pulling slightly away, opening up a small advantage over Jason Kutsia. And Kutsia's going to have to be very wary. 15.5 now out of Dolanchek. Fastest again on the last pass of the checkered flag and finish line. Not the flag at the moment, but the finish line sees Dolanchek go quickest yet again in the Sujan Property Investments Formula 1600. Has he got enough time to close down on that Mint Wrap Works and Fuchs Lubricants Formula 1600 of Jason Kutsia, the birthday boy? Monkongwana still under pressure from Foss. Foss now got his own pressure coming from Van Wheelie. The Race Driver SA and Sparco sponsored man. Definitely going to be looking to try and keep out Van Wheelie and return the favour on Monkongwana. Coming up on Ron Van Wheelie now. Back marker could help out Jason Kutsia. Certainly Van Wheelie, Nicholas that is, will be hoping that his dad can help him out, maybe backing these two up a little bit closer to him. Last lap of 15.5 from Dolanchek again. 15.7s and 15.5s from the top two. So they've answered the pace that's coming from Troy Dolanchek. It's 0.2 of a second though between Gerard Gelderneys and second place at this stage, Jason Kutsia. Still going to make up 2 seconds there or so. Does Troy Dolanchek if he wants to go at the top step of the podium again. Van Wheelie onto the back straight, trying to stay out of harm's way as Monkongwana leads the second pack onto that back straight away with Van Wheelie on his tail. And Nicholas Van Wheelie has been helped out slightly there by his dad as he gets through there on Alex Foss. Srin Naidu behind that Storm Lanfear. So they come down into Cape Town corner again. All they close in on the top two. And the top two in the Kent class, Schofield and Morris. Onto the last lap. Can Jason Kutsia do anything about Gerard Gelderneys? Gerard Gelderneys needs to make up lost ground here and try and secure as many points as he can. Jason Kutsia, all he wants is this victory at his home track on his birthday. What a 21st present that'll be. Here they come through the left down towards the right-hander at Damstip. And doesn't look like there's going to be an answer here. It's only 0.7 of a second when they cross the line. So it's less than a second here between these two cars, heading down to Cape Town corner for the last time. Sponsored by Fostron. You've got to be fast to keep these men behind you. And that's exactly what Gerard has done. He was able to do what his brother wasn't able to do in the first heat, and that's win from pole. Antoine Gelderneys was on pole in the first heat, ended up down in 10th. He's now down in 9th as his brother comes to take the checkered flag. Abacus Divisions Racing takes the win. Kutsia in second and Dolanchek in third. Is that enough possibly to give Jason Kutsia the overall win for the day? That'll still be a nice birthday present if he gets the overall win, that's for sure. But it's Gerard Gelderneys, Kutsia and Dolanchek, your top three right now as Van Wheelie crosses the line. We're still waiting for Schofield and Morris. There they come onto the back straight away, and it's Rick Morris who leads out. Oh, here comes Ian Schofield. Is he going to allow his good friend to beat him? Or is he going to give Rick Morris a run? They come alongside each other down towards turn 5. Cape Town corner, sponsored by Fostron. It's Investchem's Ian Schofield on the inside of his good friend all the way from the United Kingdom, Rick Morris. Morris loves climbing into Donny Lamola's car to race against Ian Schofield. And Schofield's going to hang on for the win. 2 out of 2 for Ian Schofield. 2 out of 2 in terms of second for Rick Morris. What a great dice to the line there from them. And Ron Van Wheelie will come through for 3rd place in the Kent category. So Gerard Caldenace from Jason Gutsia ahead of Troy Dolanchek. A nice run there from those top 3, beating out Monkonkwana, Van Wheelie and Foss, Srin Naidu and Lanfear. And then 1-2 in the Kent category. It's Schofield in 9th and Rick Morris in 10th overall. Up next, CompCare Polo Cup, race 2.
I got that one perfect. Perfect.
And he picked it up once the smoke came. I don't know where he...
No, because he's telling me follow the leader, follow the leader. And I didn't.
No, they should have been
After that he's going up. Yeah, that was better. Better choice.
Little action. We want action. Yeah. So the wheel's still going out. Started up.
Let's see, you still One of my good friends, because old Steve for many years, we worked a lot together. He was at Red Sox. At the end of a long stretch,
cable.
airport when you walk through the metal detector. Full of things all over the guardrails. One year we went under launched a new four-wheel drive, blah blah blah, big deal. The thing fell on top of him again. But he also had 4 pods full of property. The pods on the wheel. You know the bike kick off. With a bike, you kick the thing off. You keep your eyes on where you want to go. Don't look at any poles and when the thing goes, it's just behind you. That's what it was. They follow you and land on top of you. That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea.
CompCare Polo Cup back on track now for race number 2. And is it going to be more of the same from Giordano Lupini? A man who was not even supposed to be racing this weekend and has done the incredible job of going quickest in qualifying, fastest in Super Pole, and winning race 1 for the Chalkcraft and Bullion IT Polo team. Charles Visser and Antti Pretorius, Darby van der Merwe will be looking to spoil his weekend, I'm sure, and stay within the hunt at the front end for the championship, particularly Charles Visser, who came into this round with the lead of the championship after a great outing at Killarney for round 1 of CompCare Polo Cup. Here it's round 2 of the CompCare Polo Cup and round 1 of the National Extreme Festival. And we're in the mother city, Cape Town, at the Killarney International Raceway. Once again, this event powered by the city of Cape Town and partnered up with Smile 90.4 FM. All the associate sponsors, of course, included with the Killarney International Raceway. I'm sure are ecstatic with the coverage that we've got so far, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds. As the grid stands by, Devon Robertson standing on the side there, waiting to bring his young guns into the fray for the second heat. Jagger Robertson starts slightly higher up than he did in the first one, in 5th place. His teammate Jason Loosemore out of the top 6 after he started in the top 6 in the first heat. But that honour is now with Farhan Basha alongside Jagger Robertson. There is Gio, thumbs up from him. He'll definitely be looking for a chance to possibly spoil the day for everybody and continue on his merry way. Charles Electrical, Tyre Zone and Team Red Racing's Charles Visser. Quick adjustment on that OMP suit quickly. Getting ready to go now for his first outing in second heat on his home track. It's been a fight amongst the usual contenders from Cape Town. Pity we don't have Yuri here. Yuri Swart, I'm sure, would have loved to be involved in this little battle. But Pretorius is certainly looking up for the challenge, as is Darby Funamava. Eyes on the prize there for Anthony. Not giving anything away there at all from the bucket list racing team's point of view. Darby Funamava for Nathan's Motorsport, Volkswagen Motorsport. Do we get a thumbs up from Darby? Of course we do. We always get a thumbs up from Darby. He's looking forward to a huge battle at the front end. Jagger Robertson will definitely looking to be involved in that battle for the Viking Mining and Liqui Moly Team Red car. And Jagger has got Foreign Basha alongside him, looking for a chance to shine. Any one of those top 6, in fact any one of the top 10 could possibly spoil the day for the lead car of Giordano Lupini for Torcraft and Bullion IT. One more lap to go, of course, to get these cars back onto the grid under race proper conditions. They'll do one more lap behind the Polo GTI safety car. They get sent on their way. So Lupini and Visser locking out that front row, Cape Town front row. Car to watch out for will definitely be Jason Newsmore coming through. Buxy Kamani celebrating 10 years of Squadra course. He's got Rasley Harris alongside him, Ethan Kutsia for JRT behind them. Then it's Bryce Pillay. Bryce Pillay and Cara Hill already being called in for a potential hearing after this one, after their incident in turn 1 in race number 1. And I see Jagger Robertson might be being called in as well for a hearing between the incident that he had, I think, with I can't remember who the other car was, but I think Jagger Robertson being called in for a hearing after this as well to sort out the results from race number 1. So we've got Torcraft, Bullion IT leading out over Team Red Racing, Charles Electrical, and Tyre Mart Team Red car of Charles Visser. Bucket List Racing is in third place with Anthony Pretorius. Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport are there in fourth with Darby Funamava, Liqui Moly, Rowan Tree, and of course the Team Red car of Jagger Robertson ahead of the QVWI Motorsport entry, Foreign Basha. Nathan Victor from Summit Racing ahead of Jason Newsmore for Team Red and for Security SFA and Renegade Racing. Then you got Buxy Kamani from Squadra Corsa, Cool Touch Racing and Angry Racing. It's Rasley Harris. JRT is Ethan Kutsia. Tektisa, FK Automotive, Bryce Pillay. Fast 5 Motorsport is Mo Karodia. VDN Autocars and M Tour. VO2 Gear, Dean Fenter. Calix is Carael. Team Red MF, of course, is Tyler Robinson. And the Steaming Bean is Chevy Bassoon. At the back end, last 2 cars, Cyrabix Davidson machine of Jean-Andre Marais, ahead of Roshan Goodman for National Motorsport in Zanzi and Team Red Racing. So Gio brings them to the line. I'm just trying to get a little bit more heat into those Dunlops. They're all Dunlop shot cars. They are all Polo GTIs, all under the Volkswagen Motorsport brand here in South Africa. One of the only continuing brands in the world from the Volkswagen stable to continue racing as petrol-driven cars. Now coming to the line, get them themselves sorted out and ready to go for race 2 of CompCare Polo Cup. It's the 27th running of a Polo Cup Championship in South Africa, and we are standing by. I heard my fellow commentators up in the control tower doing the live PA, the Western Province Motorsport Commentators Association, Frank Hennis and Gary Fleming, saying that they're expecting huge action down into turn 1, particularly with how revved up these drivers are to potentially spoil the day for Gio Lupini. Lights out and racing. Giordano looking to get the whole shot into turn 1. Can he do that as they head down there? They are all staying exactly as they were, side by side between rows 2, 3 and 4. Around the outside, Rasley Harris trying to find a special line around the outside of Bryce Pillay. Not quite making it stick though, coming out of Hole's Hook. Charles Visser tucks in behind Gio. It's a good move there from Pretorius up into third place ahead of Darby van der Merwe. A little bit of action in the background. Oh, sideways from Nathan Victor. The Summit Racing Polo getting completely out of shape there. Very lucky not to be attacked and hit from the side there as he climbed on the anchors. The back end stepped out, and Nathan Victor having to use some of those superbike skills from his original racing career to keep that car on track. He managed to do it, but only just. Here comes Visser, putting the pressure onto Gio. Doesn't want to let him get away this time. Similar vein from Darby van der Merwe to get through on Pretorius. Nathan Victor drops right to the back of the field now behind Roshan Gooden. So Roshan Goodman there is not the last car on track now as Victor's fallen by the wayside. Late braking from Darby van der Merwe, similar from Jagger Robertson, who's moved up nicely as well into the 5 spot. Right behind him it's Farin Basha. So we are standing by for an epic battle between those first 5. Here they come. Completing lap 1 of 12. And across the line for the first bit of race action to be completed here for CompCare Polo Cup Race 2. Those Dunlops will certainly be up to pace now. As you see Bryce Pillay looking to try and take on cars just ahead of him there. And that'll be Cora Hill and Rasley Harris he'll be looking to close things down on. Darby van der Merwe looking on the inside. Pretorius can't make it stick just yet. Kutsia and Karodia going at it. Teammates and stablemates there, Fast 5 Motorsport and the JRT Racing Experience cars. Here comes Darby van der Merwe for turn 3 and makes it stick. Door opened up from the Bucket List Racing team. And oh, little touch there from David into the wall, slamming in there. Goes the Bucket List Racing car of Pretorius. A massive moment coming out of turn 3. I think it may have been Jason Loosemore who gave him a little tag, but he just seemed to be a little bit out of shape before Loosemore just tapped the back end of him and sent him into the wall. So it's parked on the sideline there for Bucket List Racing's Anthony Pretorius. Hopefully we'll get another look at that one. I think it was Jason Loosemore who just helped him out there slightly. But as they went down into turn 3, on the exit of turn 3, look at the front end of that Polo. Absolutely stricken. Very good possibility we're going to need some medical care down there, I'm sure, waiting for confirmation if there's a need for the safety car. Safety car has been deployed. You can see it in the background. They come down into turn 1. Hole's Hook, Darby van der Merwe under pressure. And it's from Jagger Robertson. Have they seen the safety car boards just yet? Not yet. They're all flying through turn 1 now up into turn 2. Big move on the inside from Shaw, but as he goes for the overtake, he sees the safety car board. So safety car has been deployed, but it missed out on catching the Torcraft car out front of Giordano Lupini. So Lupini leads out over Charles Visser, Darby van der Merwe, Jagger Robertson. Farin Basha ahead of Jason Loosemore. They're going to come past and see the car on the left-hand side of the exit of turn 3, Damstip. And as I said, that was a big, big crash. They come out of Damstip at about 150, 160 k's an hour, and there was just a little tap on the back end of that car of Anthony Pretorius, and he got sent onto the left-hand side into the wall. I'm not quite sure if we'll pick up on that. Maybe you can just pan left there to see if the driver's okay there, Dave. Maybe get an action replay there from Paulie if we can as well. Just waiting to pick up on that action there. There he is. Pretorius is out the car. He's okay. Very lucky that It was a big move and a massive hit into the wall. Have a look at this. We're right on board as the bucket list racing car turns in. He turns in on Jason Loosemore, who was, I think, in the right there. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait for what the COC has to say about that, but how's that for an impact? A huge impact onto the wall on the exit of turn number 3 and slams the bucket list racing Polo GTI into the barrier. As I said, fortunately, Anthony Pretorius is out of the car. He's okay, but it has brought out the safety car. Looks like we might be under safety car for a couple of laps here so they can get that bucket list racing machine out of harm's way. Always good to see that Anthony Pretorius or any driver involved in an incident like that is out of the car and okay. He's certainly going to be shaken up, having hit the wall at probably about 160 k's an hour, maybe more. Big moment there for the bucket list racing team, man. I don't know if Jason Loosemore was an antagonist in that. He definitely was the car that hit the back end of Pretorius. But we'll have to wait and see what the officials deem happened in that one. It looked like that bucket list racing car was turning into its normal line and not realizing that Loosemore had already put his nose into that line. And then the tag happened from behind. And that sent the bucket list racing car into the wall. So they will stay behind the safety car while they try and extract that car out of harm's way. You can see it just in the background of that shot. Recovery vehicles there to try and pull it away and get it behind some of the safety barriers, or maybe just pull it across onto the World Rallycross circuit. Might not be the best plan. Might not be a better plan than that, is just get it out of harm's way as quickly as possible. So they're just going to wait for them to go past before they try and pull that car and get it from that side of the track to the other, and probably behind some of the barriers there that were put up purposely for World Rallycross. Remember, World Rallycross comes back to the Killarney International Raceway at the beginning of October, so make sure you're checking out all the social media around that, as well as all the social media around the Extreme Festival. There's huge amounts of social media that go out on a weekend like this, from the teams, from the sponsors, from the circuit, and of course from Extreme Festival as well. It's always great to see that we're creating platforms for our race drivers to become famous, not only in South Africa but worldwide as well. Phenomenal effort there from all the teams behind that social media effort. Part and parcel of that, of course, is our live stream coverage here, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds. GDC and SupaCup are up next. We've got 2 more races to go after this. It's the GDC SupaCup second heat, and then the third and final heat of the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They will make their way onto the circuit for a final 12 laps of action here at round 1 of the National Extreme Festival. Lights are out on the safety car. Looks like we're good to go here for a restart. They will stay line astern. They may not pass until they've crossed the finish line. So everybody has to stay behind each other until they've crossed the finish line. There you can see Pretorius' car on the rallycross circuit. And Anthony Pretorius, I can hear in the background. A couple of applause there for the driver as he walks away from a very serious incident. Could have been a lot worse. We saw that at Killarney with Julian van der Vat in Global Touring Cars. Green flag, and we are racing. It is Giordano Lupini who leads them out back down towards Holshoek. Charles Visser trying to catch him out though, as he goes late on the brakes into turn 1, right behind him. Got Darby van der Merwe. Great run here from Jagger Robertson, Farin Basha and Jason Loosemore. Bryce Pillay behind that with Ethan Katsia tucked in just in the background as well. Ethan Katsia, Baxi Kamani and Mo Karodia making up the top 10. Squadron Corsa 10th anniversary car in 9th place at the moment, tucked in between the JRT Racing and Fast 5 cars of teammates Ethan Katsia and Mo Karodia. Dean Fenter behind that. Then it's Rasley Harris. The angry car looking good out of turn 3, trying to close down on that VDN machine. He runs wide. Wow, Rasley Harris completely off track. Has he been able to get back onto the circuit? He's going to drop back slightly though, having gone off track. That off track excursion has put him right into the clutches there of Cara Hill. Behind them is Jean-Andre Marais and Tyler Robinson, so the 2 ladies up close and personal. Fastron corner could see some changes here. Late braking coming out of the Squadra Course car. Opens up the door. Kurodia slams on his inside, says thank you, I'll have that all day. Fast 5 moves up one place. Here comes the VDN car, the VDN auto car of Dean Fenter. Can he find a way past? Once again down into turn 1. Change up. Oh, late braking from Charles Visser. How much later do you want to be? Team Red Racing looking for the lead of the race, and Visser's given it to them. Charles Visser coming together. Oh, nearly a touch between him and Giordano getting up close and personal with Charles Visser as they came out of turn 1. Darby van der Merwe trying to stay out of harm's way there. Darby van der Merwe all over the back end of Giordano and Lupini. And it's Visser and Lupini side by side. Tapping the back end of that car is the Talkcraft and Bullion IT machine. Out front, Charles Electrical, Time Art and Team Red Racing, Charles Visser. Look at this, absolutely amazing action between the top 3. It's exactly what we expected, and not too far behind them. The second 3 are almost there. Jagger Robertson, with these 3 fighting so hard, could bridge the gap and make it a 6-way fight for the lead. Certainly hoping that's going to be the case. Jagger Robertson, let's get a move on. Get those push-to-passes happening, buddy. Get right up there. Go and help your teammate out. The 3 Team Red cars up into the top 6 there, with Loosemore bringing up the tail end of the top 6 in 6th place at the moment. But Giordano Lupini now trying to return the favour. Charles Visser squeezed him out in turn 1. He tried to come back at him the rest of that next lap, but was not able to do anything about the man out front. Can he do anything now? Across the line they come for another lapper. And it's the halfway stage reached. 6 out of 6 done and 6 to come. Visser hangs onto that inside line. And it's Giordano Lupini trying to squeeze him out as they come out of turn number 1, Holzhoek. This time, Lupini's put the wheel up the inside. Lupini's on the inside for turn 2. Can he make it stick this time? Yes, he can. Darby van der Merwe goes with him. Van der Merwe goes up the inside of Charles Visser. Visser runs wide. Is Van der Merwe going to be able to make Visser pay for this? Visser keeps him honest. Stays on the inside for the kink. They come out side by side. Visser just squeezes Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe's got a problem. Van der Merwe loses out 1 position. Looks like he might have missed the gear there. And Van der Merwe drops down to 4th. So it's now a move on the inside there. Brilliant stuff from Charles Visser to keep out the attack coming from his arch rival, Darby van der Merwe. And van der Merwe's losing out again. This time it's Faran Basha. Faran Basha gets ahead of Darby 4 ways. Faran Basha makes a stick. QVWI machine up ahead. Here comes van der Merwe straight back at him though. Touch between the 2 cars out of Fostron. Faran Basha now. He's got Loosemore tucked in behind him, waiting to pick up the pieces between these 2 as they go at it. Here comes Loosemore along for the ride. Can he squeeze out Darby van der Merwe? Looks like he's going to try that. He is. Oh, Visser lit up into turn 1. Trying so hard to get through there on Giordano Lupini. He was absolutely sideways, drifting through turn 1 in a front-wheel drive car. Absolutely amazing stuff. Jagger Robertson, he's in the background going, I'll have some of that. Jagger Robertson looking to try and capitalise on his teammates' mistake there and put himself up in a second. The rookie from last year looking for his first win. Can it come today? Can he beat the 2 Cape Town locals and win out for Liqui-Moly, Viking and Team Red Racing? Team Red, Jason Loosemore under a bit of pressure as well now as they come onto that little short straight between turn 3 and 4 up towards Charles van der Merwe sweep. Bryce Pillay is all over the back end of Jason Loosemore, who's also getting out of shape. Oh, he's getting a little bit sideways as Jason Loosemore. He'll be used to that coming from the oval track, but definitely doesn't want to be doing that too often because it will cost him time. Jagger Robertson closing down on his teammate now. Can he spoil the day for Charles Visser? Giordano Lupini seems to have opened up a little bit of a margin now. Bryce Pillay on the outside of Loosemore. Waiting to pounce is Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia, teammate to Jason Loosemore last year. Now moving into the JRT stable after his dad bought out the JRT stable. And running there with Mo Kurodia in that team. Dean Fenter tucked in behind that with Kurodia on his tail. So it's still a fight on for 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. Jagger Robertson applying huge amounts of pressure onto the tail end of his teammate. Visser soaking that pressure up. Heading towards turn 2. Watch in the background. Ethan Kutsia possibly spoiling the day here for Jason Loosemore. Remember, Ethan Kutsia was out for the entire second half of the season after that massive crash that he had at East London Grand Prix circuit. Broke his back Big damage to his legs, had to take about 6 months to recover before he even climbed into a race car. He did that at Killarney, and he's now doing a phenomenal job here in Killarney. Bryce Pillay, Mokarodi is now behind Buxy Kamani. He's dropped back one position. You see Nathan Victor trying to make up some ground now. He's just outside of that top 12. In fact, he's just gone to 12th place. Giordano Lupini stayed out of harm's way now. Jagger Robertson could possibly spoil Charles Visser's day. Charles, by the way, he's gone today, should stay at the front of the championship. But more importantly, is he going to be able to keep out his teammate? Late braking from Ethan Couture, loses him a little bit of ground. Jason Loosemore coming back at him. Loosemore on the inside for Team Red, trying to go at it with JLT Racing experienced driver Ethan Couture. He's got the drive out of the kink. Now going to try and hang on to that drive. Try and get just ahead ever so slightly if he can under braking. Just like Jagger Robertson's trying to do to Charles Visser. Basha from Fanamava. Couture holds on to the inside line. Loosemore around his outside. Jason Loosemore tucks in behind Ethan Couture now. Tries to get a little bit of slipstream before they go towards turn 2 along the Joubert Straight. Dean Fenter closing down on them rapidly as well for the BDN Auto team. Fenter pushing hard. So is Jagger Robertson. He seems to have lost a little bit of ground there to Charles Visser. So 2 and 3 might be sorted out. 4 and 5 certainly are at this point. And we've still got 2.5 laps of racing to come. 12 lapper here for the second heat. Dean Fenter all over the back end of Loosemore. Whoa, here we go, sideways. Oh, over the jump as well. Is that once again the angry car? I think it might have been. It was. Oh, Rasley Harris using some lines and some special lines of his own on the outside of turn 3. Down on the brakes. Change up here potentially between Fenter and Loosemore. Loosemore goes defensive. Couture's late on the brakes as well, but Loosemore closes in on him on the exit of turn 5. Using that banking to his advantage. And he try and sneak up the inside of that JRT Racing experienced car of Ethan Couture under braking for turn 1. They're both closing on Darby Fanamava. Fanamava's days are numbered if he wants to try and stay in that top 6. 2 laps to go for Darby Fanamava to try and hang on for a top 6 spot. JRT Racing experience is on his tail. Behind that, Loosemore for the SFA Team Red car. It's Team Red Racing and Renegade Racing on that bonnet as they come under braking for turn number 2. Huge pressure being applied now. Former teammates Ethan Couture and Darby Fanamava. Teammates in 2nd and 3rd place of both those drivers at the moment. And then it's Farin Basha with one of the best outings we've seen out of Basha in a polo. QVWI machine doing such an amazing job there. Watch out for him in this season. Certainly turning his luck around and definitely finding a car that is working well for Farin Basha. Dean Fenter's found a car that's got some late race pace as well as he looks to take on those top 2 just ahead of him in the form of Ethan Couture and Darby Fanamava, who are side by side heading towards Fostron. Loosemore looking to go with Couture, realizing that if Couture goes, he can go with him. And that's exactly what he's done. He's gone on the inside of Darby Fanamava, who tries to shut the door. Fanamava getting forced a little bit wide. He'll have to come out of it slightly, or does he? No, he stays in it. Brilliantly done there by Darby Fanamava, staying in it to take on Jason Loosemore. He'll tuck in behind Loosemore as they come across the line as our leader starts his final lap. Giordano Lupini looking for the perfect weekend in Cape Town, and that's exactly what he might get. Looks like that might be the opportunity that Torcraft, Bullion IT and Payball wanted, in giving him a little bit of money to come and race this weekend at his home track. Hopefully now he can hang on and finish the season with us in Polo Cup. So Giordano Lupini makes his way down towards turn 3 for the last time. We did see him get a little bit out of shape in the first race as he went through Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. Was that maybe just a little bit of showboating? No, this time he keeps it smooth. Those Dunlops were crying out in the last lap of race 1. They're not doing the same in the last lap of race number 2. Heading down towards Fostron for the last time as well. Giordano Lupini. What a turnaround. What a story for this weekend. He was not supposed to be racing in this car at all. He found some money from Paybar. He found some money from Torcraft. He came racing and dominated at his home track. Giordano Lupini, 2 out of 2. Fastest in qualifying, fastest in the Super Bowl, fastest in race 1, and here now in race 2, the fastest car on track comes from Giordano Lupini, followed by Charles Visser and Jagger Robertson. Team Red, 2 and 3 across the line. The rest of the pack spanning out there to try and get across the line. Kutsia wins out, and he beats Jason Loosemore, who also gets ahead of Darby van der Merwe and bumps him into 7th place. So Loosemore once again up into the top 6, beating Darby van der Merwe, Dean Fenter, Bryce Pillay, and a recovery of note from Nathan Victor from the back of the pack, back up into 10th place. Good drive there from the Summit Racing man. So Lupini, Visser and Robertson, your top 3 in race 2 of CompCare Polo Cup. Stand by for action from our final bit of race action here today, the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, race 3. Beg your pardon, GDCs are up first, of course. GDCs and SupaCup up next, and then G&H Transport Extreme Supercars.
Probably never been a race track. I said to him, you know, he comes from Muddock. Where they ride on the dirt. No, we don't want the dirt. Weird for me on Monday. So it's going to be weird for me on Monday. I'm off tomorrow and Monday. I work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Monday is red day, what? Oh, except in Brackenfell, yeah. The Brucey's there like, hey. Look, I agree with what they carry on about. I agree. And the Faza, Scotty number 1, since the data. I did caught once for many years. We interviewed him once. When we got to McDonald's, Donald's grandson. I think he was producing after this guy. But one day he's going to be the king. Because really, such dumb work. No, you're right. He's just a figure here for the 18 telling what he's trying to do. But I think he's involved in it. Maybe the camera will have running yesterday. That's that way. $120 the last time I passed 600 SPA. race was safety and then one night. So step of them, then the time to be good. Catch all of this? You catch all the action there?
All I got was hello, I'm looking at the cameraman.
Well done. I'm sick. I'm
These guys are really on top of their game.
Scott's Global Touring Cars making their way out for their second and final heat of the day. And the GDC Super Cup just behind them. And Rackstraw, Nottingham, Samanga. Oh, that's a front row of note. And Rackstraw, just got an opportunity to go at it for Lee Thompson Racing in the Golf. On a few occasions when Brad Liebenberg was in that car in the past, he would win from pole position if he was gifted that opportunity. So can Andrew Rackstraw possibly look for his first victory in that new car for Lee Thompson Racing? Nottingham Samanga, of course the rookie of the GDC class, is on the front row as well for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the Corolla. And definitely he'll be looking for a chance to outgun Andrew Rackstraw if he can. We saw the pace that he had in that Corolla in race number 1. And he was able to give Robert Volk a really good run for his money. Volk and Barrier will be alongside each other on the second row, with Robert Volk, the Chemical Logistics and WCT, just ahead of the second of the Gazoo Racing stable cars. And then Michael van Rooyen will be behind them. So van Rooyen was definitely looking for a possibility of getting that pole position with some troubles at the end of race number 1. Didn't go according to plan though, and he had to pull out of the race and will start from 5th again. Josh LaRue is handed the duties of pole position for the GDC Super Cup class, ahead of Keegan Campos. Arnie Neveling and Brad Liebenberg, race 1 winner, down in 4th place for the Hype Energy and Sparco Nathan's Motorsport entry. Tate Bishop behind him, Jonathan Machotsi will be alongside. Tata Carello for the 4th row, and then it's the two Dyers boys, Dominic and Calvin, and JP Funnevalt at the back for Platinum Wheels Racing, and he'll be looking to maybe up his pace slightly.
What's up, man? I'm listening to my boss up there.
Oh, that's boring. What's your boss saying?
Why you fucking pan off the car when
Rackstraw and Msamanga, that front row. Sure. It's going to be an exciting front row, that's for sure. Andrew Rackstraw would love to give Lee Thompson Racing their first victory of the season here in Cape Town. And let's see whether or not that's going to be the case. Natium Samanga will be just hungry for a rookie victory in his brand new team. Having come out of the Volkswagen Motorsport Development Team, he spent a lot of time there in Polo Cup and has now jumped into GDC for Gazoo Racing. And the Toyota team are exceptionally happy with their choice of Natium Samanga taking over that Corolla from long-standing fighter there, Mandla Ndakani. I'm glad you're enjoying all the race action. Thanks, William. Hope you've enjoyed it so far, and looking forward to a little bit of action later on tonight as well. If you're a rugby fan, don't forget it's the finals of Six Nations tonight, and hopefully, from my point of view, I'm looking forward to celebrating with Team Ireland with a Grand Slam victory and the Six Nations victory, if they can go ahead and beat out the final team of the season. It's going to be a big fight, that's for sure, between them and England on to the last part. I believe Scotland might have already started their attack for second place with France. I'm not sure what happened to Italy and Wales a bit earlier on, but don't worry about that right now. Let's go straight into this huge amount of action that's about to kick off here for the final race of the GDC Super Cup. Josh LaRue and Michael van Rooyen will be the last row of global touring cars. LaRue ended up in the kitty litter as we saw. Campos and Neveling, that's all of the Super Cup. Berg alongside Tate Bishop, Swansea and Tata Carello. Graham and Calvin, the back of Platinum Wheels, Polo GTI Super Cup. Machine of JP Funnevalt. And behind CompCare Polo GTI safety car. which doubles up as the safety car here for Global Touring Cars. And now time to line them up. Let's see what Rackstraw can do from the front row. He has been there in the past, but he hasn't quite been able to get that victory yet for the Golf. Let's see what we can do now as they head down towards the start line and the lights that'll go out. And Samanga going to keep him honest. Nice, and Samanga wants this victory big time. And he's got a chance of it, arguably in one of the best ways possible, to be on the front row as the lights go out. Did he get the drop? No. It is Rackstraw who leads out. Samanga comes across to beat out fellow Corolla driver, Robert Volk. And race one winner, Saad Variawa, has to just tuck in behind them. They come out of turn one up towards turn two. Rackstraw starting to look really dangerous and already starting to pull away ever so slightly. Here comes trouble. Oh, big slam between Keegan Campos and Arnie Neveling. Dyers had to run wide coming out of turn one. A huge moment there. There goes Tate Bishop onto the grass. Rallycross style there from Tate Bishop as he comes onto the circuit at the back of the field just ahead of Calvin Dyers. Side by side, in fact, no, ahead of Calvin and of Dominic Dyers. Good start there from JP for the vault. He's tucked in behind Tata Carello. But here comes Arnie Neveling alongside Keegan Campos. He's on the inside and looking to bring Bradley Liebenberg along for the ride. Big moment there between the GDC Super Cup competitors coming out of turn one. Is it going to be Keegan Campos who hangs on? Yes, he is, only just ahead of Brad Liebenberg. Machotsi, side by side almost, as they came onto that back straight away. Now in the slipstream of Arnie Neveling as they head down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. He comes alongside Arnie Neveling. He might have a little bit of damage on that car. But Fostron corner, seen lots of action in the past. We're seeing big action between Machotsi and, someone off in the background. Dyers off again. So John Dyers, I think, also going off on the background there ever so slightly. It could have been Calvin on. No, it was Dominic. Dominic Dyers off in the background. Here comes the maneuver. Machotsi on the inside of Arnie Neveling. Squeezing Neveling out. Sure, what a start. Frantic start here. There we go once again. Oh, and Tate Bishop coming back right in front of JP Funderbolt, making him have to take evasive action in the Platinum Wheels car. Epic start for GDC Super Cup. Once again, Liebenberg trying to find a way through now on Campos. Campos has already had some bar-banging antics between himself and Neveling. Neveling now trying to find a way through there back ahead of Machotsi. Tata Carella hangs on ahead of Tate Bishop just behind them. So two cars, then three. That's how they come out of Sorrel van der Merwe Street onto that back straightaway for the last time here in round one of the Extreme Festival. I say the last time, there's still a lot of laps to go, 10 of them in fact, with a slightly longer second heat for Global Touring Cars. GDC battle continues at the front end, but have a look at this battle for the Super Cup class. There you can see it. It's Natim Samanga keeping out. In fact, Samanga's hit the front. Natim Samanga's hit the front. And he's now got Andrew Rackstraw just ahead of his two teammates. Saud Variawa has moved up ahead of his teammate, Michael van Rooyen. So it's Gazoo Racing, flying, formation flying in fact, at the front end. We've lost Robert Volk. Robert Volk's gone missing somewhere on track. He was up in the third place at one point behind Natim Samanga. So Samanga's now in the lead. It is Rackstraw in second, Variawa in third, Van Rooyen and LaRue. Robert Volk is down in sixth. So I just saw, I think in the background, the blue Toyota Corolla. Yeah, there he is, he's still on track. But a huge mountain to climb now, probably bigger than Table Mountain, if he wants to get to the front end of this field. Michael van Rooyen was quickest on that last pass, 16.9. 16.94 in fact, if we look at the way things go there. Because you've got a 16.977 coming out of Saud Variawa. So Michael van Rooyen is trying to close down on his teammate and find a way through. Little look there from Rackstraw, just to show Samanga that he's still around. Thompson Racing have done an amazing job on that Golf. They're now trying to make sure it can get to the front end. Natim Samanga locks up into turn two. Saud Variawa applying pressure. Trying to give his teammate a little bit of breathing room. Calvin Dyers looking for a way through now as they come across the line on JP van der Walt. Change up for the lead into turn 1. Brad Liebenberg round the outside of turn 1. Can he cement it? Heading towards turn 2. He's trying to get to the front end of this field of Global Touring Car Super Cup competitors, and he does so into turn 2. It's a turn 1 Veloci and Campos at the moment with Brad Liebenberg on board. A little bit further back still. Fight on between Arnie Neveling and Jonathan Machotsi. Neveling with the advantage at the moment and pulling away ever so slightly from Jonathan Machotsi. Machotsi falling into the clutches of Tata Carella. The Carella Auto Machine slowly but surely reeling in the Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen genuine parts car of Jonathan Machotsi. Down towards turn 5 come the GDC Super Cup, with Liebenberg locking up the brakes, getting those tyres to squeal and some white smoke out of those Dunlops as they come onto the braking point. Same thing here, once again in Samanga, locks up the front right. He's got a hard charge coming out of Rackstraw. Rackstraw's got pressure of his own in the form of Saud Variawa. Saad has already taken 2 points out of 2 starts today. Saud would love to do the same thing here for Gazoo Racing. Let's see what's going to happen here as they come out of the Sora from the emergency, looking for the drive to get into the slipstream there of the GTI. That Golf GTI 8, the lone Golf GTI 8. There were 3, remember. And after that tragedy in Port Elizabeth last year, the lone surviving Golf GTI 8 GDC Supercar out front. Looking for a chance now forward. Heading into the slipstream there of Rackstraw. Pulling away now from the third Toyota of Michael van Rooyen. And if Michael van Rooyen keeps his eyes on his rearview mirrors, he'll be concerned, because in the background it's Robert Volk closing him down rapidly. 16 sixes from Michael van Rooyen, 16 ones from Robert Volk. Back to the battle here between Tate Bishop, JP van der Walt and Dominic and Calvin Dyers as they come down into turn 5 Fostron. JP hangs on. He goes for a push to pass. With these cars, of course, as the hazard lights come on, you'll see that the push to pass mechanism has been engaged. Or was that him just indicating? No, it wasn't. He's trying to come back, as you can see in the background there. Machotsi and Tata Carella go through. Here comes Dyers on the inside of JP van der Walt. Late braking. And this time Dominic Dyers just sneaks up the inside of JP van der Walt. And does he make it stick? No, they're still side by side. Just getting through there on the exit point. But here comes Calvin in the background. He wants a little bit of that action as well. That's the kind of action he wants. Tagging JP out of turn 2. Well, it's no holds barred here in this final heat of Global Touring Cars and GDCs. Top 3 in GDCs getting away, and the GDC Super Cup getting as exciting, if not more, in various parts of this race meeting. Nati Msamanga looking for the impossible. His first win in only 3 starts in the Global Touring Cars. Team Gazoo Racing, Msamanga will definitely be giving them an opportunity of 1 victory for each of their drivers. It's a pity we don't have 3 heats, because I'm sure then Michael van Rooyen will be looking for that 3rd and final win. That time, so this time it's TNA Transport Supercars will have the 3 heats of racing in Cape Town. Onto the back straight they go again. Here we go. Saud Variawa now a lot closer to the back end of Rackstraw. I think he realizes he's running out of laps here. He's got to get through on Rackstraw if he wants to go on the attack to catch him Samanga. Nati late on the brakes into turn 5 Fostron. Late braking also coming out of Rackstraw to keep Saud Variawa at bay. Top quality stuff here from these drivers. No room for error whatsoever, and not a bit of room given to try and find a way through. Another look up the inside, and Samanga sees him coming, knows that Rackstraw can't go from there. Not with the pace of the Corolla out front. Speaking of pace, well, Brad Liebenberg's up that pace ever so slightly to find a way to get away to the tune of nearly 1.2 seconds now ahead of Keegan Campos. High energy up car getting away at the front end of the SupaCup cars. Keegan Campos still hanging on for second. Arnie Neveling still for third. Machotsi is still in four, but Machotsi has got some problems in the form of Tata Carello. Look in the background as they're starting to switch left and right. Here they come. Watching in the background, was it the Machotsi? Yes, it is. Only just ahead of Tata Carello. Back down under braking for Cape Town Corner and Fostron. Yet again, Natim Samanga maintains and keeps up the two hatch cars behind him. The saloon car beating the two hatches at the moment. And they're starting to run out of laps even more rapidly. 4 to go. Samanga goes defensive. Could compromise his line into turn 1, holds hook. Carries good corner speed, maintains that race line. Runs a little wide, and Samanga, that could be costly. Saud Variawa realizes that, tries to go on the attack to catch out Rackstraw. Rackstraw's putting the pressure on. Oh, and the door opens up. Rackstraw going to try and squeeze in Samanga. The door opens up and Rackstraw's going for it. Rackstraw coming back. Adam Samanga now towards Dapstip. He's got him. No, he hasn't. Side by side, and Samanga tries to keep him honest. He stays in it. It could be 3x3 into Sorrow for the Merva sweep. Rackstraw around the outside. And Samanga now side by side with Saud Variawa. What an amazing dance here from Global Touring Cars. Here they come down that back straightaway. Samanga has lost out big time. Can he come back at his teammate? No, Saud Variawa's got the inside line. So it's Rackstraw up to the lead. Variawa into second place, and Samanga drops down to third. Just opened up that door in turn 2. Cannot do that with Andrew Rackstraw. Multiple saloon, a single seater champion on your tail. He will make you pay. It looks like he's going to make Toyota Gazoo Racing team pay as well. So the Lee Thompson car hits the front now. Can he hang on for the next 3 laps? Oh, Saud Variawa runs wide. Samanga goes back into second. Samanga back up to second place now. He's going to put the pressure onto Rackstraw. Saud Variawa running wide, putting the pressure on himself there. Michael Van Rooyen just in the background from them. This is Machotsi versus Carello into Fostron corner and now out of it. Fight for what is 4th place on track there between the two of them. Tata Carello would love to spoil the day there for Johnny Machotsi. Looking on the inside, he shows a wheel, but Machotsi at that car placed to perfection, not going to allow Tata Carello a way through. Coming out of turn 2 now, trying to close down on Arnie Neveling. Looks like the two Dyers boys and Tate Bishop are, well, the two Dyers boys are split by Tate Bishop and JP front of Alt. Dominique ahead of Calvin. Calvin at the back of the pack now. As we watch Arnie Neveling flying into Damps, and keep an eye out on this little battle that we're continuing to keep an eye out right to the end. Carello versus Machotsi for 4th in the GDC Super Cup class. They go into that back straight away now. Carello not quite close enough to maybe get into that slipstream of Machotsi. Use it to his advantage down that back straight. Late braking, not late enough to get up the inside, find a way through. That's Liebenberg from Campos, from Arnie Neveling. They've got 2 to go. Hype Energy and Nathan's Motorsport Sparco sponsored car taking on the Veloci Automobile Turn 1 and Campos Transport car of Keegan Campos. Behind them it is Goscor, Stradale Motorsports, Arnie Neveling. Back to the front. So it is Rackstraw pulling away now. He's got a 1.6 second advantage. Saud Variawa up into second place. Natim Samanga into third. So Saud has found a way back ahead of his teammates. He'll be looking for overall victory honours. Oh, Michael Van Rooyen off track. The Rustenburg Rocket goes way off track and it's going to give Volk a chance to go at him. Michael van Rooyen made a slight mistake out of turn 1, Holes Hook, and that's given an opportunity for Robert Volk to maybe get up to 4th. He's racing 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. If it stays that way on this last lap, Raxdor is going to get the victory. Lee Thompson Racing, and only their 3rd time of asking, are going to get a victory here in the Golf 8 GTI. I mentioned it at the start of the race. Brad Liebenberg was able to win from the 2nd race and pole position when that car was in Hype Energy colours. It's now in Lee Thompson Racing colours, and it's got Andrew Raxdor at the wheel. And he comes out of turn 5 for the last time, heading for that checkered flag on the Dunlops. And the victory for Heat 2 of GDC goes to Raxdor. Variawa in 2nd, Nsamanga in 3rd. Fastest lap of the race goes to Sawad Variawa on that last lap. You can see how hard he was pushing. And it is Robert Volk who beats out Michael van Rooyen to the line for the top 5 in the GDC class. Liebenberg down that back straightaway for the last time. Josh LaRue has crossed the line there for 6th in the Audi. So Brad Liebenberg just got to get through this last corner, the kink and the straight. Take the 2nd victory today. Liebenberg from Campos. Campos from Neveling. That's how it's going to end up for the GDC Super Cup category. There you have it. Liebenberg winning out. Good drive from Campos. Great drive from Neveling. They'll probably have a little chat about that tap into turn 1. Machotsi keeps out Tata Carello. And then it's Dominic Dyers beating out Tate Bishop, JP van der Walt, Calvin Dyers making up the back end of that field. Let's have a look at the unofficial results. Raxdor with the win. Sawad Variawa with the fastest lap on the last lap as well to finish up just behind him. Natim Samanga, what a drive for 3rd, beating out Robert Volk and Michael van Rooyen. And then Josh LaRue in 6th place. Brad Liebenberg wins out over Campos and Neveling. And Jonathan Machotsi, your top 4 and the top 10 overall there for GDC's and GDC Super Cup. Up next, G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, our final race of the day. 12 laps of the 3rd heat, coming pretty shortly.
That waiting for the gun, the nerves are just too much, thinking about what is about to go down.
There goes the horn to start the race.
No, I think it's really amazing. And now the whole setup and people are dressed up.
We're giving something, I think, to the people is just fantastic.
The support on the side of the road is second to none, and that gives you the extra oomph.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. The scenery is beyond what I could imagine. I seriously enjoyed it. I met so many wonderful people on the way.
Really enjoying Cape Town. People seem to really appreciate artwork here, which is really nice.
Come and visit Cape Town. We are waiting for you with open arms. We welcome you here. This will remain a city of hope and opportunity for everyone, not just in Cape Town, but around the country and the world.
And he takes the tape.
Cape Town is open, safe and ready to host you.
Jimbo Jonakara brings up the tail end of the field as they roll round for their warm-up for the final race of the day here at round 1 of the Extreme Festival. We're in Cape Town, the mother city. It's the Killarney International Raceway, powered by the City of Cape Town in association with Smile 90.4 FM and all our associate sponsors for each of the categories, bringing you this Extreme Festival action. We've seen Franco Scribante go 2 for 2 so far. Can he go again and beat out Jonathan du Toit and Charles Arangis for the third and final time today? We also saw a 108.824 from him earlier on in the day, and if he can find about a second more, there's a very good possibility he could even go and outbreak the lap record set in the South African Endurance Series here at the 9 Hour last year. I'm so glad we still got a whole bunch of guys with us there. Thanks, Brent, for the comments that are coming here on Facebook as well as on YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. This is the last part of it right now. 12 more laps to come your way before we get into the maneuvers around the country for the year for Extreme Festival. We head down to the East London Grand Prix circuit. We go to Port Elizabeth. We're of course back at SupaCups. We've also got another round back down here at Killarney International Raceway. So lots of race action still coming away this year for Extreme Festival. Round of Extreme Festival, of course, will be at the SupaCups International Raceway on the 20th of May. That's the next round of the national side. Then we go down to in June to Quebec on the Aldo Scribante circuit on the 17th of June. We've got race action on the 22nd of July at the East London Grand Prix circuit. We've got race action coming away again in Cape Town on the 9th of September for another round of Extreme Festival action. Just an action-packed race calendar this year. And don't forget, here at Killarney International Raceway, there is a massive event that makes its way back onto our shores, and that being the World Rallycross on the 6th, 7th and 8th of October. Under safety car at the moment, that light will go out, and at Polo GTI that is doubled up for duties at G&H Transport Supercar level and at Polo Cup and Global Touring Car level today, and we'll hand the duties to Franco Scribante to dictate the pace down towards turn 1. Side by side with Jonathan du Toit. Will du Toit try and look to outgun the Porsche? Not an easy thing to do. That straight line speed of the Porsche is very good in the general from Franco Scribante Racing. Hammers drop. It's pedal to the metal. And once again, it's Scribante who holds shots into turn 1. Great move on the inside from Marcel Angel. He squeezes up into third place and outguns Charles Arangis. So Arangis gets dropped back down into fourth place for the first time today. It's Marcel Angel in the Ferrari 488 that has got ahead of his rival there. Darby Jabir inside of Gianni Jonakara out of turn 2. Here's Modak tucked in behind that, looking for a way to squeeze ahead of his good friend Gianni Jonakara. Charles Arangis coming back. Ibbotson under pressure there from Budnick in the Viper. Modak for MIM taking on Bisque Racing R35 Nissan of Gianni Jonakara. Behind them it's Imad Modak in the BMW. Looks like he might have Mo Mia on his tail. And then it's Ant Blunden and Joseph Ellerine, first of the GT4 spec Audis. Then they come under braking for turn 5. Modak, Blunden, Mo Mia, Ellerine, Marius Jackson, late braking from Jimbo Jonakara. He slots in behind Roy Overy. Looks like he might have outgunned Ricky as well. Ricky Jonakara in an ailing Hurricane, I beg your pardon. Didn't quite work out for him in race number 2. He ended up on the sideline at turn 2 to Ricky Jonakara. And now comes into the battle with his dad, Jimbo, and Roy Aubrey in the Haval Inbel Porsche 997. London trying to go around there outside of Modak. Imad Modak keeps him at bay. 77 tucked in there as well. The London Porsche has been very good at all the circuits. Momia's right on his tail, looking for a way through there for Toys R Us. The Toys R Us Porsche fighting with London. The Satchco machine. There's smoke coming over the circuit there. I think it's one of the drives on our side of the track. They head down towards turn number 5. Waiting for him to come across the line. Here comes Alida. And that's Franco Scribanti to complete the second lap in anger. 10 more to go. 109.9. In fact, a 109.911 from that second pass there. Coming from Franco Scribanti. Then Jonathan DeToy on his tail. Also low 10s. 110.242. Marcel Angel in the 111s. Jason Ibbotson in the 113s. Where is Charles Rangi's gone? Charles Rangi's gone missing from that top 4. Charles Rangi's car might have been a bit of an issue. She was outgunned by the Ferrari. Just watching in the background, and we can pick up on that R8 GT3 spec Evo. As the R4 goes at it. Joseph Ellery taking on Ricky Jonacaro. Modak and Modak ahead of Mia, London, Ellery, Jonacaro and Jackson. The super fight in that mid pack. Class A, B, C and D all fighting hard here. Jonacaro trying to squeeze out Joseph Ellery. The Lambo might have a slight turn of pace on the Audi down that back straightaway. Satchco Porsche trying to close down on the Toys R Us one. There you have it. Jonacaro using the extra straight line speed of the Lambo to get ahead of the first of those R8 GT4 spec cars. Joseph Ellery and Marius Jackson. Jackson, of course, usually pilots a GT3 spec R8, but parts were not available for that car in time for this weekend's racing. And with his teammate Wanda McQuena on international duties, there's an opportunity for Marius Jackson to climb back into the GT4 spec machine, try and score some points in this championship. Consistency is key. Jonathan DeToy will tell you all about that, having won this championship last year. The number 1 plate there on the Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Manchi continuing on his merry way, this time down into the 109.5s. So even quicker than what he's gone. Cool air, warm track conditions, and almost ideal conditions to try and go, possibly for that outright lap record. So 107.6 he needs for the outright lap record. Is there going to be a chance that we see that from Franco? Was he happy just to settle for the 3 wins on the day? Here comes this battle. Jonacaro now at the front end of the 2 Porsches and the 2 Audis. Marius Jackson racing Audis. Jackson at the wheel of one and Joseph Ellery at the wheel of the other. Ricky now pulling away from Momia. The Toys R Us Porsche, the Satchco Porsche. The meet in the sandwich between those R8 GT4 spec Audis. Niaz and Imad fighting hard here. Family affair. Lamborghini versus BMW. Looks like Niaz might be waving him through though. I saw the hand come out of that little slot that would be a window on the Lambo, saying to him, let's go. They're past the clubhouse. Door opens up. There you have it. Exactly what I thought. Niaz Modak opening up the door there, allowing Imad through. They're now going to try and follow him. A little bit of a fight starting to rage here between Ibbotson, Budnick and Joubert, and Gianni Jonacaro about to join the party as well. Jason Ibbotson currently in 4th place overall. So the fight for 4th here. Ferrari, Porsche, Dodge Viper and R35 Nissan. Real eclectic array of cars here in this extreme supercar field. It looks like Johnny Donacaro definitely wants by on the Wild Rose Gin Porsche of Davy Joubert. Down the back straight away as the Nissan got a slight better turn of pace in a straight line. Late braking from Gianni, but Joubert was up for the challenge. It's forced wide on the exit of turn 5. They're going to be side by side onto the main straight. Joubert will hang on to that inside line, knowing exactly where to place that car. As the flames out of the Viper as it came under braking. Double exhausts out of each side of that car with huge flames down into turn 1 as he hit the brakes and geared down. Try and close the gap there on Ibbotson in the 458 Ferrari. Two great battles on here between Gigi, Juba, and out front ahead of them Ibbotson and Chris Budnick. Halfway stage reach, 6 to go. Make that 5.5 as they come onto that back straightaway. Franco now down into the 110.5, so just taking it easy. Jonathan DeToy's not though, he's into the 109.6s. So he thinks he might still have a chance there to beat out Franco Scribanti's all-conquering Porsche today. Hasn't been an all-conquering Porsche in total in its career of racing. Did have a little few issues at SupaCups, and at the Passion for Speed Festival, Jonathan DeToy was able to take a victory and steal it away from him, along with Charles Orangis. Whatever they've done to the General now seems to be working perfectly. Keep him at the front end. So Scribanti from DeToy as they get onto that back straightaway one more time. Marcel Angel in 3rd place, not even in the same shot. It's a long way back before we see the Autohaus Angel Ferrari. Almost 15 seconds between 2nd and 3rd place. Jono's not giving up though. Franco will have communication to him via his onboard radio telling him that Jonathan DeToy is flying. There comes Marcel Angel. Autohaus Angel Ferrari 488. Into the short straight. Killarney straight away. Coming up on the back end of Daniel Garcia. And then on to Nicky Dixon. Nicky Dixon is 996 version, which he's just bought back from the previous owner. He owned that originally. Unfortunately, his 997 wasn't available and ready in time, so he bought the spare car. Curvin air conditioner's car being overtaken by 3rd place Marcel Angel. He'll have one less lap to do. And, Angel's still got 3.5 to go. He heads through Sarl van der Merwe sweep. There's certainly no answer to DeToy and Scribanti. Marseille Plus in a world of their own. TT3 led out by Marcel Angel. Ibbotson in 2nd. And at this point in time, those will be the only 2 GT3 cars that are going to finish up this 3rd and final heat. But Joe Hillarine is running slightly wide. About to be caught and passed now by the leader. Here's Moda. And the tail going to roll there to Imad. The MIM racing teams. Trofeo and BMW M3 in full flight down the back straight. 2 Porsches behind that to make that 3. As here comes Franco Scribanti. Last lap was a 10.5 from Scribanti. have his penultimate lap starting as he crosses this time. Modak, Scribanti, London, Romeo. Oh, and look in the background. All of a sudden, Jonathan du Toit is back in the hunt and hoping that these back markers are going to slow Scribanti down. He's not giving this up without a fight. And it went from about 3.5 seconds down to 1.4 just with traffic. So Jonathan du Toit is hoping that the traffic will be kind to him and allow him a chance to close things down on that Porsche. Imad Modak might just block Jonathan du Toit. He has, I think. No, Nia's moved out the way. Modak gets through. Oh, Jonathan du Toit gets through. But just ahead of them, it was also Franco Scribanti who got blocked slightly by Imad Modak. So is there enough time here with a lap and 2 corners to go for Jonathan du Toit to catch and pass Franco Scribanti? Across the line to start the final lap. Scribanti going to make it 3 out of 3. 109.9. His boss has been a 109.2 so far. Du Toit into the 110.5s. His boss has been a 109.3. So if you can find a special lap here, Du Toit could keep Franco Scribanti very honest into the last part of this last lap. Coming out of the kick down towards Dempster. Scribanti trying to hang on now. No problems. This one's in the bag, yeah, I think, for Franco Scribanti. Coming up on Ricky Jonakara. Jonakara should still survive. Not be troubled by the 2 Foster cars coming from behind. They'll all have to slow down to Cape Town corner and Fostron. And then climb on the loud pedal for the last time. Headed to the checkered flag. Jonakara will have 1 more lap, but no more laps for Franco Scribanti. He takes the win for the 3rd time today in the general and beats out Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsports' Jonathan du Toit. All problems in the closing stages. Is that Momia? No, Ant Blunden. Looks like Ant Blunden's put the Transco Porsche into the wall. Momia for Teos Arras goes through there, and so does Nias Modak and Imad Modak. Joseph Ellerine, Marcel Angel for 3rd, comes across the line now. His teammate Jason Ibbotson will be not too far behind him and 2nd in the GT3 class in the 2nd of those Ferraris. Here he comes, just behind Jimbo Jonakara, who's crossed the line. So it's Jason Ibbotson and Chris Budnick ahead of Gianni Jonakara. Gianni Jonakara wins out the fight there with Davy Jabir for the top 7 on track. So let's have a look at the unofficial results there. A+, 1st and 2nd overall for Franco Scribanti and Jonathan du Toit. 3rd place overall, and the win in GD3s goes to Marcel Angel. Jason Ibbotson in 4th, I beg your pardon, but 2nd in the GD3s. And then Gianni Jonakara will be 3rd in the GD3s, beating out Class A's winner, or succumbing to Class A's winner, Chris Budnick, 5th and 6th overall. 2nd in Class A, 7th on track is Davy Jabir. 8th on track and 3rd in Class A will be Ricky Jonakaro, and Nias Modak beats out Mo Mia for the wins and 2nd place in Class B. That's UNH Transport Supercars wrapping up our day here at the Killarney International Raceway. It is the Extreme Festival Round 1 that concludes all the race action here at the incredible Killarney International Raceway. A massive thanks to the City of Cape Town and to Smile 90.4 FM for their support for the Killarney International Raceway's Extreme Festival Round 1. To all of our associate sponsors and category sponsors, we do appreciate all the support that you guys bring along for the day. And then of course to the marshals and medics and race control, that kept this day running so smoothly throughout the day. We do appreciate that too. To the Western Province Motor Club for their assistance, and the Extreme Festival team getting together to make this race day work so well. From our side and from Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds team, thank you for our cameramen, and thank you once again to all our friends, fans and families on all the social media platforms for the follow and support. We hope you enjoyed all the action we brought to you today on the live stream. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. We'll see you down here again in Cape Town in September, and we'll see you at SupaCup in the middle of May. Take care then. Bye now.